is going to be on top. Right now, let's take a look at a head-to-head. We got KOLstreamer versus Ace. So, tell me more about this. What is happening on screen here?
For me, absolutely, I know KOLstreamer so well. I was able to ask this kid, I think he's about 16, 17 years old, and he said that he's already done in the Philippines when it comes to proving himself. He wants to be the best in the whole world. This is his stage. He's going to take it. He's looking forward to this. And I would dare say that he is en route. I mean, the first Savage of the inter-group stages, this guy, this kid, he walks his talk, right?
Oh, I hope I get to interview him if they win. Yeah. What about Ace? All right, we talked a lot of good stuff. What about Ace? You know, I know they're not as not popular, but publicized compared to Brand Esports. So, Ace, what can you tell us about him?
I think currently for this meta, especially for M2, Ace is currently very versatile. Not only marksman he can play some assassins compared to the previous MPLIs. So we can see a lot from him, especially during the drafting phase, where some heroes can be flexed for the Ace player. So we shall see what draft that's coming up.
You know, I kind of hate to do this to KZP, but because you're the only one that's taken on the Burmese Ghouls and you're here with us, I mean, it's sad that RSG is out, but what did you guys get wrong and what did Burmese Ghouls get right against your team? And what can we look out for in the next match against Brand Esports for Burmese Ghouls?
I think regarding the RSG versus Burmese Ghouls, basically we during the drafting phase we sort of like give them their comforts. Yeah, so we are unable to identify the comforts of BG. Then from there we started to play bad as well. So that is why we lost those games.
Well, thank you very much for addressing it and being honest, though. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, all right. I mean, I think that's always been the name of the game. Don't give the good players their comforts. Don't give them the stuff that they want to play. But the more important thing now is, no, these guys, you talked about the Burmese Ghouls and Ace being a flexible player. That makes the draft hard to predict. It makes it difficult to ban because you don't know if his hero's been locked in already. Do I start banning his stuff or do I start banning his teammates? It makes things tricky. And now looking at the starting roster here for Burmese Ghouls, they are looking good.
It's Ruby DD, maybe Kid, Ace, and D. When we were studying this team, I think that the same heroes that we saw in that feature was also the ones that we saw in our stat sheet. So I think that there's really not much difference from them, but maybe because they really want to play with their comfort picks, let's say.
And of course, it's now playoffs as well, so it's very different from the groups. In the groups, like we said, we joked a little bit about saving strats, but it's also groups are in groups you didn't play against everyone, so it can be a little bit difficult to identify who's the real best among everyone. But now that it's playoffs, you actually have to play against everybody to get to the top. It's when the boxing gloves come off. You know, you really got to put in your all. And I've seen Burmese Ghouls, as someone that has done Mobile Legends events, I have seen Burmese Ghouls. This brand has been around for a long time. And I think that is one of the, in my experience, that is one of the important things about maintaining a strong esports squad.
So we saw the player lineup for Burmese Ghouls. Let's go to the player lineup for Brand Esports. I believe we saw it for a quick moment. We're going to flash it to you in just a while so we can analyze it together with our panels and for the Discord session as well. And there we go. It's coming to your screen right now as we speak, ladies and gentlemen at home, wherever you're watching us from. Here is the Brand Esports player lineup. Let's have a look.
Rebo, KOLstreamer, Few, Lusty, and
guys. Hello,
maybe you're wondering that's
everyone.
easy, right?
Welcome
So
to
I
the
think
stream.
that they got us from different
Brand Esports, of course.
titles, but it was
Foreign player.
A foreign player, yes. And it's already a meme in the Philippines.
Lafel was making the joke earlier.
Yeah, LaFelT. You mean LaFelTZ?
Brand Esports,
my bad.
LaFelTZ. And it is one of the weird things here in the Philippines.
Signature for the Philippines now.
Signature now, yeah. There was
Brand
another
Esports
funny
did
story
guys.
about another player here, which is Rebo, which is Lafel was really laughing so much about this. Doc Rebo being he was called Doc Rebo for a certain point in time because he is a doctor, and a doctor in the Philippines is, in Mobile Legends terms, is someone who plays with another opposite gender and kind of carries that.
Face cam guys, face cam
Kind of boosting? Is that the
Not
joke?
really.
म हेर्नको लागि अब के एक्लै हेर्नु भनेर यसो साथी
Okay,
गाइडन्ससँग
I
जोइन
think
गर्नु
I
भनेर
kind
नि
of get the joke here.
I like this
He's a
cultural
Burmese
exchange
group
session we're having right now.
अब हेरौँ
And that's
कसले
why
जित्छ
we have the flags in front of you.
We get all the different cultures. I like that little joke. So next time we're going to call you a doctor. I think we're going to add one more to the repertoire. In Singapore, we have some meaner terms. Doctor is pretty respectable, isn't it?
Yeah. There we go.
We have a lot meaner terms where we are from. So, yeah, doctor, you know, you can tell Mom, I'm a doctor. Oh, what do you do? I play Mobile Legends. With a girl.
Yeah.
But you know what? No shame. You know, if you find love in Mobile Legends, all the better for you. You are one of the gamers that have unlocked that cheat code.
Exactly.
It is definitely something to be proud of, right? Nothing to be ashamed of, guys.
We're all learning. We're all learning,
Exactly.
Lysander. That's it. Having seen the player lineups and here are the audience predictions, this is a close one.
Oh, finally a real 50-50.
Look at how close this is. 50.4% against a 49.6%. But majority going for Burmese schools. Now, when I say majority, please open inverted commas. It is too close to call this one.
Yeah, I'm just calling it 50-50. You know what? You know, it makes it a lot easier for us to sit on the fence. You know, we don't really have to go against the grain here, guys. We can play it safe.
Yeah, and not risk the comment section.
Yeah, we're not going to risk any kind of entanglement with the chat.
I wonder where the talent predictions are.
Oh, talent. All right, guys, this is your chance. Go flame the talents. They're the ones that voted Brand Esports. We're on the fence. Here on the discourse discussion. On the fence, guys?
Yeah.
Or are we...
Yeah.
Overton?
Do you wanna give a prediction?
You want to be
know what?
brave?
Yeah, since he offered it, KZP, why don't you go first? Your predictions on this game.
Oh,
Yeah.
I start first?
Because you said our turn, I was like, okay, you go first. That's so confident, this fella.
I think it really have to depend on how BG and Brand play. So for me, I know that BG is very, very strong in the first starter fight. So if they are able to capitalize it and then snowball from there, then BG may have a chance to win.
Okay.
So, but in terms of consistency, I will put my money on Brand Esports.
Okay. That's a fair answer. I was about to accuse you of being too diplomatic on the UN Council here. No, but it was a good answer. I'm going to give you that.
Then he said the M word. I'll put my money on Brand Esports.
True.
What about you, Wolf? Brand Esports as well? Fellow countrymen?
I think that
You basically have to, right?
yeah, I have.
You have to. We can call Lafel by proxy later to help you vote something else. But you're a Filipino. We're not going to put you in that spot. You're voting for Brand. Got it. All right, Joakim, any baseless guesses here from you and me?
This is the match I'm kind of waiting for, actually, to be honest with you. Because they are undefeated, and I've been watching the replays of the previous rounds. They look strong, they look good. But I'm just gonna go here with Burmese Ghouls.
Okay, that's fair.
Just because we have two people saying Brand Esports, so I wanna pick the other side.
I think Burmese Ghouls are definitely a respectable team. I want to go with Brand Esports because I'm a big fan of empires. You know, people that have built their empire up from the start and maintained it. That is something I really respect in esports. And for that reason, I'll go with Brand. But I think Burmese Ghouls are gonna put up a good fight. I think we talked about this earlier. There's going to be a 2-1.
So by odds, you're going to get most of the money from KZP.
Yeah, I mean,
Joking cashing out.
No, how about some battle points or maybe even some cards as well of Mobile Legends? Please, I don't mind doing that. I need some new skins in the game. That's it though, rather. There's a voice in my head right now. I think we're going to be seeing the player predictions in the lanes in just a bit here on the screen as well, so be with us. That's it though. Once again, if you just joined us on the stream, welcome. We got plenty of giveaways coming your way. Just look below me right now. Our friends over at Razer and M2, they have organized plenty of things over at the campaign page. Please go have a look if you want you to win a prize for yourself today. That's it. Here come the predictions. Let's go. Oh, it's a pre-match intro.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Game start.
Brand Esports is very flexible in terms of their strategies. They don't hold back in terms of just going for their comfort strategy, the poke strategy.
Tingin ko naman kaya naman talaga yung Indonesia eh. Parang mas lamang sila sa galaw pero feeling ko lamang kami sa meta eh. Talagang siguro magaling sila mag-ML pero kaya naman na sila talunin.
Leo Murphy has no wave clear. What an incredible...
Tingin ko wala naman yun eh. Parang wala akong pake kung sino kalaban, basta lahat tatalunin namin.
In M2, based on MPLI, I feel like they have a strong case to make it to the top.
In the backline, he's come on towards Kim. However, he gets stunned in the process. He gets taken out, but the rest of the squad can't seem to make this happen. Even Sink himself using his ultimate was not enough. Quicksand Guard trying to block as much of that damage. L14, he manages to pull through.
ကျွန်တော်တို့ချင်းဝတ်တိုင်းတော့ aggressive နဲ့ဆန်တာပါကျွန်တော်ကတော့အခုဒီမှာ hyper roll ဆော်နေပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ထင်ရတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့
guys, Burmese goals.
နဲ့ပွဲမှာတကားမှအဲ့လို champion မရဘူးလို့ထင်ပါတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဒီခေါက်အကောင်းဆုံးတော့ထင်တာ
La. So,
Magagaling naman sila maglaro. Kaso, yung meta talaga iba eh. Sobrang layo ng diferensya. Pero sa skill level, parang pantay lang naman.
ကျွန်တော်တို့ပဲအတင်းမလာတာကျွန်တော်မကြောက်ပါဘူးကျွန်တော်တို့သတိထားပါ
Ren lang malakas.
PG never stop me
Ang masasabi ko sa mga kalaban namin, maganda-handa na kayo. Tsaka galingan nyo palalo.
Three more minutes, guys. Hello, Amitabh Manandar, welcome. Lot of best commentary and then hello. Commentary आया तो नहीं. Commentary आया तो नहीं. ये MLBB Facebook को तो दृश्य मानने वाला. Kaji maybe from always from brain. Okay, guys, our game started.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to M2. We would like to give a special thank you to our sponsor, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerce in Singapore, or y'all can just visit secretlab.co.
That's right. Let's not forget to thank
our dear partners in esports, Singtel, for providing us with ultra-fast gaming experience to unlock all these lag-free performance for all of our players with Singapore's fastest 5G network. Keep calm and get the edge you need on your road to Mystic in MLBB with Singtel, Singapore's fastest 5G network. With that being said, the gentleman on my right will be Barters, Gideon, Leo, and myself, Contra. We're going in towards the upper brackets finally, and I'm pretty sure Leo as well as Barters will be really happy to cast some of these matches here because we are going to be seeing Burmese goals as well as Brandy.
If you and Gideon were happy by the last match, me and Leo are happy right now.
No doubt. High five.
High five. Pow!
Right there. You're trying to put us on the spot, but we're not going to hide the fact that we are proud of this next matchup, not because only Brenny Sports, a Filipino team, will be competing, but because of the caliber of competition that we'll be seeing. Right, Butters? We were at the MPLI, and Burmese Ghouls took first game.
Yeah, Burmese Ghouls, we know what they're capable of. They're a really strong team, and right now, I'm excited of the high-level matchup that this is going to be.
That's right. We're talking about a rematch of the MPLI, and these two sides in the group stages were undefeated. Let's talk us through towards that, Gideon, as you definitely have an opinion about this entirety of the run for each respective team.
I definitely have to agree. You know, Bren is looking a lot cleaner, a lot sharper than when they were from MPLI. Same can be said about the Burmese Ghouls. Although it wasn't their best run, of course, they've definitely changed over the course of time. And I think right now, especially with how the meta is, I think Bren has a slight edge over Burmese Ghouls only because we've seen a little bit more from them in terms of what they like to pick and choose. We saw some weird picks in the group stages from Bren.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I'm pretty sure that it's going to be even more oddballs coming in their way. In that first match, we've already seen a popularity on the rise, and that's the Hayabusa. Any more Hayabusas that will be popping up in the jungle? Not sure.
I think for Burmese Ghouls, it is a possibility. But for Bren, I don't really see them use it as much.
Yeah, are you seeing comments out there? They really do love them to bits. And of course, usually Lefel will be, oh, I'm going to side here, I'm going to side there. Like, when we talk to him backstage, it's like, man, I got to be pretty careful with this because I honestly don't know what to choose from here.
Yeah, no, Caster Curse aside, it's so hard to make a clear-cut prediction between these two teams, given that one of them is from a developing community, an environment like Burma, like Myanmar, and then you have the other, the Philippines, which is arguably maybe only second to Indonesia when it comes to the popularity of Mobile Legends. So you have these two very competitive and very much developing audiences. I understand why the numbers are just everywhere.
That's right. Let's have a look in towards the brackets to elaborate even further. And for those of you guys who may have missed some of these matches, not to worry, we got you covered. And early on, we did see Todak advance against the likes of EVOS SG. We bid goodbye towards EVOS SG as well as 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, with Alter Ego also in the waiting to see who will be falling from the upper brackets. And here we are. Burmese Goals versus Brand Esports, and later on, Omega taking on RRQ Hoshi.
Oh, I'm excited with how the upper brackets are going to go. This is going to be the first time we're seeing, again, undefeated teams dropping games. And it's going to be weird because like Wolf said, you know, like, oh, when teams are winning, they look super, super good. But the moment they drop games, that's when you see the cracks. You see the chinks in the armor.
Because nobody really shows you how to do it. But if someone shows you how, everyone just picks up. And that is one of the things that you don't want to do here. Keep it smooth sailing. Just get into the grand finals as fast as possible.
If anything, this upper bracket reminds me of an old adage wherein it's not about how many times you fall, but how many times you get up. So whoever will be falling to the lower bracket, that's some sort of resolve that people should be afraid of. Like when you're looking at strengths, right? Oh, has a great draft, very strong in the gold lane, and most likely going to dig themselves out of the situation. That's something I'm looking forward to when it comes to these two right here, Brenny Sports and the Burmese Ghouls.
That's right, and early on we did have a little bit of a banter coming in through the hostess desk itself, and we got KZP on board where they managed to talk a little bit about some of the problems that they face against Burmese Gulls. They couldn't really pinpoint what exactly is their conflict picks, and we're going to be looking at the lineups of both sides once again to see who exactly will be playing in the stage itself. And with that, we'll head in towards the stage with Christy Ng as our head marshal. So this is going to be an important factor because we talk about how strong these both sides are in the early phase, and this coin flip decides who gets to go on blue or red.
Yeah, I think the coin flip is honestly one of the biggest parts here, but we also have to say hello to the coaches as well who shape these teams. From the Burmese Ghouls, it is going to be PVN DV, otherwise known as Panda here. And for the side of Brent, it is going to be Ducky, who was up on stage just earlier. These guys, absolute monsters in their own individual roles.
It's a battle of a panda and the duck.
Okay, we're going to be getting some of the animals on board, but we're seeing the bees being unleashed eventually. So, just a little bit of fun fact, you know, we've seen Panda played as well back in M1. So, you know, now that they finally got another sort of the roster already solidified throughout the entirety of the year, things are looking pretty good for the BG side.
I mean, honestly, I'm really excited here because previously in M1, it's like, but we weren't even at our full strength. And now it's like, yes, we are at our full strength. We are ready to go. And it is time. It is our moment, our time to win it all.
And that's what's scary about a team like Burmese Ghouls. Again, say what you will about the numbers, how skewed it is towards Bren Esports being the fan favorite. I really do think that there's something to respect here with the Burmese Ghouls. And again, how RSG just are not able to read them.
I kind of wanted to take it back to what Lysander said earlier. They're not one of the most publicized team out there. Now, with this team not being publicized as much, you know that they're getting a lot of experience from MLBB. They're getting a lot of experience into battling these kinds of international teams. So, who knows? Burmese Ghouls, they're just growing as players and growing as a team.
That's right. Let's check out some of the lineups that we'll be playing this time because we know Bren Esports side does feel a lot of talent, but it will be the staple 5 that will be playing for Burmese Ghouls. If we got Ruby D, maybe Kit, Ace, as well as D. So who are we looking at to be really taking on the show?
I think if anything were to happen here for the Burmese Ghouls that would upset the whole MLBB community, the whole audience of M2 as it is, it's gonna come off of Ace. And only if Ace and maybe in mid as well with Kid, it's a trio basically from the mid lane. It's gotta come from them. They are going to activate whatever is needed to take down Bren Esports.
That's right, and we also have Bren Esports here fielding Rebo, Cartesi, Few, Lusty, as well as Flapteasy. Of course, Butters, maybe you got to talk about this entirety of this star-studded roster alongside with Gideon.
If Burmese Ghouls got Ace, Bren Esports got Cartesi.
Honestly, you bring up the perfect point. You read it out of my mind. I mean, honestly, these guys are going to be contesting for some of the best core players on each of their teams. And not to mention that this is a gold medalist team. Shout out to the boys at Cebu because these guys, they are going to be representing an entire nation.
Yep, they're definitely going to be going for gold right here. And remember this, upper bracket is going to be very different from some of the matches that we've casted previously because there's still going to be a lifeline involved where, you know, nobody wants to get down there to be battling with some of the hardy teams like Toadap, which we saw early on. And who knows what can we come out of this sort of situation where one of them will have to just get down to dirt.
Yeah, before we get into the draft, I have a question real quick to pose to the table, all right? If ever it does happen like that, which team is more likely to dig themselves out of the lower bracket? Who would perform better on their back foot? Would it be Bren or would it be the Burmese Ghouls?
You know, I think it depends on one singular factor. Do they have the exclusive M2 skin?
That's right, speaking of which, we got to complete tasks and predict the champions to win M2 coins. So make sure you guys exchange your M2 coins for M2 exclusive rewards, such as the special avatar waters, the exclusive skin that we mentioned about, the battle emote, sacred statue, and we've been talking about skins, you got to flex the Clint Shadow Omen skin, and you could get it directly for only 899 diamonds.
That could have been one of the greatest segues in the history of Mobile Legends. Bang Bang.
You know what would make it better?
What?
If y'all did that before the 24th.
Exactly. So boys and girls, you know what to do. But to answer your question, Leo, honestly, it's really tough. It's really tough. And I don't want to lean too much to one side or the other because the draft is going to be such an important factor here. And until I see the draft, I can give you a solid answer.
Okay, so I just want to put it out there. There is a battle between Lusty and Maybe. Whoever can enable their jungler, who can feed the most kills to their jungler, wins.
We've already heard it on the banter early on that there's going to be a lot of priority on towards that first turtle, and Burmese Goals is an expert when it comes down to this sort of objective. But same goes towards Brand Esports. We see a little bit more of those numbers favoring their way. So, Leo, I'm pretty sure this might just be an interesting topic.
Yeah, no, if it comes down to these neutral objectives, these big ticket early fights, then this is not biased at all, all right? Let me just explain. Back in his very first MPL championship, Lusty was known to steal Lords and Turtles with a Grok.
With a Grok.
So I don't know if he still got it these days.
Yeah, haven't been seeing too much of Grox, but we're already in the first games, picks and bans. We are seeing Benedetta as well as Brody. So let's get through the entirety of the bans right here.
It's a great way to start coming in from the Burmese Ghouls and as well as Brenda, getting rid of the priority picks here for each side. I mean, Brody, I have to pick and ban. Same goes to Benedetta, nothing different there. But Burmese Ghouls focusing on getting rid of the Jawhead, so the hyper efficiency is there. Does Bren want to focus on that priority or decide, hey, let's just open up the board?
Again, what this reminds me of is how similar these two teams are, right? Say what you will about the lack of information for Burmese Ghouls and how big of a target is on Bren Esports' back. Maybe only second to Alter Ego in all of them too. But right here, right now, in the draft, I'm seeing it. They're both equal.
And I have a trivia for you guys. In the Philippines, the national animal or the national animal is the Philippine eagle. For the Burmese, it's going to be the green beefa. So this is going to be a battle of the birds, actually.
Battle of the birds?
Battle of the birds, and who can fly higher, technically.
Can a duck fly, though?
Not exactly, but who can show more prowess?
A panda can't fly either, though. Just for
true. That's actually pretty fair,
yeah.
You know?
I mean, at the end of the day, they're going to be riding on the backs of these behemoths just to make sure that they're given the direction. Wherever you see that eagle, maybe if you just look real closely on its back, you'll just see a duck just pointing it in the right direction to follow the wind. And I think in these situations, that's what we should be expecting. Esmeralda, Jawhead is already gone. Benedetta is already gone. Brody, Natalia, and also Sylvana coming in for the side of Brent Esports. Solid bans.
I think going into M2, like without even the group stages starting, and you asked any MLBB esports fans what are the top bans in all of the whole event, they would say, yeah, definitely it's going to be the Benedetta, the Jawhead, the Esmeralda, the Brody, and the Natalia. But it's Sylvana who has been this rising star. Everybody now has to respect this mage/tank that teams are fielding. And right now, the priorities are coming into play. The Burmese Ghouls lock in Yusun Shin, arguably one of the most successful junglers/cores in all of M2. And Bren Esports answers back with the Lapu Lapu, of course, as they get it very often. And, this could be a flex Cho, but I'm more likely thinking it's a tank.
It's going to be a tank because considering the ban here for the side of Brent Esports, they ban out Sylvana. They do not want this Cho to get caught out. We did see the prowess of Sylvana in terms of going for the face checks. If she's there in the brush and she catches you, automatically you get called out by the Imperial Justice.
Wow, I mean, both teams, speaking of, yeah, the picks are very important here, but interestingly enough, both sides are actually mirroring each other in terms of the roles that they want to select. It's in a different order, yes, but they want to make sure that when they get into the second phase of the game, they're not going to be able to kind of minimize a particular role because it affects both sides.
Yep, and now second phase of banning. Here's an odd choice. Tigreal, also a slowly climbing commodity that teams should now figure out, hey, he's really, really good. Again, Sacred Hammer into the implosion, just demolishes team fights. I'm wondering if Bren Esports really aims to choke out the tank position.
In many ways, Tigreal is not really the best hero to catch out people, but it forces people to use the dash, a flicker, once you get caught out in the range of that implosion.
It's like a reverse purify.
Yeah, because if you think about it, if the choke gets caught out in that circle, he'll be forced to use the Shunpo. If he uses the Shunpo, then that means it's easier to catch him.
That's right. It's definitely a very important point to point out. And hitting it towards the next phase of the bans, we're seeing the Farsa ban, of course, something that we do see from time to time. And about the Tigreal, we do have some incredible win rates coming in, but Kaja is definitely something that we don't always see being banned away.
All right. Bren Esports did this in the playoffs, in the group stage, now in the playoffs. They don't want to see the same thing, right? They did this in the group stage wherein they fielded a Matilda and a Kaja. It's a greedy lineup, but if you do it fast enough, it works. They don't want that being done. They don't want to taste of their own medicine.
Oh boy. I mean, Bren, they're going to be locking in the Baxia for themselves. The Tortoise Poisson's going to be a great ability, especially when you're up against, and I'm pretty sure that he could go into the side lane to actually deal with the Yuzong itself. It's just an absolutely super annoying matchup to deal with, but Burmese Ghouls, they're probably going to finish off their comp with most likely going to be leaning maybe towards something a little bit more tanky, so my guess would probably arguably might even be the Atlas to a certain extent.
And this Baxia is gonna go to Flap. Pretty sure about it.
Yep.
He's going to be controlling the lanes. They're gonna put all the damage responsibility solely to Claude. I mean, Lapu can do that as well, but you're gonna expect it to come from Few and Karltizi. It all depends on what hero Few gets.
Yeah, and now in response to that situation, they are bringing in the Lunox as well as Hilda. So let's talk about the Hilda pick right here, because we've seen a lot of beefiness coming in from the side of Bren Esports as well. Having great versatility, and now Fuel is going to go in for the last pick to complete the entirety of this lineup.
Yep, there you go. El Capitan goes ahead and picks up the Valier, able to push away the Yuzhong, able to push away the Hilda as well. And I'm getting what the Burmese Ghouls are trying to do, right? They're trying to give Karltizi a very, very hard early game. This Hilda is going to be on Karltizi by minute 0 if he could have his way, right? But I think that it's an I know you know type of situation. So right now it might even be a full-on invade by Kid and Ruby DD. Who knows?
I think we should honestly expect Burmese Ghouls to start invading almost from level 1 off the bat against Bren Esports here, and I think that orange buff is going to be highly contested by both teams, and I think, you know, the Valier is the adaptation to say, hey, if I get the Searing Torrents, I have an opportunity to push you away just enough so that my team is able to take away the buff with a single Retribution without having to really contest it and put myself in that kind of danger.
Yeah, I was looking at it right now. This is going to be very interesting. Burmese Ghouls go for their best comfortable strategy. Bren Esports, teams have been noticing that if they go for a marksman jungle, they have a hard time. But right now, they're trying to prove us wrong.
Going in towards the Land of Dawn, this is the very first game in the upper brackets, and it will be Burmese Ghouls taking on Bren Esports in Game 1.
Bren Esports, they are just going for this certain setup on the mid lane. They actually go for the 1-3-1, and they try to poke as much as possible. And looking at it, BG, they won't really back down.
I don't think they will, and again, it's going to be a contestant for mid lane. Level 2 is always going to be, you know, a little bit nicer when you go for these invades, but just keep your eyes on the directions of the buffs here.
I think this is a purple start for Bren Esports' Karltizi, and this might not be, how do I say, the best position for Bren Esports, because it's actually Flaptizi on the Baxia jumping in.
And they actually punish this. Look at that two-man Jit Kundo, and they are forced out. Bren Esports, they hold the line. Carl here getting a free purple buff.
Now, why did I say that it's not so good for Flaptizi? He loses the range game here. Yes, you're a Baxia. Yes, you have your 2 to help out and close the gap and clear waves. But what's going to happen is you're going to keep trying to freeze the wave and put it underneath your turret. Sure, there is this 10% damage reduction. But at some point, if you have rotations coming in from Ace like this and as well from Maybe, then Actually, now come to think of it, it might be a bait because FlapTZ can just roll out of here unless they rain enough damage on him, and that's exactly what they're doing here. I think this is what FlapTZ wants.
I mean, this is all coordinated by Bren. They wanted to make sure, yeah, Baxia can hit level 2 down on the bot side so he can rotate down, rotate towards the purple buff. And now that, by now, in the EXP lane, level 4 on the Lapu Lapu, if they decide to go in and invade for orange, we have an even stronger force up on towards the top side in comparison to D.
And they actually catch out Carl, but there is the trade that is going to be favoring the side of Burmese Schools. Rebo here forced out of his lane. He tried to help, but he wasn't there in time.
Oh boy, I mean, first blood already given over, but it could be more.
Right now, Lusty just trying to size up his man. And as we've said, the first turtle is going to be important for this game. Burmese Schools, they take it. The question is, how much can they push this lead?
I love the counterplay between Burmese Ghouls' heavy invade and then neutralized by how FlapTZ was kind of baiting the lower part of the map. And right now, it's Rebo who has to answer to Maybe and the laning Yuzhong on D. Now, the question is how far can Burmese Ghouls take this advantage? It'll really come down to how much they bear down on KarlTZ. And KarlTZ, again, I think this is the right thing to do for him. Stick to the buff, stick to farming, and then wait for the perfect time to actually come out. And yeah, just do this, blazing the waves away, and then just rotate back into the orange, back into the purple, take your camps, and then slowly but surely, maybe in the mid game, find your power spike after your second or even your first core item. I don't know.
Maybe he's here. Maybe he's here. He's trying to get Carl. Carl, will he back down? No, he won't push back to the turret. Not gonna reach. But there is going to be a punish and a step in the right direction for Bren Esports if they want to stop the aggression coming out for Burmese Ghouls.
I mean, you hate to see it, but D, he's going to try even more here.
And he tries to go for few, but Carl will be his next target, and he really tried to go for that. Really tried to get the extra HP that comes out from killing that buff. And that is going to be another kill for the side of Burmese Ghouls.
Salt in the wound. You take down Carl. You get his allies as well. That was what? A 2-for-1 plus the orange. And Kid is just overstaying his welcome. They're starting to cut the lanes now. Looking low, this Matilda. Nice knock-up, though. Lusty is going to be in trouble. Oh, he flickers out, wastes it, get destroyed by D. And FlapTZ is left alone here. It's not looking good for Bren Esports.
FlapTZ trying to defend this. Few, on the other hand, is helping him, but they will take the first turret of the game. Bren Esports here, they are falling to the pressure that is being given by the side of Burmese Schools. Turtle cam now up, and Turtle is up.
Yep, I mean, what are they going to do in this point of time? It's just been a back and forth, though. I do question that KarlTZ. What the heck were you trying to do there? You knew he had the execute, kind of like, you were kind of gambling there, and I don't think moves like that is going to be beneficial in the long term, but let's see how that is going to change.
Maybe getting caught out, he gets stunned. Flap really just trying to help. And as you can see, Bren Esports, they're putting a lot of their resources, putting a lot of help into just KarlTZ just getting that buff. They really needed that for their side, and they're trying to make ends meet. At the end of the day, Burmese Schools, they still have the lead.
It's come to the point where it's just one tank you're trying to block the way, make space for KarlTZ. It's actually two. That's FlapTZ and Lusty, and right now it looks like they're going for the turtle, and they're just buying time now. FlapTZ at half health. Oh! Lusty gets blown up!
Lusty can't fight that break. D going for Few. Few has the flicker, and another turtle going to the side of the Burmese Ghouls. They really know the early game, and they're punishing Bren Esports for picking a mid-game spike hero.
Oh man, they're just running them down one by one, and Bren, now that he's got to try to do something about
and
this.
Another kill! Burmese Ghouls! They just go at it. They're not letting Bren Esports breathe.
Honestly, does anybody remember what KZP said about this? Because when they said Burmese Ghouls are great at first turtle, and if they can snowball off of this, they're kind of getting those vibes here right now.
And looking at it, Carl just got his Raptor Machete 6 minutes in. That is how annoyed, that is how delayed Carl is in terms of the items.
And all it took was maybe here after picking up the blade armor, he can afford to do this. And even if he dies, I think that's worth it overall. You do have a Mount Shocker to buy some time. And right now, that's going to be Kid jumping in. Maybe once more.
And maybe he's not backing down. Even if you have the Valor, even if you have the Baksha, they are not gonna stop annoying KarlTzy because this is the strategy that they went for. Maybe here is the next target. Blazing Duet will get thrown out. He doesn't have the spell. He doesn't have the skill to get over that wall. But right now, Burmese Ghouls, they're just clobbering at Bren Esports. Rebo here trying to get away. He uses Flicker. Lusty can't find the opening and can't find the perfect way of the dragon so that they can stop Burmese Ghouls from just entering their jungle.
What is happening here? Burmese Ghouls is choosing the right place at the right time to fight. They are just pincering Bren Esports almost every single fight.
What this feels like is a death by 1,000 cuts. Ooh. I know that we're at 7 minutes in, and slowly but surely, Burmese Ghouls, they're choking out Bren Esports. Now we're looking for that mid-game spike, right? We're looking for KarlTzy to actually build more than just his Raptor Machete. We're looking for him to pop that Blazing Duet into 2 or 3 softies and then just call it a day, snowball into maybe a wipeout. But they're just not finding that window. It seems like Bren Esports, it's like their inner clock, their timing is also pretty off.
And maybe here giving information to the side of Burmese Ghouls that they are taking the Lord. D will try to go for the enemy team here, and that is going to be Few in the middle of everything. FlapTzy trying to control the fight. There's the Mountain Shocker hitting multiple people here, and Kid just going in with the Matilda, and they get punished once again.
4 for 1. 4 for 1. Like, come on. Bren needs to find some way to kind of even up this score somehow, some way, and at some times, because it looks like it's just, this game is slipping out of their hands.
What I tell you guys before the game even started, if there was something great to come from Burmese Ghouls, if they were to upset the entire MLBB audience that predicted that Bren Esports would take this easy. What were the numbers? 15, 20 to 80? That was ridiculous. It's going to come from Maybe, it's going to come from Ace, and it's going to come from Kid. And lo and behold, 307 on this young man on the Yusen Shin.
Look at the gold on Lusty right now, 2.6k. Hilda has 3.7. He doesn't have enough items to just tank up the shots that are coming here from the side of Burmese Ghouls. He has a lot to think about. He has the Matilda, he has the Lunox, and he even has a Hilda that's at 6 stacks. That's going to hurt.
It really does, and not to mention that Few as well. Like, he's been struggling to get ahead. He really needs like at least 1 to 2 complete items to really start being able to push them back. And I think more importantly so is that D has a very good idea. He sees Few, he's going to target whoever Few is going to be nearest to, because at the end of the day, that Black Dragon form doesn't get affected by the searing torrents.
There's only so much push you can do against a big black dragon. Actually, with this skin, it's silver. But slowly but surely, Burmese Ghouls taking control of the map. There is no more outer turrets for the Bren Esports side of things. And yeah, this is a slow choke. First Lord coming up here, and there's a very small chance for contestation.
Lord Cam shows that the Lord is now up, and Bren Esports, they are forced to stay in base. Technically, KarlTzy right now is just getting the scraps that are reaching their base. The Lord is going to be the next target here for the side of Burmese Ghouls. They're setting it up right now. Maybe just stack it up. Ruby DD, and maybe they're going in. Flicker. He really just wanted to go for the way of the dragon, but right now KarlTzy going in with a Blazing Duet. And look at the damage output. Order of Brilliance is there. Yuzhong with the monster kill. They get caught out. Flap, he's not as tanky as you think. Burmese Ghouls, they're just controlling this game.
Yeah, I definitely think Bren underestimated how much damage that that Ruby DD had in the bank. I mean, he's 1-0-7. Doesn't look like a big deal, but my goodness.
They're just trying to clear the waves. Do not let Burmese Ghouls just take your turrets as much as possible. Just hold the lanes. Now, Burmese Ghouls, they're not really going for the Lord as of now. They might just want to wait until they get the 12-minute mark so that they get the Luminous Lord, but that doesn't seem to be the case because right now they're just going for it.
No time to waste here. Again, once you get Lord the first time around, your siege minions get enhanced. So if you're choking your opponent out, if you're taking the time to wrap around them, choke out the resources, take everything away you can from KarlTzy. Hey, even the small camp right here, D's not cutting any corners. He's just taking everything he can. Then all the more you should go for level 1 Lord. Don't waste any time.
Yeah, I mean, look at this lead. This is the biggest lead we've ever seen here at M2. It is a 13K gold deficit for Bren. There's literally nothing they can do at this point. Every single fight, Burmese Ghouls will have full control.
Ace just needs one more item for the item lock, and here's the siege. Black Dragon form is there. Brent, they know that they have to give this up. Mountain Shocker spots out every single one of them. Flap gets caught out outside the base. He uses that roll to just get out of the way, and all lanes here are pushing to the side of Burmese Ghouls. The Lord might be down, but it did its job. It took down the inhibitor turret here for the side of Bren Esports.
And relatively no cost too. No lives, nothing. Like,
no trades.
They choked in Bren Esports, they kept them in, cordoned them off in their own from behind, not even a chance for KOLstreamer. The pop, the blazing duet, and they are looking for the finish. Ladies and gentlemen, the Burmese Ghouls are not wasting any time.
Rebo is the last man standing. Burmese Ghouls take a 12-minute game versus Bren Esports. Burmese Ghouls at match point.
Wow. Wow, that has to be one of the fastest games, the biggest deficits we have ever seen, and one of the biggest flex. Who ever sees a Lunox one-shot their opponent with brilliance?
And yes, indeed, we've never ever seen that before. One of the biggest highlights here is just how they've been able to secure this high goal lead in such a short time. And the Myanmar side has drawn first blood. We got a lot to talk about to break down the entirety of this match here. And now, Bren Esports put against the wall here to react to this situation. What exactly went wrong in this game one?
Something tells me that as nice as it is to just plan for KOLstreamer's power spike, as nice as it is to say, okay, even if we lose the early game, Claude is a very mobile marksman anyways, it's just too much to think that your opponent will just, okay, we can't invade as hard, or okay, they're very, very defensive in the mid game, maybe up until 8 to 9 minutes, but they're counting on the fact that the Burmese Ghouls are docile. They're counting on the fact that the Burmese Ghouls would not find these little moments to just invade and call Bren Esports' jungle their own home. And that's essentially what happened here. Not a minute wasted after that first Lord. The writing was on the wall. It was just a matter of pushing in through mid. And then, yeah, as y'all said, 14K gold lead. Every single fight you pick at that moment, unless you're just standing there letting your phone down, you're gonna win.
I think it's one of those situations where it's like you see it on paper, you see it in the VODs, but until you experience it, you don't know how much of a snowball that's going to be.
That's right. We're going to be passing over to our analyst desk to break it down even further. Take it away, LaFell and Wolf.
Hello everyone. So first of all, I just want to say to all my fellow Filipinos that I'm so sorry for voting on Bren. Maybe that gave a very big influence. But either way, Yuzong still super strong in the M2, and we can see that Lunox has been brought in. Now the thing is, Bren Esports is a super aggressive team, but Burmese Ghouls just seem to be much more aggressive.
That's right, LaFell TZ.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I feel more Filipino
yeah,
now.
You know what? I think that this is such a good.
Sure
I don't know if I'm gonna describe this perfectly well to all esports fans out there. It's a good tempo type of draft, I would say, for the side of Burmese Ghouls. Now, before I talk about that, I also want to say that the lineup of Bren Esports, it kind of looks disconnected to me because they want to go for this funnel everything, all the farm to KOLstreamer, but there's really not much to bring that to the late game because they only have this Valier. They don't have the best wave clear unless, of course, the Claude really pops off. Now, the tempo-based lineup from Burmese Ghouls, it was played perfectly well. I love the aggressiveness from the Yuzong when you pair it up with the Lunox. It's so massive. And then the Yusenshin just focused on objectives, and it was really so textbook for Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah, and right now we're looking at the itemization, but I do have to point out as well that even though, yeah, we're talking about the draft, but we have to look at what they did in-game as well, where I feel like KOLstreamer, he made a lot of mistakes. Like, overall, Bren Esports, it seems like they did not really, I would say, respect Burmese Ghouls, especially during the orange buff situation. But right now, let's look at the itemization for both of the teams, where Yi Shin, he has completed his item, so of course his damage will be very, very high. But Yuzong, this is the thing that I do want to talk about in the M2. We rarely see now Yuzong with a bit of despair, and now more with the Hunter Strike.
It's all about just being pesky during teamfights. It's all about just dealing as much valuable damage as much as possible. What I do want to take note though is this casual Deadly Blade coming out from Hilda, from Maybe. Kind of picked up early, it then paired up with the Blade Armor. It's just checkmate at that point. You don't have that massive sustain from the members of Bren Esports.
Yeah.
I mean, not from the back, just Revitalize, as well as the lifesteal from Claude, and of course the sustain from the Lapu Lapu. And then you pair it up with not even endurance at this point. This is how they were able to deal against the heroes of Bren Esports. A very smart itemization. And if you look at it, the timing was also perfect. They don't invest on big items, but this single item coming out from the Hilda just messed up the idea from Bren Esports.
Yep. Either way, right now we're gonna look at the MVP of the game for Team Burmese Ghoul. Is gonna go to D, using that Yuzong. Again, we've talked about it. He was aggressive, and that is what we want to see, where whenever you get that advantage, you don't lose that advantage, you just keep pushing forward. And I think this really started triggering around the orange buff situation, where Team Bren Esports, they were really wanting to contest for that orange buff, but their HP was so low. It was such a bad play.
That is why I feel that this is a tempo lineup. That is why I said that. Because they are setting the tempo with this Yuzong. I think D really mastered this hero. He knows that he can participate in teamfights, particularly in when you start with the second orange. Because the first orange or the first set of buffs, maybe you're not that strong enough. But in the second and the third and the fourth, if you just become aggressive against Karltizi, and that is exactly what happened. With him combining with Hilda and of course his ultimate, they were really strong at that point. I remember that kill. I was kind of shaking my head why Karltizi was caught in that bad spot. But again, this is off of the fact that D on this Yuzong was perfect with his timings.
Yeah, and I really like looking at Burmese Ghoul. They look very comfortable on stage. I really can't wait for what they will do in the next game. And so far, I will look at Yuzong's itemization more after this. But right now, we'll be giving it back to our casters to follow up with the second game. So casters, take it away.
And thank you so much, LaFell, as well as Wolf, already pointing out some of the great stuff coming into Game 1. And also, we would like to thank Tumi for being the partners in esports for the M2 World Championship, as the journey begins with the side of all of the teams here to be crowned as champions of M2 has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage and backpack. You can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without any worries. Be sure to check out tumi.com/esports to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
We also want to say thank you to an established distributor of many well-loved consumer brands in Asia, SUTL. The group is proud to be a 2021 MLBB partner in esports for Fiji Water, Aik Chong's It's Cups, and Mountain Dew. To find out more, visit www.sutl.com.
That's right. You can also catch the live streaming of this mega event, Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020, held in Singapore for free on MeWatch from the 18th all the way to the 24th. And a total of 12 teams from 9 different countries, that includes all the Singaporean countries, have been on board competing for that $300,000 of USD. Do support your favorite team and witness history in action. So we've already got that one wrapped up. We're going in for our upcoming game in game number 2. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of things to work on, but yeah, that was an explosive game 1.
First things first, if you're not banning Yu Sun Shin, pick him up. I think that really does spell victory for a lot of lineups right now. And easily said, it's not just because of how versatile he is and how much damage he deals all throughout every stage of the game. I really do think that the Mountain Shocker is a big deal. Mountain Shocker helps out, and the fact that for Burmese Ghouls in game number 1, they have a Hilda that can just face check anything, and they have Mountain Shocker. Like, they have full just information, and information is key.
Yeah, I think it was really just a battle of Maybe and Lusty. Maybe did a lot of openings here. found a lot of openings there for the Yisonshin, for Ace.
Way more proactive.
Way more proactive. Now, Lusty was trying to find his way. He was trying to get the Jit Kundos, the Wave of the Dragons, but the opportunity never showed up. He was trying his best, even using the flicker in front of the Matilda just to catch her.
Yeah.
That's not really the case. I mean, Burmese Ghouls, I'm Filipino, but I'm gonna say I'm impressed.
Yeah.
They pushed Bren Esports, to their limits.
Let's call a spade a spade, all right? That show on Lusty looked lost. At most points in the team fight, how long did that game last? Under 15 minutes, right?
Under 15 minutes.
In under 15 minutes, early, mid, late, not a single amazing Way of the Dragon came out. Not a single aggressive Way of the Dragon.
I think what it comes down to is really just the way that Burmese Ghouls want to play the game and how you're going to have to curb that with the draft itself. I mean, that Matilda pick actually being a lot more frustrating than they would have imagined, because this was not only aggressive, but it kind of allowed a lot of people to get into the key targets in towards that back line. So I think for the adaptation for Brent, they should be looking to shut down these early game type heroes, making sure that you kind of get Burmese Ghouls at the ankles and force them to play later in towards that game, because at least then you can say, hey, first turtle, you're really good at controlling it, but you don't exactly have the characters for it either.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, there's so many things of concern right here for both sides, but Burmese Ghouls really looking absolutely strong. And even D playing on that Yuzong was absolutely phenomenal. You know what's more phenomenal? We do have great news for all of you guys out there, because today we're pleased to announce the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer. The new adventure will officially begin on January 30th, and there's the new upgrading system, Blessing, the little commander and map, all synergies to revamp, and free trial of advanced skins awaiting for you. So make sure, mark your calendars, and claim your free permanent skin.
The way that Burmese Ghouls play, it's like they flood you out with problems. They have the Hilda, it's the first problem. Then the Matilda gets the level 4. You actually just put it out there, and she becomes another problem. Then the Yisonshin, then the Yuzhong, then everyone was a problem. That's what happens.
I think more so you got to keep in mind that a lot of these fights were happening within the jungle. And I think that's the biggest point of contention here, because again, when you have something with such great AoE and you're kind of forcing them into this funnel where it's not exactly the greatest, and with slow rotations from Lapu Lapu, I mean, in comparison to Yuzong, of course, it obviously looks like it's so lopsided. It's like, oh my goodness, Yuzong is there. He's already in the backline and Lapu is just catching up.
Yep, and the fact that fights are happening in these tight spaces is already a nightmare for about half of the lineup of Bren Esports, right?
Exactly.
You have the Baksha who want to pin people down and dance around you with the Puissance as much as possible. You have the Valier who at some point is like, I just can't walk through this. My spells can only reach so far. And then you have Lusty, who I just feel so much for, because without those dashes, and if, again, you're so aggressive and you're so desperate to get something in, you're flickering into a Matilda's face, those walls in the jungle really just don't do you any favors. So yeah, I think in a macro perspective, just in easier terms, Bren Esports, to win this game number 2, to force game number 3, one of the things they need to do is to make sure that they play their game. They don't walk into these troubles, these problems, as Butters put it, from Burmese Ghouls and even from themselves.
Indeed, and we're already seeing a couple of bans coming in towards phase number 1. Share me your thoughts, because I'm seeing whatever you guys pointed out. The Yisonshin has been a big issue. We've also seen the Matilda being axed out alongside with Benedetta, as well as the Natalia. So what are you guys thinking at the moment?
Well, Burmese Ghouls wants a step in the right direction. They forced Bren to be reactive in terms of drafting. We know that Bren Esports is a team that just likes to ban out a lot of the strong meta heroes that they do not want to see in the hands of their enemies. But with that certain Yisonshin, you made them react.
Yeah, and I think, you know, more importantly here, Bren is posing the question, it's like, do you want to give me Esmeralda? I don't think Burmese Ghouls are going to let that go, but the question is, what are they losing out? And that's going to be the Jawhead. That's going to be options like Cho. That's going to be the options like Selena as well. That we honestly we haven't been seeing too much, especially as the days go by.
Yeah, no, but what's dangerous about the Selena is she needs to be able to perform at such a high level that, again, we talked about this, a losing team with a Selena in their lineup is literally just vision. Right? So I guess you pick up Sylvana here. Matilda banned out. You pick up a Sylvana and threaten the flex, right? You can put this onto Few, you can put this onto Lusty, at least you're wide open. And I guess right now for Benny Sports, that's one of the best ways they can use the first pick.
Yu Zhong will be the next pick here for the side of Burmese Ghouls. It worked wonders for them, and they're just gonna pick it up. Who are they gonna go for their second pick in this game? They could go for a Cho, probably a Jawhead.
Yeah, I would say Jawhead is a pretty good shout for the side of Burmese Ghouls, and this just gives them a lot more flexibility. Doesn't show too many of their cards. Bren Esports, on the other hand, my guess is that they're thinking like we could easily lock in Lapu Lapu, but they saw what happened previously, and now it's in their heads like they showed Lunox as well. That's also a pretty darn bad matchup for Lapu. Regardless, the Brilliance can get you out of a ton of situations. So offlane may not necessarily be their priority, but they just got to take it.
And they get a synergy between the tank and the mid. They have the Sylvana Farson combination. For Burmese Ghouls, it's all about pressure. Pressure that knowing the enemy is there with the Jawhead and the Yu Zhong, and pressure that comes out when you don't see the enemy.
All right, you know what this draft by Burmese Ghouls says to me? It's Carl TZ must die. This literally just says, Carl TZ, you're not going to have a good day, right? You have Selena, who will just ward everything on the side of Bren Esports' jungle. You have D, who at some point will just not care and will pop the ult just to get to Carl TZ, as he did game number 1. And then you have the Jawhead, which will just boop, over, through the head, throw over your purple, your orange, doesn't matter. You're not going to get this buff as early as you should. So right now, it's very clear. Sometimes your Achilles heel is just all you need, and so far it worked game 1. They just need to do it one more time.
I mean, speaking of that, I mean, Aaron, it looks like you had that moment of revelation there. What's going on with you?
Well, I'm definitely looking at how this is going to be working for the side of Burmese Ghouls. Like, essentially thinking back of what Leo just said, as much as that could potentially happen, but if they manage to put Burmese Ghouls a little bit behind in the early game, as you said, the Selena is going to be a walking ward in that sort of sense.
I think more importantly, we're looking at the bans. I think this is a little bit more of a tell as well. The Hayabusa is going to get taken out. The Lo Yi as well as the Lancelot. Lo Yi, I mean, clearly they don't necessarily need the Lo Yi for the side of Brent. They already have the Farsa.
Yeah.
So why exactly would they ban it out? They kind of want to open up the draft a little bit more to say, hey, you've got a lot of magic. You got a lot of magic damage. That's totally fine. However, I want to make sure that you don't have any diving capabilities to get into my backline and things that are just overly powerful and can dodge a lot of abilities like the Lunox, like the Hayabusa.
And right now, Burmese Ghouls have revealed their core, their jungler that's going to be Ace on the Claude, unless they pull us a Rope-a-Dope and play a marksman in the side, gold lane Claude, and then y'all pick up something like a Ling or a Roger to put in the actual jungle. Now, Bren Esports, haven't we seen this draft before? Is this not the 4-mage draft, possibly?
I mean, 1-1 is still available.
1-1. I'm seeing 1-1 as the last pick here for the side of Brent.
3 mages, that's enough?
But they could go for the Harriet as well.
Yeah.
I think it's arguable. I think both sides are very, very viable as long as you have the Lapu Lapu to kind of just like maintain and throw his body up front when Sylvana jumps in. It should be okay.
And just sprinkle on the physical.
Exactly,
just so it's a fair game.
For a 1-1.
There it is.
Yeah, 1-1. It's definitely the best call right here after, that sort of debate, which they could have gone either ways, right? And now with only Ruby needing to go, what should he actually get to be able to, answer what Bren Esports have put up on the table? Because you got those really high mobility, especially when you get a Harley, and you have to deal with the crossbow tank eventually. So this Jawhead definitely has a lot to work with.
The thing about the 1-1 and Claude matchup in terms of being marksman is Claude can be put into the jungle side. So Burmese Ghouls, they might just want to go for that, or they can go to the side lane. Now, the only difference I'm seeing to be... Oh my!
Okay.
Wow.
Wait.
Okay. Are we having a little bit of flashback here? A throwback back to the past? Going on a time journey, because I'm seeing a Diggy right here, the first to be played in the playoffs.
And this is one of the certain weaknesses that Bren Esports has. If someone just annoys the hell out of Cartesi, he loses his cool.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's mainly to punish the Sylvana more than anything else, to try and be like, oh, if Sylvana wants to actually go in, you just use the time journey and the reverse time to try and pull her back. She doesn't really have an escape mechanic afterwards when you have the reverse time on top of her. But this could honestly go either way, and I think Burmese Ghouls, very much in their playstyle, still want to snowball out of control.
Might I say, it could just be both of that, right? It could be that you punish the Sylvana, you make Lusty's life a living hell, and just the same, you go all Invasion McGee. Like, you can plant those auto alarm bombs, and you can just make sure that Cartesi again. I think that's the name of the game.
I think right now. Oh, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you guys will be able to banter that. We're already in the Land of Dawn, Game 2. And we got a lot to talk about that. Did you pick up 5 Burmese goals?
Butters, what are you thinking?
Going back to what I was saying. Now, maybe has the Aegis, so this might be somewhat of a Digi feed strat. But for the side of Burmese Ghouls, it's not about control Cartesi. It's about control Lusty.
No, the thing is, a feed Digi strat doesn't have to be a feed Digi strat if you're winning.
Yeah.
If you're able to get those free kills, because Diggy does deal quite a bit of damage, you don't have to think about it like that.
Yeah, what in the world happened to Rebo there? Did Rebo, wait, hold on. I'm wondering whether or not he got, no, there's no way. Even if you took smart missiles or ejector first, there's no way you'd be getting chunked out that low.
He was dueling with a high and dry fighter Jawhead.
But there's no way he would catch up to him almost ever, unless he walked up too far, unless he got punished by Ruby DD, who's probably hiding in a brush.
Yeah, most likely.
Because I think in terms of items, the 1-1 doesn't get the movement speed or the boots early on, while for the Jawhead, they get that.
They go boots first.
They go boots for the side lane.
Yeah.
And now, as you can see it, he got the boot now.
The boot.
Probably he just sold his item, just got it. He knew that he needed it the most.
I suppose. But I think these are one of those situations where you don't want to like walk up a little too far, especially when you know there's a Jawhead off lane. The moment you see high and dry, it's like, this is a dead giveaway. You shouldn't be mistakings like that. Oh, but Few using that Purifier to get on out of there, and I think this game, it is slowly begun. Give it 2 more minutes, and it's going to be a fiesta.
Oh, Turtle Cam. Turtle is now up. Rebo here still having a hard time. Ace in the area. And Ruby DD, they positioned themselves to the Turtle.
I think they're going to start it up by looking at where Kid left his traps. There's got to be some in the bush, at least entering this greater turtle area. Right now, that's going to be Cartesi. And Cartesi coming in. First blood drawn here by Cartesi. Down goes Baby. But that's, I guess, what a Digi does. Anyways, Cartesi looking low.
And finding these pickoffs on Carl like it's nothing. And Farsa goes down as well. He gets hit by the arrow. And man, oh man, Burmese Ghouls are just controlling the early game.
Yep, I mean, this game really is just snowballing in the way that Burmese Ghouls wants to, but Rebo is going to have the time to sit on top of the on the top lane and get a little bit of that gold, trying to slowly just maintain the gold lead, keeping it even. Don't want to lose too much out.
Arm's reach is it still right now about 200, 300 gold, 3 minutes in. Oh no, I wonder if Rebo knows. This is huge. Lusty gets caught in by the reverse time, catching a few bombs himself. Cartesi sitting at 1-1 with the mystery shop. Now, here you see how, despite how nice the draft is, regardless for both sides, you kind of feel that Bren Esports, they know that they're on a clock every single time. They know that they can't go as slow as they did game number 1.
They couldn't really control the early game here for the side of Burmese Ghouls, even if they had the Claude. When Bren Esports used the Claude, they were controlled heavily by the side of Burmese Ghouls. It just seems to me that they cannot return the favor.
Yeah, I don't think they have enough items to start pushing their agenda just yet. They need a little bit more time for a lot of their heroes here, but I think you have to give it a flap teasy. After finding that first initial pick onto Diggy, it's looking good, but now he's going to get jumped on, and rotations are being made. Don't think it's going to be too big of a deal here. I mean, even topside, you can see Burmese Ghouls just potentially looking to gank.
And we are going to have a pause. Raptor Machete is now up for ace. In terms of stacks, I think it's probably at 12 now. It's gonna hit 15 in just a bit. But Bren Esports, they are finding themselves in a bad spot right now.
About half a minute till the next hurdle. I think if Bren Esports maintains these rotations and plays it safe, right? Keeps Karltzy safe and make sure that Rebo is relatively untouched, because I think that's what they're doing here. So far, the reason why a lot of the fights are happening away from Rebo is because they know that Rebo is an insurance policy. At some point, if they let Rebo farm up, which has been happening for now the first 4 minutes, I think when you reach the 9th, 10-minute mark after Rebo's second or third core item, you'll be fine. That's when you'll be a little more confident. But as it's going so far, without that second turtle, it's gonna look dire because all the more ace is just gonna snowball.
Yep. I think Corrosion Sight is going to be needed here. There's a lot of dive potential going to the side of Burmese Ghouls. If ever 1-1 just gets like a Demon Hunter Sword, a Corrosion Staff, or the Endless Battle, this is going to favor Bren Esports. It's just a matter of will he get it? Will he get to those items?
I think, yeah, it's just a matter of time. I get what you're saying, Butters, and I would definitely agree. Other than the fact that, you know, the rest of the Burmese Ghouls, they're trying to cut that time short. They're trying to say, no, we need to put enough pressure on the map to make you say, hey, you have to react, you have to respond, and if you do, you might lose your life in the process.
Yeah. So it's a matter of really just staying in the early to mid game for Bren Esports, like go through the motions so that we get there properly with our items. And for Burmese Ghouls right now, they're trying to skip that whole thing, right? Like, in layman's terms, they want to go straight into marriage. Just jump in, right? Like, just put a ring on it.
Yeah.
Just put a ring on it and drop you guys in the lower bracket. Like, just overall, that's the game plan.
And that will be the Burmese Ghouls.
The Burmese Ghouls.
That's the Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was leaning more to the Burmese Ghouls rather than Bren wanted to be jumping in a little bit too early. But it's a matter of perspective, you know? It's a matter of perspective. Now, Bren here on towards the top side, as you can see, both having their insurance policies of Ace and as well as Rebo to make sure that they can carry the team at the end of the day. But despite losing the first turtle, it's 10.8 to 10.8K.
Very close.
Bloodlust Axe is now up for D. Toughness Boots will be the boot of choice for that Claude on Ace. Turtle Cam is now up, and as you can see, Burmese Ghouls, they're ready to take it.
Oh, the doctor almost went down. Oh, that was so scary again. It happened. Oh, that's going to be a feathered airstrike. I think Ruby DD's going to bite it. Oh, that's going to be Karltzy laying down the law. Close one. And still nice steal here by Ace. He's going to go for the blazing to win. Oh! No, that's Flapteezy. Flapteezy makes him pay.
Oh my goodness, that is going to be the fight that D wants. He tries to go for the counter initiate. Few on the other hand, he escapes. Karltzy here trying to make the most out of this. Maybe he will go down, maybe not, and maybe he will live.
Oh my goodness, I don't know, but I've been noticing for the entire M2, how are people getting away with 1 HP more times than they should?
I mean, I don't know if it's somewhere on the map, but right now, delay damage onto Flapteezy. Okay, I have an idea of how to explain it, right? Remember how there's so many chases happening in this game so far? It's because Burst. Burst seems to be the name of the game currently in Mobile Legends. And second, why are games so fast? 13 minutes, 14 minutes? Again, because of the timers. They're just so much shorter in the jungle, and that's why heroes develop so much faster. Next, why are people getting with 1 HP? I'm guessing it's just mechanics, man. We are playing at the top of the competitive ladder. This is the highest echelon of MLBB competition. So, hey, if I'm better just this split second, then you don't get the kill.
Honestly, I just feel a little unlucky. Like Burmese Ghouls have landed all of their abilities, and Few just makes it away with literally 1 HP. And the same has gone the opposite side as well. But wait, hold on. This might be something here.
Oh, maybe getting caught out, but that is his answer to that Imperial Justice. It's going to be the reverse time. Now, onto the top lane, we're seeing Carl here try to control the lane for a bit with a Farsa, and 1-1 is relegated to the bottom lane. They're just giving him space, and he will be there, and maybe he will go down. That is going to be Deadly Magic taking his life.
Oh, this is what they've been waiting for so long. And okay, now they've got a little bit of a kill lead, but that's not all, as they want to push a little bit further, especially when it comes to these neutral objectives.
Okay, so now they have control over the jungle. D is in the area. He can use the Black Dragon form. Lusty getting hit by the arrow. And look at this, Imperial Justice on Ace. Flap goes in, and that Labu just goes in and tries to deal as much damage as possible, but he gets kited. He takes maybe down, but he goes down in the process. That is a 3-4-1.
I think the name of the game for Bren Esports right now is to just minimize their losses, and oh, KarlTzy gets caught out. I think for Bren Esports, despite them locking in that third turtle of the game, they really just still want to invest in Doc Rebo. They still want to make sure this 1-1 gets there. It's because they could have really called for 1-1. They could have said, hey, we're going to pick a fight here in Turtle. Please help out. But no, they just said, okay, you farm up. You make sure that we make it to the late game. And we'll just make sure that we win or just don't die as often. And now here's an Imperial Justice starting it off.
And he goes for the Blazing Duet just in time before he got stunned. And Lusty, he's finding these Imperial Justices on the Claude. But in terms of follow-up, we don't see it.
I mean, Lusty is just taking the opportunities as they come. Luckily, he's getting out without getting punished too far. But like, you could see on the minimap that like everybody, Rebo, KarlTzy as well, even with the space escape, could not catch up to it. There was just too much distance to cover.
Oh my goodness, and we are probably seeing Burmese Ghouls. They are close to just getting this series win, but Bren Esports don't count them out. Rebo is still their insurance policy, and this is going to be the weakness finder for Rebo. If I'm not mistaken, this would be the weakness finder, and this is going to hurt once we hit the late game.
Yeah, and more importantly, it just allows him like, oh, I don't have a corrosive sight, that's fine. I can still run you down the moment it procs literally once or twice. It's not the most fun in the world, but as you can see, the game is slowly starting to progress in a way that Bren is actually quite happy about. All right, you're literally, what, 1 point? No, 2K ahead of me. No big deal. As long as it's a 2K margin, one fight, we can turn it around, get our power spike, and then look to fight you later on.
Yep, and I don't think they even need to win fights. They just need to survive fights and just live to see Doc Rebo with that MD, all right? Like, this is exactly what it feels like to have a doctor in your family. It's gonna take a while. The studies, oh, don't get me started. That's a decade plus. But
husbandship too.
Yeah, exactly, right? But when you get there, oh wow, you got a doctor in the family, it's all good. But right now they have to hold strong, man. Because the first floor taken in here by Burmese Ghouls, not even 10 minutes in. Again, imagine the pressure crashing down onto your base. If they're not smart about the defense, they're getting penetrated real soon.
And they have a lot of long-range punish. See that? The time bomb, the reverse time, the abyssal trap, the abyssal arrow. There are a lot of things that Burmese Ghouls, they can use these things as a way to punish Bren Esports. If Flap goes in, they can just turn on Flap and just punish him. But then again, if you're seeing this, Few isn't really the target of the Black Dragon form in terms of D just using it.
I mean, not anymore, especially when you have Kid on the watch, and as well as RubyDD, either or could look to try and pressure Few whenever he does start dropping that feather airstrike. So right now, Bren is just looking to fight in the right place at the right time. While Burmese Ghouls, they're just looking for picks, consistently sieging them under their turret. Kid, he's gonna jump in and out whenever he feels like it. And with Lord knocking at their door, what choice does Bren have?
Look at this, Lusty almost getting hit by the arrow, and this is the push that Burmese Ghouls wants to go for, and the Blazing Duet just deals so much damage. Oh! Flap is forced to go away, and Flap goes down. That is going to be the D with his phenomenal usual play, and they get the turret onto the middle lane. Will the turret on the top lane go as well? And Bren Esports, they minimize the casualties, they minimize the losses. But for the side of Burmese Ghouls, they're happy to take this slowly but surely just because they have the Claude in their hands.
If anything, it's all about Bren Esports making the best decisions, the least worst for them, right? Because already they are stuck between a rock and a hard place, and what they need to do right now is just stop the bleeding. So far, mid getting penetrated here is definitely the worst that they can have, but at least what they can hold on for here is, again, Rebo is slowly building up. He has not died yet. And if you can bait out the ults from Burmese Ghouls, maybe at least waste one Black Dragon form from D, then I guess you're on the way. We are sitting at 12 minutes.
And
yeah, we are.
Yeah, and Kid
here. Like this, like this.
Maybe will be the target, and Flap trying to go in for Kid. Kid gets away. Abyssal Arrow gets thrown out. Rebo gets hit, but he has the ability to just cleanse himself from these disables.
And right now, I mean, the clock for Brand Esports is 6 minutes. If they can't survive for the next 6 minutes from here on out, Burmese Ghouls should easily take this game, because in 6 minutes time, that's going to allow Brand Esports to hit at least the 52K mark, and then the goal doesn't matter, everybody's at full items, and then you're just trying to execute better than your opponent.
And as you can see, D there trying to go for KarlTzy. He has the Winter Truncheon, and that is going to be the punish. Feather Air Strike in the middle of everything. KarlTzy trying to tank as much damage as possible, but there's going to be the time journey in the middle of everything. It protects people. Brand Esports falling one by one. Lusty is the next target. He dashes in back to base. Karl going in. He doesn't have the hat trick. And that is probably going to be it. Rebo trying his best. Oh! And Ace still here. Lusty trying to go for the stun. And they live to fight another day.
Yeah, but they've really crippled Brand at this point in time, and what I thought was going to be 6 minutes might have just extended to 7 at this point, and it's the clock is ticking, and I don't think they have that kind of time anymore.
3 for 3 in that last clash. Of course, I think it's still good for the Burmese Ghouls. They did take top lane, and they still maintain pressure on bottom. What I'm seeing here is the fact that I think all of Brand Esports have agreed that we're not getting much mileage from KarlTzy, so you start building defense. I'm pretty sure, I wouldn't be surprised, none of us would be surprised if after this Winter Truncheon, he builds something towards the likes of another defense item. Because I think they really are going to go all in onto Rebo, and that's essentially what's happening here. 1-0 in 4, Rebo just picked up his Queen's Wings, and so far, they did well to just bait out the Black Dragon form. They do that maybe one more time, and maybe in a more successful area, maybe even steal for the sword right now, then we might see that 7 minutes pass by.
I might want to see Brand Esports here fight as a team, because the thing that they're doing, but hold that thought, Ruby DD gets the kill on View, and that only means Burmese Ghouls here have free reign of the Lord. Brand Esports, they are forced back, but D here, he is going to cut Rebo and Lusty, and KarlTzy will be their target. 2 members from the side of Brand Esports go down. Lightning Truncheon goes to Kid. And if you're a Burmese Ghoul fan, you're really happy right now that this is happening.
Yeah, this is just a huge win for Burmese Ghouls. I mean, Lusty, he can't walk in. KarlTzy can look to try and make something happen, but oh no, he got hit!
Gets hit! He gets hit! Karl has a Winter Truncheon. Lusty trying to bail them out, but Rebo here can only do so much. The Abyssal Trap will bite him in the end. He will go down. View is up. They can probably defend this with the Feathered Air Strike. And D just trying to cap close at the last possible moment. Crossbow of Tang. Kid goes down. D is way too tanky. Rebo is trying his best to stay alive. Burmese Ghouls take down Rebo. KarlTzy and Few they are alive and they are ready to defend. But will it be enough as Burmese Ghouls also take the Luminous Lord?
Slow golf clap for Doc Rebo. He lasted, what, 30-45 seconds more than any other 1-1 had business doing so. He popped the crossbow of Tang at the very right moment, and right now that just bought Brand Esports time to have another hero come in, respawn, so it's 4 defenders now going up against this Luminous Lord, and here comes D.
And look at this, the Lord right now is just going in. Ace with a blazing duet. It takes down a lot of people with the side of Brand Esports. View trying to go for the Feathered Air Strike. It will take down the Lord, but does that even matter? As Burmese Ghouls head straight for the crystal, and they just finish it.
Wow, what a game. What a game, and it looks like the fans were right. The extra 0.6 made all the difference for the Burmese Ghouls to take it away 2-0, not even a 2-1 against Brand Esports.
And now the Myanmar side has been able to secure the upper bracket final. One more step before they head in towards the grand finals. But we will see who will join them along the ranks.
Guys, please
because we
give
still
a
have
like
another
on the
sexy
stream,
kill
man. Please
between
subscribe
Omega
our
as
YouTube channel,
well as
guys.
RRQ Hoshi.
We'll be really appreciated for that.
This 2-0 victory. This is a big statement from the Burmese Gulls.
Arguably, this is the very first upset all day today. A lot of fans will say that Bren Esports should have taken this, if not 2-0, 2-1, right? Given how much we know of the team and how well they performed in the group stages. But right here,
Sad
right
for
now,
Bren Esports,
it
guys.
seems
Even
like
I
the
was
status
supporting
quo
Bren
has
Sport,
shifted.
but
I would totally agree with that, and I think, you know, the bigger
I'm
question, I
sad
know
for
you
that.
guys would be the most disappointed if you weren't here sitting here on the caster's table, but what exactly went wrong?
I mean,
I don't know what went wrong with the
Burmese
Bren
schools
Sports.
did their homework.
They did really good homework as well.
They knew that if you force Carl into the marksman jungle Claude in game number 1, they would be rotating their draft around him. And they just made those small holes bigger and bigger and bigger, and they won from that.
Yep.
For game number 2, they did not give an assassin to Carl TZ. They were forced to pick the Harley, and I think that the Diggy was such a good pick.
Yeah.
The reverse time really just stopped him from going in and out of the fight.
That's right. We've had a little bit of chat about this feeding Diggy strat that, you know, Bren absolutely hates, and they honestly put that needle where it needs to be at.
It doesn't need to be a feeding Diggy strat. It just can be a good Diggy strat, and that's exactly what MLBB did here. Super impressive. I'm excited to see and hear what our analysts are going to say about it, because I'm pretty sure they can tell us exactly how Burmese Ghouls just changed our minds and changed the setting, the overall atmosphere of M2.
Thank you very much, casters. And yeah, there's a lot of things that we have to talk about, but it's mostly on the draft. The Diggy, as well as the Yuzong being left out again. My name is Afel, this is Wolf, and we got to really break it down where Brand is the favorite to win. And, you know, I thought they were going to be champions, so, like, sorry again. Sorry, this is my... I promise I will vote for RRQ.
This is a double elimination bracket, so you just have to relax.
Yeah.
Just have to relax.
I'll just vote for RRQ, then we're all good.
Now, maybe don't vote anymore, perhaps. Well, you know, kidding aside, guys, I'm a drafter myself. I love how just teams and coaches draft. And in this particular day, maybe the last, I would say, past months, Burmese schools, whoever is drafting for the team, he needs to get a raise.
We gotta talk about Diggy. Why was Diggy so good in that match particularly?
You know, I was thinking of other solutions to the Sylvana pick, as well as the fact that the Harley is just so good in this particular game. I cannot think of a solution to both of them, but Burmese schools drafted perfectly. So they picked up the Jawhead first and then threw in a curveball saying that it's not gonna be a Jawhead tank. It is going to be the Diggy. So it answered so much. It is perfect against the Harley because of the fact that Deadly Magic is just stopped by this. And absolutely, the Times Journey is perfect against all the lockdown coming out from Bren Esports.
Yeah, so we're going to look at the highlights over here. And what we're going to see is every single time, just like you said, not every single time, but basically like maybe using that Diggy, most of the times protect his own teammates, and the thing that he has in Aegis as well, making sure that they need a lot more burst if they want to take anyone down.
It was really scary for Burmese Ghouls because they're not winning per se, but I like the fact that Deeb was phenomenal once again, back-to-back games, and maybe we can talk about that later. Now, in this turtle fight, it was definitely the turtle taken by Bren Esports, but afterwards they don't get the control out of the map. Maybe that's the biggest problem there, because Burmese Ghouls in reverse, in converse, they are getting all of those big fights. Now, I think that the most crucial fight will happen here in the mid lane. We will see it later, but I think that you have to take note about how much shielding has helped Burmese Ghouls in this particular fight. By the way, D with you know, the confidence just to dive into the parts.
I'm actually quite surprised why his Yuzong was left out again.
Maybe we can pause here because this is a very important fight. Yeah, I think that if you have to look at the idea here I think it's one of the concepts of appealing or at least luring your opponents here, because Burmese Ghouls, they have attracted everybody in this part, and if you're looking at the lineup of Bren Esports, they're really eyeing and looking towards this place. Now if you compare that to the reaction coming out from Ace, he knows that with the Diggy in there in the middle and also Stain coming out from D, then you also have the Joy. By the way, almost everybody has shields now for the Brim Schools. Now Ace had a free pass to go around here, and this allowed him to just clean up afterwards. So what you're gonna notice is that the sustain coming out from Burmese Schools will be enough. Now for Bren Esports, they might have the Deadly Blade carriers, so they may have Durance at this point, but the biggest problem is you don't really have anti-shields. You don't have the true damage sources. You have so many anti-sustain, but not much anti-shields. And also the positioning from Burmese Schools was really immaculate in almost every skirmish that we saw in this match.
Yeah, and I like the fact that we're really looking at all of these shields, because before this, during the Athena shield time, everyone used that to make sure that, okay, I'm not going to get bursted down, but because Athena shield was slightly reworked, everybody loved playing burst just because it gives you that immediate success. But the thing is, now with the Diggy, usually we're like, all right, this is gonna be a Diggy feeding strat, but it's like, no, we're not feeding. We just want shields. We want a lot of shields. And a little birdie, I would say, little Wolfie, told me that Bren, they really do not like the Diggy.
No, the lore of Bren Esports tells us that they hate that Diggy. Man, there came a point where the feeding Diggy strategy was used against some other team, and then afterwards, Bren just automatically first banned that hero all throughout. But that was a feeding Diggy. This time, it's completely different, and I would say this is the true form of how the Diggy should be played.
But how does that feel for them? It's like, oh, it's not doing the feeding Diggy. We're happy. They didn't do it. They still lost, so I don't know, like, I guess they'll just continue to ban the Diggy. But either ways, right now we're looking at the itemization between both of the teams. And right now, let's look at the Diggy. It's not using a lot of magic damage-based items. It's mostly using the feeding time and just focusing on the defensive. Because at least in Malaysia, there was a conflict. Like, okay, should Diggy do, like, the magic build to have fat shields, or just be as tanky as possible to be able to time your ultimate on time?
Yeah, I guess this is more all about their... I think that if you're looking at just the items, it's pretty standard. No, if you're looking at Burmese Ghouls, however, this is not one thing that we can see right in the screen, but I want to tell you, the timing for Burmese Ghouls is much better, particularly on their course, because this is the idea of having like a dual support combination wherein you have the Diggy as well as the Selena, wherein they start in the middle, they help the marksman a lot. They are the bridge that connects the Claude into his win condition. That's a very metaphorical way, but all I'm trying to say is that they have babysitters to help them farm.
Yeah, and if we look at the stats as well, nine buffs for the side of Burmese Ghoul, both orange and purple, and Brandy only got 7. So it doesn't look like there was much jungle control in the early to the mid game. It's only in the later stages of the game where we can see that Ace steals the buffs from the enemy team.
You know what's very important? Look at the turret. It's 10-1. This is off of the fact that we almost forgot how big of a sieging hero the Diggy is. And how do you siege with the Diggy? You have a marksman or you have a heavy pusher, and then you also have the time bombs coming out from the Diggy. Zone out your enemies from behind. And when they do jump, just pop the time's journey and you're gonna be safe.
Yeah, and then right now we can look at the stats as well. The rich guy as well as the carry is gonna go to Ace with 848 gold per second, as well as 53,000 total damage. And the sandbag will be given to Flapteasy, and Forgotten One is maybe. Again, in M2, we've seen crazy drafts. This is one of the first drafts that we've seen with no tank, and yet he has a lot of protection in terms of the shield. And in terms of the damage bringing out from Burmese Ghoul, we can definitely see that everyone is involved, where even the Diggy has a higher damage than both the Yuzong as well as the Jawhead.
You know what? You talked about how crazy the drafts are. In the past, in the group stages, there were many crazy drafts, but this one, you will attribute it to the more leaning more on the genius side.
Genius, yes.
You know what? Because sometimes he gets so creative it doesn't make sense. It just looks good. It just looks gimmicky. But this one, it looks gimmicky at the start, but it made a lot of sense when you saw it during the game itself. This is a marvelous approach to drafting. I love it. I think that Burmese Ghouls so far have won my Drafters Award. But yeah, the fact that they use Diggy with Aegis, not something that I would really recommend, but in this particular game, it's just so perfect.
Yeah, and right now we're gonna look at the MVP of the game. Is gonna be given to Ace with his Claude with a KDA of 5-7, and I think he got the MVP just because of how he really played the Claude. He did not take any unnecessary chances when going for the kills. And just like how you pointed out in the highlight just now, where he saw, okay, a lot of people are going mid. I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm going to get a free kill. And once everyone has wasted all of their skills, hey, I'm coming back.
It's easy to be baited as a Claude to just look at, like, you see 5 heroes, I'm going to go jump in and blaze into it.
Yeah.
But this guy is so patient. Not only that, he worked with his team. I love the fact that when they were trying to push, particularly into the top lane, they popped the Blazing Duet as well as the Aegis End Times Journey.
Yeah.
You know how many shields that will have.
That was so much. But yeah, like, you can do that. Without that, it's not Blazing Duet, it's Blazing Do Not Do It.
This guy. You win this time. You win this time, Lapel. Okay. Lapel TZ, you win this time.
Yes, my name is Lapel TZ. But anyways, I love the fact that Burmese Ghoul, a lot of... remind me again, the talents. Our prediction was heavily on Bren. And the viewers, it was 50-50. The viewers know more.
Yeah.
Burmese Ghoul, they might win. And speaking of which, our host, Joaquin Gomez, he got it right.
You know what they say, the viewers are always smarter than the analysts.
No, but but either way, that is it from us, because after this we do have to go to our other host, Lysander, to go to the interview with Burmese Ghoul. So without further ado, Lysander, please take it away.
Lysander, and I'm here with the winners interview once again. Burmese Ghouls doing another 2-0, the third 2-0 of today against Brand Esports. Pretty shocking to the analysts because they were thinking that it would be a closer game, but Burmese Ghouls really showed their opponents that they weren't here to mess around. And yeah, I'm here with one of their players, Ace, who is their hyper carry or mid player, and he's going to share a little bit of insights as to how they managed to defeat their opponents, Brand Esports, considered one of the favorites in this tournament. Hey Ace, how you doing? How you feeling right now? I know you seem pretty calm and controlled. You're gonna win. Okay, not scared at all. All right, but you know, a lot of people have been saying Brand Esports is one of the stronger teams in the tournament. Did you do any special homework to counter them? You know, like study their strategies, their favorite
Backup
picks?
mic can hear. Backup mic can hear. Backup mic can hear. Can hear or not? Test.
Okay.
So they made a mistake.
Oh, you think like everyone's saying they're really strong, so they might be a little bit overconfident.
Yeah, that's
okay. And also a lot of pressure, right? Being said the strongest, you know.
Yes.
And a lot of people said you're underdogs, and that's good for you because you have no expectations.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about. Okay, so I want to talk about some of the picks. The analysts were very excited about your Diggy pick. You know, it's not very commonly seen, but you guys picked it against Brand, and the analysts tell me that Brand hates Diggy actually.
Yeah.
So did you guys pick it to mess with them or what?
I guess I think I know they hate Diggy, so that is also. But Diggy is also a very good sport. You know, like when counter a lot of stand, like hit RD, and when he die, he can still show the match to his teammates. So it's very useful.
Yeah, very good for scouting, very good for annoying people. And I want to talk about Yuzong, all right? That hero has been dominating the past few games we've watched, and somehow teams just don't ban him. Why do you think people don't ban Yuzong?
I guess like the two teams both can play Yuzong. Like if we don't pick, they will pick, you know. So if they not pick the Yuzong, we will take the Yuzong.
Okay. But what if they picked Yuzhong? What would you guys do?
I guess we'll take the Labu.
Okay. You guys have a counter for him?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Last question. I want to ask you guys, what would you say to the Brand Esports fans? A lot of them are very sad now. Their favorite team got 0-2. Do you have any encouraging words, nice words for them? A lot of their fans have been saying you guys were fighting AI. I don't believe that. They're really strong. Do you have anything nice to say to them?
I don't know how to say, but good luck to your next match.
All right, good luck to your next match. I think that is fair. All right, who do you want to face in up next?
I guess it will be RRQ.
All right, RRQ, they're the stronger team in this tournament as well, and you want to face them first before going to the final.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for the interview, Ace. All right, guys, with that said, we are going to wrap up the third series. We're going to go for a short break, and after that, we're going to come back with the final series, RRQ versus Omega. It's going to be big.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
And welcome to the semifinals, where right now our players will be playing a best of 3 to really find out who deserves to be in the finals.
Dive right in whenever he gets the chance to do so, and Jams land true, a double KO already being charged up. Same goes to Hassan Matthew. It's going to be a blow for Boba. Currency still lands the final finishing touch.
But now double KO punches coming out of Ace. It's already going in. EJ doesn't have anything left. The cooldown's not up. Done. Too low to handle. Ace comes out on top. A sliver of health.
Assassin, high and dry, and the spell is executed. So you can sure kill the opponent.
And ang recommended item ko sa kanya is Endless Battle or Deadly 7Cs. Deadly Blade and 7Cs.
É machado sanguinário, bota. É porque a build a gente faz na hora, né?
Immortality is really good. Can always go in and get the immortality and just get the hell out because he's so mobile with his skills. So gives you a chance at second life.
All of our players have showed their best Paquito skills. This is the finals of the Paquito Challenge, and we will see who will be the champion.
Already out, but the ultimate's been blown off coming from Burmese Goals, which means Curtsy might just have advantage right here, going back for the KO, and Ace now looks for the kill, and it's a turn around. And he does open up with a KO, double KO coming out from Ace as well, but he hops right back at him, and Curtsy, he made a mistake, and this will be a GG.
Well played, Ace. Well played.
Nói là cho đi phát huy luôn sẽ lao tại giảm chỗ đấy thì là sáng nay nghe áp lực giao chiến thì nghe thôi phải chia tôi cho này chỗ nào cái rồi này hóa rồi lên nó nhàng quan đạo đấy အဲ့ဒီ original ဆာဘာမှာတော့မဆော့ရတယ်အဓိကအဲ့လိုကျွန်တော်တက်ဆာဘာမှာဗီဒီယိုခေါ်ရတဲ့အချိန်မှာကြည့်ရတာတော့ဒီရဲ့ဒီဟိုအရင်သူစကေးတွေပေါ်မှာရန်ကြမ်းတယ်သူက hero ကြီးလိုက်ပြီးဆိုရင်တက်ခုပြီးရတယ်တက်၄ခုပြေးသွားတယ်သူစကေးအကုန်ပြန်ပြေးဆိုရန်နဲ့ကြမ်းတယ်ဆိုတော့ဒီရဲ့ hero ဗီဒီယိုနဲ့ရန်ကြိုက်အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်က Burmese for H ပါကျွန်တော် Paquito hero ရန်ကြိုက်ပါတယ်အကုန်လုံးလည်းကြိုက်လိမ့်မယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ပြောနေပါတယ်ဒီရဲ့ hero က January 15မှာ6ရက်6မှာဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်အားလုံးပဲစောင့်ကြည့်ဖို့မေ့ပါတယ်
Found our Parvatis, guys. 2 Parvatis are here in the mall roaming around. Leslie and Mia.
Congratulations to Ace, but we are not done yet. We have seen Paquito in a 1v1, but let's see how Paquito does in a real match. Now Ace, along with his teammates, will go in a 5v5 where Ace will be using Paquito. In the 1v1, Paquito's strength is limited. But now let's see how he does when there are no rules to hold him down. I can't wait to see how Ace will be using Paquito in a real match, so casters, take it away.
Congratulations to Ace of Burmese Gold for winning the 1v1 Paquito challenge, and now we'll be seeing how he'll be rocking with a 5v5 setting, and oh my goodness, he goes in straight for the first blood.
Absolutely, and he gets a second kill as well with the rest of his team looking for these hard dives. Paquito at level 1 has its effectiveness overall in the matchup, especially when he gets that refresh of his cooldowns with that champion stance. All right, now Ace walking back up into the lane, and I mean, Alucard, he shouldn't be standing there. I don't think he realizes how much danger he's in as Ace comes in hard with a knockout punch, goes in with a clean combo jab into double left heavy hand.
Yeah, that's a perfect
perfectly charged jab right there, and oh my, it seems like there just might be another casualty on this line. Ariana Safi, he's probably not going to survive this. Look at that! The knockout burst just comes out from Ace.
Nobody expects how much damage that Paquito can actually pull off with the double knockout strike. It's so shocking. Like, look, he hasn't even used his execute just yet. This game has just completely gone downhill for the enemy team. They don't know how to deal with Ace right now. He's just so huge. But can they push this even more? I think they're looking to try and end this. Oh no, Alucard, he goes in, but he's way too weak to actually handle the amount of damage. The wombo combos coming out of Ace is too clean to handle as he takes him out and looks to press right under their turret. Nothing they can do, and the rest of the Burmese ghouls just knocking them down like flies.
That's right, and that's gonna be the top side being opened up, and they're already diving right in. It's a mega kill for the Paquito.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Paquito is huge. The snowball potential that comes out of this man. No mana, 9 kills to end the game, and there you have it. Your new champ, Paquito.
Paquito hero က5v5 မှာဆောက်မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဒီ hero အရင်ကြောက်စရာကောင်းပါသူနဲ့လိန်နေဖေးထင်ရတဲ့ hero ကတော့နည်းနည်းလေးတီးထားမှာဘာလို့လဲသူ spell တွေတစ်ခွက်စီအကုန်လုံးကအဲ့ဒါကြောက်စရာကောင်း level 1ဆိုရှိရတယ် level 2ဆိုရင်ရှေ့တိုးပြီးထိုးတာဆိုတော့အတီးရပြီဆိုရင်သူလုံးဝတီးထားမှာပါအဲဒါကြောင့် 5v5 မှာဆိုရင်တော့ပို့ပြီးတော့ကြောက်စရာကောင်းတာမပြီး hero ကခုနပြောခဲ့သလိုပဲ 5v5 ပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ် 1v1 ဖြစ်ပဲဒီ hero ကကြာအဓိက 2SK ပေါ့နော်အဲ့လို enemy တွေတွားပြီးတော့အဲ့လို dive ပြီးချရပုံစံဆိုဒီ hero ဆော့မယ်ဆိုတော့ aggressive ဆန်ဆန်ပဲဆော့တာကောင်းတာပါဘာလို့လဲသူကအဲ့လို aggressive ဆန်ပြီးဆော့မယ်ဆိုတော့ enemy ကဘာမှလုပ်ချင်မရှိပဲသူ့ရဲ့ stand အောက်မှာနေတည်သွားမှာဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်ဆော့မယ်ဆိုရင်အဲ့လိုaggressive ဆန်ဆန်ပြီးဆော့ပါ
Now that everyone has seen how strong and aggressive Paquito is, don't forget, he will be officially released on the 15th of January. That is it from us. We will see you in the land of dawn.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Okay, guys, next game will be Omega Esports Philippines versus RRQ Indonesia. So, Kalejita, who will win, guys? And what will be the score? At the end of the stream, guys, there will be one epic skin draw. We'll be doing this
to celebrate the release of
not only one.
Paquito,
Let's make
we are
it
going to
2
showcase
or
his
3.
true power.
Let's make it
in
3.
an epic
3 epic skin giveaway at the
mini
end of the
tournament
stream.
between the best
So please,
Mobile
guys, don't
Legends
forget to
players
share the
all
stream.
over the world. But before we get
please
into
subscribe
that,
our
let's
channel,
first talk
give a
about
thumbs
Zero.
up to the stream.
Paquito is a super versatile fighter that aims to be the strongest fighter of them all. He can be played in the side lanes or even be played as a roaming tank. His passive, Champ Stance, is a unique mechanic that allows him to conduct a variety set of combos, making him unpredictable and able to create skillful plays. Paquito builds stacks when hitting enemy heroes with basic attack and skills. When 4 stacks are reached, Paquito enters Champ Stance and enhances his next skill. After using his enhanced skill, Paquito will have a short burst of movement speed. Personally, I really like his movement speed animation. Whenever Paquito enters Champ Stance, his skills will be enhanced and it will also reset the cooldown of his skills, allowing for devastating combos on his enemies. Paquito's first skill is Heavy Left Punch, which
guys,
he will be using his
more.
left hand to do.
We are waiting for
It is a damaging
Omega
skill that
Esports
gives Paquito a
versus
shield when he hits his
Rick
enemies.
Swagon killed.
In Champ Stance, the damage and shield numbers will be higher. Paquito's second skill, Jab. Paquito's Jab is a blinking ability that lets him dash in or away from his enemies. He can dash through small walls, however those thicker ones, yeah, that's not gonna happen. This skill does massive damage, and in Champ Stance, Paquito will do even more devastating damage. Paquito's ultimate, Knockout Strike, is his flashiest skill, which makes him good in teamfights and diving. Paquito will dash forward, pushing his enemies.
Giveaway YouTube ko na yun.
In Champ Stance, Paquito adds a knockup after pushing the enemy
don't
away,
understand how that's
creating a
going.
better setup for a team fight. Correct use of Paquito's Knockout Strike can definitely help him out in winning those team fights. In this Paquito challenge, we have 14 players. M2's first seed teams will have 2 representatives, while the teams from the second seed below will only have 1 representative. They will be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals. That will be a best of 3. Who among these talented players will pilot this new hero to the greatest height and be the champion of the Paquito challenge? Get ready for some impressive fistfights. Stay tuned to the next episode.
Mabilis siya gumalaw, tsaka marami siyang burst damage.
I think in general the hero has a lot of potential.
To me, it's quite.
I didn't understand Akash, what is that?
Because
What do
it
you
doesn't
want,
require
what you are
mana
asking? You
in terms of
giveaway YouTube coding
damage-wise.
No, that's it.
Out there.
Anyway, at the end of this stream, guys, we'll be doing after this game. I mean, Omega Esports and RRQ. We'll be doing 3 epic skin giveaway.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Way in the desert.
I will get that sound with the god of tour. Okay. 20 minutes more, guys. Waiting for Omega Esports versus RRQ Rex Dragon Code.
Hello everyone and welcome to the semifinals, where right now our players will be playing a best of 3 to really find out who deserves to be in the finals.
Dive right in whenever he gets the chance to do so, and Tams land true, a double KO already being charged up. It goes towards the side of Matthew. It's going to be a blow for blow, but Currency still lands the final finishing touch.
But now double KO punches coming out of Ace. It already going in. EJ doesn't have anything left. The cooldown's not up done. Too low to handle. Ace comes out on top. A sliver of health.
Assassin, high and dry, and the spell is executed. So you can sure kill the opponent.
And ang recommended item ko sa kanya is Endless Battle or Deadly 7Cs. Deadly Blade and 7Cs.
É machado sanguinário, bota. É porque a build a gente faz na hora, né?
Immortality is really good. Can always go in and get the immortality and just get the hell out because he's so mobile with his skills. So it gives you a chance at second life.
All of our players have showed their best Paquito skills. This is the finals of the Paquito Challenge, and we will see who will be the champion.
Already out, but the ultimate's been blown off coming from Burmese goals, which means Curtsy might just have advantage right here, going back for the KO, and Ace now looks for the kill, and it's a turn around. And he does open up with a KO, double KO coming out from Ace as well, but he hops right back at him, and Curtsy, he made a mistake, and this will be a GG.
Well played, Ace. Well played.
Nói ra rồi thì Paquito sẽ là này à giảm dọa đấy thì là từ sáng nay nghe áp lực theo chiến sĩ nghe thôi à bên kia tôi cho này dọa là thì là rồi này mà rồi lên nó em quan trọng mà đấy nó đi original sao mà nó mà sao thì là rồi nó ta sao mà bị đưa thôi đấy thì mà chỉ là đi qua vậy tôi sẽ kỹ đi phòng Yan channel to you see like that would be that label PYT to scale a community to Yan channel near hero of video Yan type. I don't mind me lava, so now I'm for a star, don't but video hero Yan type. Còn ông này trang mình được làm cho này mà hero generally sang mà chơi sang mà chơi được chẳng. I don't mind sang thì cũng mấy mà.
congratulations to Ace, but we are not done yet. We have seen Paquito in a 1v1, but let's see how Paquito does in a real match. Now Ace, along with his teammates, will go in a 5v5 where Ace will be using Paquito. In the 1v1, Paquito's strength is limited. But now let's see how he does when there are no rules to hold him down. I can't wait to see how Ace will be using Paquito in a real match, so casters, take it away.
Congratulations to Ace of Burmese Gold for winning the 1v1 Paquito challenge. And now we'll be seeing how he'll be rocking with a 5v5 setting. And oh my goodness, he goes in straight for the first blood.
Absolutely. And he gets a second kill as well with the rest of his team looking for these hard dives. Paquito at level 1 has its effectiveness overall in the matchup, especially when he gets that refresh of his cooldowns with that champion stance. All right, now Ace walking back up into the lane, and I mean, Alucard, he shouldn't be standing there. I don't think he realizes how much danger he's in as Ace comes in hard with a knockout punch, goes in with a clean combo jab into double left heavy hand.
Yeah, that's a perfectly charged jab right there, and oh my, it seems like there just might be another casualty on this line. Ariana Safi, he's probably not going to survive this. Look at that! The knockout burst just comes out from Ace.
Nobody expects how much damage that Paquito can actually pull off with the double knockout strike. It's so shocking. Like, look, he hasn't even used his execute just yet. This game has just completely gone downhill for the enemy team. They don't know how to deal with Ace right now. He's just so huge. But can they push this even more? I think they're looking to try and end this. Oh no, Alucard, he goes in, but he's way too weak to actually handle the amount of damage. The wombo combos coming out of Ace is too clean to handle as he takes him out and looks to press right under their turret. Nothing they can do, and the rest of the Burmese ghouls just knocking them down like flies.
That's right, and that's gonna be the top side being opened up, and they're already diving right in. It's a mega kill for the Paquito.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Paquito is huge. The snowball potential that comes out of this man. No mana, 9 kills to end the game, and there you have it, your new champ, Paquito.
Paquito hero 5 5မှာဆောက်မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဒီ hero အရင်ကြောက်စရာကောင်းမှာသူနဲ့ lane နဲ့ face ထိန်ရတဲ့ hero ကတော့နည်းနည်းလေးတီးထားမှာဘာလို့လဲဆိုတော့သူ spell တွေတစ်ခွက်စီအကုန်လုံးကအဲ့ဒါကြောက်စရာကောင်း level 1ဆိုရှိရတယ် level 2ဆိုရင်ရှေ့တိုးပြီးထိုးတာဆိုတော့အတီးရပြီဆိုရင်သူလုံးဝတီးထားမှာပါအဲဒါကြောင့်5 5မှာဆိုရင်တော့ပို့ပြီးတော့ကြောက်စရာကောင်းတော့ဒီ hero ကခုနပြောခဲ့သလိုပဲ5 5ပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ် 1v1 ဖြစ်ပဲဒီ hero ကကြာအလီကသူ့ရဲ့ skill တွေပေါ့နော်အဲ့လို enemy တွေတွားပြီးတော့အဲ့လို dive ပြီးချတဲ့ပုံစံတို့ဒီ hero ဆော့မယ်ဆိုတော့ aggressive ဆန်ပဲဆော့တာကောင်းတာပါဘာလို့လဲသူကအဲ့လို aggressive ဆန်ပြီးဆော့မယ်ဆိုတော့ enemy ကဘာမှလုပ်ချင်မရှိပဲသူ့ရဲ့ stand အောက်မှာနေတည်သွားမှာဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်ဆော့မယ်ဆိုရင်အဲ့လို aggressive ဆန်ပြီးဆော့ပါ
Now that everyone has seen how strong and aggressive Paquito is, don't forget, he will be officially released on the 15th of January. That is it from us. We will see you in the land of dawn.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
To celebrate the release of Paquito, we are gonna showcase his true power in an epic 1v1 mini tournament between the best Mobile Legends players all over the world. But before we get into that, let's first talk about this hero. Paquito is a super versatile fighter that aims to be the strongest fighter of them all. He can be played in the side lanes or even be played as a roaming tank. His passive, Champ Stance, is a unique mechanic that allows him to conduct a variety set of combos, making him unpredictable and able to create skillful plays. Paquito builds stacks when hitting enemy heroes with basic attack and skills. When 4 stacks are reached, Paquito enters Champ Stance and enhances his next skill. After using his enhanced skill, Paquito will have a short burst of movement speed. Personally, I really like his movement speed animation. Whenever Paquito enters Champ Stance, his skills will be enhanced and it will also reset the cooldown of his skills, allowing for devastating combos on his enemies. Paquito's first skill is Heavy Left Punch, which he will be using his left hand to do. It is a damaging skill that gives Paquito a shield when he hits his enemies. In Champ Stance, the damage and shield numbers will be higher. Paquito's second skill, Jab. Paquito's Jab is a blinking ability that lets him dash in or away from his enemies. He can dash through small walls, however those thicker ones, yeah, that's not gonna happen. This skill does massive damage, and in Champ Stance, Paquito will do even more devastating damage. Paquito's ultimate, Knockout Strike, is his flashiest skill, which makes him good in teamfights and diving. Paquito will dash forward, pushing his enemy and dashing back away from them, all while dealing damage. In Champ Stance, Paquito adds a knockup after pushing the enemy away, creating a better setup for a teamfight. Correct use of Paquito's Knockout Strike can definitely help him out in winning those teamfights. In this Paquito challenge, we have 14 players. M2's first seed teams will have 2 representatives, while the teams from the second seed below will only have 1 representative. They will be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals. That will be a best of 3. Who among these talented players will pilot this new hero to the greatest height and be the champion of the Paquito Challenge? Get ready for some impressive fistfights. Stay tuned to the next episode.
Mabilis siya gumalaw, tsaka marami siyang burst damage.
I think in general the hero has a lot of potential.
To me, it's quite OP on this side because he doesn't require mana in terms of damage wise.
Welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship. We're here back at the Discourse session. And of course, I am Lysander, and we are here in the final series. But before we get into that, I want to thank the people that helped make this happen. This whole thing is brought to you by Moonton and proudly supported by Skoga, as well as IMDA and the Singapore Tourism Board. And yeah, a lot of other partners have come together to make this possible as well, including Tumi, SUTL, Singtel, Cathay Cinema, and Secret Lab, as well as Razer M2's official gaming gear partner. So big shout out to all those people for helping make M2 happen, all right? And I would like to introduce my panelists, Joachim, Lafell, as well as Wolf joining us. So we got the full squad here, you know, Lafell as well as Wolf, and of course, Joachim.
Exactly. So I'm just going to go a little bit deeper on our partners today before we actually get to the final game of the day. Of course, we want to talk about SCOGA. What does it stand for? Acronyms, right? It's the Singapore Cybersports and Online Gaming Association. They are an NTUC associate championing esports talents and careers in Singapore since 2008. So thank you very much for that. And not forgetting our friends over the Singapore Tourism Board. Now, we know during this whole pandemic, flying across to Singapore could be impossible for you. But if you've been here before, if you have any memories of Singapore, please do share it. We are seeing it as we speak, and use the hashtag #PassionMadePossible. And only because it's you again, Lafell.
Yeah.
Do we have the bag next to you?
Oh yeah, I love the Tumi bag. You know, so what I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna get myself a Tumi bag, and you know the first thing is I'm gonna name it Lafell, just so that when I meet people, it's like, hey, look, there's Tumi.
Oh my god.
I
You know
mean-
what? I've got to give you that. That was really good.
I know.
You delivered that perfectly. You delivered that perfectly.
I give it a 4.
A little bit deeper. We're going to go a bit
Yes.
deeper with the bag now. It's called the Tahoe series launched by Tumi. If you love the outdoors or maybe even say urban life, they have a perfect sling, easy to carry around. Go check it out today. Our friends over at M2 will be helping you with the campaign pages and all that.
You can call it Lafell as well if you want.
Yeah. But it won't be
That's
a
a
2-me
4.
then.
Yeah. But you know, still.
4 out of 10.
But if you're from the Philippines, you can call it Lafell TZ. That will still work. That will still work.
All right. Yeah, so 2-me bag. Carry everyone to victory.
Carry
Yeah?
everyone.
That should the tagline.
You know,
Carry your team to victory.
Speaking of victory and all that, can I just recap a few of the games that we saw earlier today?
Yeah.
Any surprises for you? Because for me, Burmese Ghouls seem to have gotten a reaction out of the both of you going, wow, Burmese Ghouls, amazing stuff. What about your thoughts?
I don't know about everyone. I was not surprised at all.
Because it was your curse.
Yeah, it was your curse.
Yeah,
You already
I-
deployed the magic.
Yeah, I said that Brand would win, and then they didn't. So, you know, I saw it coming. I mean, you guys.
Just Lafell things.
Noobs, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe whatever Lafell picks, we go the opposite of that direction.
If you guys are making any kind of important predictions with your tokens or whatever, you
Yeah,
make sure you just go whatever Lafell says.
Yeah.
Against whatever Lafell
Yeah.
says. Yeah.
Tell me whenever you're going to get married. I'll say good or bad.
Oh, wow. I don't know. Would you want to know? I don't think I want to know. I don't want to have that doubt lingering over me for the rest of my life. No matter how short. I don't know. You might say, hey, you might live to a ripe, healthy age. And then I'm like, oh no.
Okay, good. No.
Goodness. Now, we are about less than 20 minutes away to our final game of the evening. It'll be kicking off maybe, say, like in 20 minutes time, plus minus a few delays and all that. Maybe in 30 minutes. Omega Esports versus RRQ Hoshi. Are these, again I say this, Clash of the Titans?
This is, I think this is going to be the closest. I did predict that this will be the closest one when I thought about it. That is also, I also predicted Burmese Ghouls to not win against Brand Esports, so I might be wrong as well. But yeah, I think that this is RQ versus Omega. What I really am expecting about both of these teams is that they take this methodically. So you can expect this to be slower, like more chill. The people, the teams, the players will just take this slowly as compared to other, you know.
Okay. Are you going to stand with your countrymen again? Yeah, you're going to vote for Omega?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
just to be safe. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can't have you getting mobbed at the airport when you go home.
You know, I'd rather be, I'd rather receive all of your banters and trash talks here than back home.
Fair.
Fair enough.
Very clever.
We're
man.
pretty chill here anyway.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
We're pretty chill. Yeah,
Like for me, I'm very apologetic to all my Filipino brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so let's put the curse to the test. I'm gonna vote for RRQ. I think RRQ will win. 2-1, very easy. All games under 10 minutes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
But
Right.
if you know Lefel, you catch his drift.
Oh no, it's going to be long games, isn't it? Oh my god.
Prepare for half an hour slogfest. Production is cursing your name right now. They're
know.
writing your name into the death note. They're doing a lot of things, man, with your
That's it. Speaking of banter and all that, please keep the comments coming in on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and maybe even on MeWatch. We see you. Thank you so much. And this number I've been given yesterday, and I'm pretty sure we hit almost that number already. Almost 40 million viewers worldwide for the entire day. We're down to our last game. If you've been here for every single one, champion to you. You are a champion. I wish I could give you battle points, but it's not in my power. Hopefully our friends over at M2 will do so for you. Don't forget the codes and your loot boxes. Go redeem them.
Yes, of course. And of course, keep the smack talk coming because that's what breeds the real competition. What's make the game so exciting? You know, when you guys spam XX team versus AI, you know, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny to us. We read them, guys. I'm not gonna name names, you know, I don't wanna start any fights here, but you know, call your enemy teams and call your enemy teams AIs. I like that. I like to see that kind of competition. It's not too hurtful. You didn't make any jokes about their families. Just calling them a bunch of computer artificial intelligences. You know, it's not so bad. You know, artificial intelligence is still intelligence. It's better than nothing.
Yeah.
It's better than nothing, guys. So AI, keep it up, guys. Keep it up, all right? All right.
Now let's go head-to-head with our
yeah, with that,
teams.
let's go to the head-to-heads.
All right, so you know what? Let's the analysts. Let's take over for this one. So basically, right now we're looking at the stats for both of the teams. Gameplay doesn't matter. So what about production? Just speed it up. You know, we're giving direct instructions to them. We're telling them what to do. You know, we've been given the.
I mean, there's nothing more you can do to piss them off more, right?
Oh yeah,
you've already like reached the maximum like negative karma with them. So
well, here's the thing. Right? People always feel like they've hit their limit.
Okay. You like to push the limit.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
I just want to say it was really fun casting with you and, you know, analyzing.
I mean, when we look back and we see your name on the blacklist, we're going to be able to say like we casted with Lefel.
It was awesome to work with you for day one. It was so awesome, Lefel.
Day one.
So you guys know we were talking about how I'm not going to cast anymore. They put up stats and we have not talked about the stats at all.
But that's not our job. It's yours.
All right. Let's do it quick. Team damage per minute, Omega, Arkiyoshi, boo. And average game score, okay, maybe you do.
Yeah, you know, very quickly, I want to say that team damage per minute for both of these teams are higher than most. This is probably because they are more successful with, well, technically they are indeed more successful in their games. But not only that, they were really good when it comes to team fighting. And this is the secret on why Omega Esports are always winning their matches.
And I like to look at the Turtles lane as well as the unique heroes pick. The Turtles lane shows that Omega Esports, they play a lot around the early as well as the mid game, showing just like how all the Filipino casters have talked about Omega Esports, they are very, very textbook. A, B, C, D, E. They don't diverge from their path. They know what they do, and they just keep on doing it. And the unique heroes pick for both of these teams are relatively low, where earlier we've seen teams with 22 unique hero picks and such. This is just 16 and 17. They know the heroes that they want, and they'll just continue to get it.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. I think Omega Esports, if you're looking at the unique heroes picked, it's not that much. Well, because they don't play as much as well. But what I really like about this team is that sometimes there are outliers when in their experiment, but most of the time they master whatever it is that they know, and they just utilize them so well.
I do have a question for you. I mentioned this earlier in the morning while referencing the teams and the top 8 teams and all that. According to a survey of 50,000 fans, and even caster Gideon Q as well, he picked RRQ Hoshi to win the entire tournament. Are they right? Is he right as well?
I voted RRQ to win, so he's wrong.
Yeah.
You
can't argue with that.
Do we need any more?
You can't argue with that. None of us built magic resist, so your black magic works 100% of the time.
Wolf, anything you want to say about this?
Yeah, you know, I would just say that if anything, RRQ, this is their best chance to win the M2 World Championship. This particular
Are you
second,
sure?
Yeah, it is. I am sure. Yeah, because of how well they have been played. They are the champions of their region, and I think that some outside of the game factors, like, you know, Alter Ego not having their
okay, but we saw the stats, and RRQ, their stats are not as good as Omega, like the average KD and such. And right now, let's look at the player head-to-head between Curtizy as well as Lemon, where Lemon, he does so much for his team, And then Cortese, he doesn't need to do much for his team because his team is just so good.
I can't believe it though. It is the actual stat 21.5. Yeah. But I might say.
Do you think our production team are lying?
No, I'm not saying that. You said that.
Oh, okay, cool.
What I'm trying to say is that I've seen it before. He only died twice in 4 games. And this is not the first time he did it. Back in the Philippines, both Cortese and Hajizi have incredibly, ridiculously high KDA because they are so careful. They don't have the best kills. They don't have like the top average kills per game, but they do die the fewest.
So they don't make a lot of mistakes.
They don't make a
Don't
lot.
die, yeah?
Don't die.
Don't die. Too easy for Cortese, right?
Yeah, too much.
They love to live by that motto.
Yeah, LaFelTZ, right?
LaFelTZ, all the TZs.
All the TZ.
I do want to bring out another stat info though. So Omega is still undefeated. RRQ Hoshi though, even though they're the upper bracket, they did lose to Evo's SG for a round. So the score is 2-1. What did they do wrong and what should they avoid doing for this one?
I think that this is natural for RQ to lose. It's not like they did anything wrong or they did the enemy did something right.
Someone can crop that really out of context
It's
and
just
really
natural
ruin your
for them to
career.
lose.
Natural for them to lose and cut it right there and ruin your career.
That's it. Those
All
5
right.
seconds will...
Oh, I'm
Filipino
sorry.
caster declares war.
Yeah. No, here's the thing. I think that even in their MPL Indonesia run, it's not like they had the best record. In fact, their championship run was a 5-game series, right? They tend to learn from their opponents. In the Philippines, there's an expression of a download game wherein you lose game 1 and then you eventually win the 2 games afterwards. And
You download the strategy
Yeah,
from
you
the
kind of
opponent.
download the strategy from the opponent. So that could be their mojo, right?
But to be fair, it's winner's bracket, so even if you lose here, you don't go out of the tournament.
That's
You
right.
still have a little bit of leeway to mess around. So, like you said, download. You can spend the whole series downloading
That's
and then
right.
meet them in the grand finals. It's risky, but
risky.
it could work.
Yeah, and right now we're looking at the lineup. Kenji, Heath, Hajizi, Yellow Haze, as well as Cortese. Over here we can see the heroes that they like to use. Benedetta and Yi Sun Shin. Both of these heroes are very scary. Now look at the KDA, or I would say the kills. 24 kills for Hajizi. That's amazing. I only died twice.
The KDA machine, as we call him, because he is very careful. And I think that of all of the players in the Philippines, he is one of the most calculated Yi Sun Shin player.
Yeah,
Okay.
and over here we can see the RQ lineup, R7, Lemon, Psycho, Albert, and Vin. Now, Lemon, again, we showcased him in the player head-to-head where he has used Beleric. Well, not a lot of experienced laners use it, but he can also pick up the Lapu Lapu. And here is the thing about Lemon that I love. He is so brave to set up the fight. He's so brave to set up the kills where he can go basically throw his body around. He doesn't care if he dies as long as...
Wow.
Wow, we appreciate
There's
it.
some warm-up cheers going on in the stage area. Yeah, the players are getting really riled up for this. And
Did I offend them?
Yeah.
Oh.
You're okay.
Did I offend
I
them
think
now?
you're okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But those players are getting really riled up, and I like to see that. You know, I think we had. Okay, I know. No, the thing 2-0s look clean, but I want to see some mess. You know, I want to see a bloodbath for the last one. We got 2-0s all day. I want a 2-1 today. I don't care who is it.
Yeah.
I want a 2-1 today. All right.
So,
what do you guys think? Is it
one more
possible?
time, officially and seriously right now, no jokes, predictions, LaFell.
No, seriously, I do feel like RRQ could win.
Okay.
Even though they look weak. Yeah, just clip that. They make a lot of mistakes, but they learn from their mistakes. And that's the thing that makes us good. We learn.
I'll make a page and it's titled Casters Out of Context.
Yeah.
And maybe we're the
M2 discourse
out of context.
Yeah, out of context.
Yeah,
That'll be a
just
perfect content.
Oh man, but I think that
let's find out what you guys think.
Yeah.
Let's find out what you guys think.
Wow.
All right, so okay, a bit more Omega
Wow.
fans, than RRQ. And the funny thing is, I talked to the Burmese Ghouls player. They said they want to face RRQ first, so they expect RRQ to win this as well. Burmese Ghouls, they expect them to win, and yeah, let's see. I mean,
I did not expect this.
You did not expect more Omega fans?
No, it's just that a lot of people always hype up Indonesia, you know, because they always win. They always win, no matter what. So it's like one of the first times I see that another region is beating them out.
Exactly.
I mean, I have a theory. The Brand Esports guys, they are heartbroken. They need another Filipino team to wave the flag behind. So they came over and to the Omega type of things. Like, all right, you take it for us.
Yeah.
Take that winner bracket for us, and maybe that's why we see that stat.
Now, we've seen what you've said about the game. Let's see the talent predictions. Wow! Now, this one, it's a landslide prediction only, by the way. 82.5% going with RRQ Hoshi and 17.5% only with Omega Esports.
The 17.5 is probably Wolf and the two Filipino
Yes,
casters.
that, I
it.
think that's
That's all of them, right?
And
That's
Nefel.
No, in my opinion, because we're stats guys, right? We're analysts. This just shows that talents. We just follow our friends. What do you vote? Yeah, same.
Bro, can I copy your homework? Yeah, sure. Just don't make it look too similar.
Now,
that is true.
Here's painting you a picture of what Lysander, Wolf, LaFell, and myself, we do during the games. We actually go to the respective platforms, Facebook, YouTube, and we do read the comments and we actually laugh out loud at some of them. So please keep leaving them. Don't go anywhere. We got a mouth-watering clash happening your way. And the moment you mentioned Filipino casters, right, I think Butters was like, what in the world? Hello. Why do you bring me in here? Hello.
But yeah,
hey, you guys are biased. You can admit it. It's your home country. You're allowed to be biased, man.
Is it wrong to be
he did salute to us, so he's admitting it. All right.
I know.
All right. But yeah, what's happening now?
Don't forget, we also have our friends from Razer and M2 with a collaboration and giveaway. So please head on over to their campaign page. There you go. Look at this. The Razer Black Shark V2. Who knows, you could win it today. And don't forget, during the stream as well, you'll be seeing loads of codes for your loot box redemptions. Go for it. We're going to be handing you over to our casters and the mouth-watering clash between Omega Esports and RRQ Hoshi.
RRQ Hoshi, definitely one of the best teams out there.
Lemon's just being Lemon, you know. You just can't predict what to ban or draft against this team.
Rasanya sih senang banget ya bisa hadir di acara M2. Apalagi ini pertama kali gua karena sebelumnya gua sakit. Ya masih diberi kesempatan lah sekarang.
Ya kalian siap-siap aja buat lawan kita udah nyiapin semuanya buat M2 kali ini.
Just being pushed and pulled. Pokemon to only watch his teammate fall. R7 break through.
Omega is one of those teams from the Philippines that's been on the up and up. I'm hoping that this time around at M2, they're able to show them that they're just not the other Filipino team. You know what I'm saying?
Down, ladies and gentlemen, in comes Genki popping the Cauldron Inferno and the Vengeance as well. But Chico still secures the Lord, but at what cost? All of them go down there.
Representing Philippines, we are proud that we made it to the playoffs. We will continue to work hard and fight till the end.
Ya paling ya kita mau main-main aja, kita nggak tahu juga meta luar kayak gimana. Kita paling ya kita tergantung sama coach kita sih. Coach kita paling udah nyiapin semuanya buat ngelawan siapapun itu. Dan kita pasti siap sih lawan siapa aja.
Tingin ko hindi naman siya disadvantage kasi halos parehas lang siya. Parang same pa din siya kung ano yung ginagawa namin sa Pilipinas, yung mga tournaments doon. Ang pinagkaiba lang, nasa ibang bansa kami ngayon.
Maganda na kayo, gutom na kami.
Be careful, we are ready.
Viva RRQ!
And once again, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championship M2 2020. And special thanks to our sponsors, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seat engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official stores in major e-commerces, as well as you guys can visit secretlab.co to get your hands on towards the best gaming chairs in the world.
And let us not forget to thank PvP Esports, our partner in esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional gamers alike. And welcome back to the caster's desk. And we are going to have our last series of the day. It's going to be RQ Hoshi versus Omega Esports. And I can see the hype behind the players. Like, they're shouting, they're trying to get themselves in the mood, and this is going to be the one deciding who goes to the lower bracket and who proceeds to the winners semifinals.
I can't hide the fact that I'm excited. My hands are sweaty and my knees are weak. You know what comes next. By the way, my name is Leo, joined here by Contra, Gideon, and Butters. And if the last match was a nail-biter and, of course, an upset, I'm wondering what this is going to look like. Again, the King of Kings, RRQ, the champions from MPL Indonesia Season 6, facing off against the grand finalist from the Philippines MPL, Omega Esports. I'm wondering, like, how's it feeling like for you guys right now? Let's start with Gideon. I'm wondering, like, what was your predictions like, and how does this affect this first matchup between these two?
Well, honestly, when it came down to predictions, I mean, RRQ obviously looking to be, this is, you know, previously, I mean, okay, context, there was a pre-prediction and then there is a post-prediction after the game stages. All right. And I think that's some important context here, because I'm getting a lot of messages, people like, stop guessing in my MLBB games. I'm so smart. But yeah, it is pretty surprising after watching the group stages where you really get to see the meat of a lot of these teams and what mettle and what preparation has come into that, because again, it's so hard to see that before the competition.
And of course, adding to that, it's definitely going to be very interesting. We're going to be having something coming up on board, so let's check that one out for now.
All the way from the Philippines, Omega Esports. Oti. He. Kenji. Hajizi. Kurt TZ. Toshi. And Yeli Hayes. Omega Esports.
From the Philippines, Omega Esports.
From Indonesia, it's RRQ Hoshi. Psycho. Albert. Devon. R7. Vin. Risky. And Zid. RRQ Hoshi.
From Indonesia, RRQ Hoshi.
The players are ready. They are in the player booths. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about this unspoken rivalry between Indonesia and the Philippines. Like, a lot of people don't really say it, but you can feel the intensity when these two countries meet in an international competition. Let's start with you, Gideon.
Well, honestly, I think this all does stem from the very first MSC. And from there, I think we got like a good level of the scalings of where everybody was at. If there was a ruler and you pulled it up, you would definitely see Indonesia on top, Philippines right underneath them. And from then on, once the standard has been set, Filipinos and Indonesians, Indo Pride and Filipinos just been wanting to crash them right off that top spot.
I think I'll agree with you when you said that it started MSC. Again, I think that was the highest form of MLBB esports at a time before we had the M World Championship. But right now, there's something I'm looking forward to, man, and it comes to a head right here after this series. Because regarding that rivalry, that unspoken rivalry, right?
It's there.
It's in our hearts, in our minds. We just don't say it out loud as often.
Yeah.
We put it in the form of teams. Right? We put it in the form of teams, but yeah, I agree that it's a Filipino versus Indo thing. Here's the thing, right? As soon as this series ends, we're gonna find out who stands tall. Once more, it's a small victory. It's not over just yet. But right now, if Omega wins, boom, Filipinos up here. But if RRQ wins, I told you so. Nothing's changed. What do you think?
Oh yeah. Oh, you put me on the spot, huh? Oh, you really put me on the spot.
I'm a Filipino. I think I'm just as pressured, so this is my defense mechanism.
I definitely think that, you know, both sides have been on that level of performance, and now that, of course, the Kings of Kings have already shown a little bit signs of weakness in the group stages, there's a lot more to say when both of these guys actually collide, but of course, we got our stage already lined up.
The Marshal actually saved you on this, and we have our Marshal heading up to the stage. And it's Christina Nang. A lot of things are riding on this young woman's back. And looking at it, we have our two coaches right there. It's going to be James versus Vitog, or popularly known in the Philippines as Dale Dalos.
Yeah. Dale Dalos here is a SEA Games gold medalist coach. All right, but James here, James, we don't even need to talk about what this man has accomplished. We've already been singing his praises. But right now, I think it's just a matter of time before we find out who the first five is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is going to be a really important start to the game here, because at least it gives us an idea of how serious, or maybe or not, they have something in store, especially from RRQ side.
Indeed, and of course, when we talk about these two teams here, as much as when you compare those super stats, you know, numbers don't really lie. When you just look at Hajizi's form right now on his Yishun Shin, he's probably got the highest of all these KDAs. But Lemon, he's been boasting some crazy stats, and you just don't know what he's going to pull up next. The Beleric that he pulled up against EVOS SG have definitely won that entire series.
You know what? I have this question for later, but right now, let us see who is going to play between these two teams. Who are the first five for these players? For the side of Smart Omega, it will be Kenji, Heath, Hajizi, Yelly Hayes, and Curtizi. What do you guys think, Leo? You probably have Filipino pride up high.
No. It's not Filipino pride. It's Omega pride.
It's Omega pride.
I've been watching this team, the way they've been growing for the past, 2-something years now. And in the local MPL, right, in the Philippines, they've always had this glass ceiling up to top 4. And most recently, they just broke into the grand finals. And who's to say they're not going to take M2, right?
For the side of RQ, it's going to be R7, Lemon, Psycho, Albert, and Vin. And on that video that we had earlier, there was this statement: Lemon is doing Lemon things. What does exactly Lemon do?
Lemon just gets at you, and then he just makes your life really sour in this sort of sense, where he gets into the jungle, he tries to yoink your buff, he becomes that annoyance that you have to answer or else you have to pay the price.
Yeah, we're talking about MLBB. Lemon doesn't do that in real life. But you know what? Coming into this matchup, I want to know, what are your expectations?
Honestly, I think the expectations is very high, especially for Omega to really perform beyond expectations here, especially against RRQ. Because everybody, you know, after when people just keep winning tournaments after tournaments after tournaments, especially when they're from Indonesia, you kind of get tired of it, and it's only natural that you're hoping somebody knocks them down, unless you're, you know, from outside of the regions like us. We're just like, you know, just let y'all have it, let y'all have it. We'll sit at the sidelines and watch.
Like that meme, let them fight.
Let them fight.
And as you're seeing on the screens right now, Omega Esports really had those smiles up. And some of the players, this is their first time flying another country and playing in an international stage. Well, for the side of RRQ, they've been here, they've done that.
Oh yeah.
And they aren't called kings or kings of kings without any reason. Now, for Smart Omega, do you think that they're at a disadvantage, Leo, that this is the first time that they're gonna play in an international stage?
For Omega, definitely, I think it's gonna be something that might get to them. But just as a short answer, no, I don't think it's.
All right. It's not gonna be a disadvantage, but it's going to be an advantage if you complete the task and predict the champions to win M2 coins. Exchange M2 coins for M2 exclusive rewards. That includes the M2 special avatar border, M2 exclusive skin, M2 battle emote, and M2 sacred statue, and you can get that for only 899 diamonds. And don't wait until the end or after the M2, because it's probably gonna be gone by that time.
Yeah, and of course we got a lot to talk about on this matchup here. R7 did not get to play back in M1, and that time he was known as the very best player around. Is he still the very best coming into this tournament?
I mean, you're looking at me, and I'm only going to give you a solid answer. Absolutely. R7, when have you seen R7 troll? When have you ever seen R7 choke? Never. And he is just this unwritten rule of, you expect Lemon to be the flashy one, you're expecting Psycho to always be able to be there, Albert to carry, but R7, he sits behind, he tells you, don't worry, no matter what, I got your back.
And this is the first draft of this series, Omega Esports versus RRQ Hoshi, game number 1. This is for the upper bracket. This is a best of 3. And Omega Esports, they're really taking their time with this.
Just to put things into perspective, this is Friday night Mobile Legends, all right? This is tonight's main event, and we're waiting for the first band to show up. We already heard it, and priority has already passed over to RRQ Hoshi. Guessing what Omega is getting rid of, but right as we stand here waiting for RRQ Hoshi, I'm guessing that this is something we need to deal with. But let me just put it up there. Someone's got to get rid of the Yu Shinshin.
Oh.
Yeah, and this is definitely the hot topic here, and we did have a little bit of a touch on this topic, Hajizi, with that Yu Shinshin. Maybe he wants it for himself as well, so he don't really necessarily need to have that being banned away, forcing RRQ Hoshi to do something about it.
Sorry, I don't know. In these situations where it's like saying the Yi Shinshin is going to be that priority ban there's also that big question about Hayabusa also rising up in the stakes, and also Sylvana as well, where the meta is actively changing as these games go by. So really, the real question is, who is going to be that trendsetter first?
It's always about adapting and conquering every single challenge that you have to face in the M2 World Championships. Now, seeing this RRQ lineup, let's talk about Albert here. Albert is probably one of the most improved players in Indonesia. What do you think, Conra?
Yeah, he's definitely been that rising star that, you know, when it comes down to filling all these veteran shoes, especially from RRQ's side, who's going to replace who, you ask? And suddenly the shining star came in, stepped into the scene, blazing hot, and winning the grand finals back in Indonesia. They have definitely convinced everyone that, hey, they still have a lot to offer. And coming back in towards the World Championship itself, we talked a lot of times about the run that they had against EVOS Legends. Now, that aside, of course, they had another nemesis in the form of Alter Ego, and the long-time rivalry against the Filipino teams in the form of Bren as well as Omega. There's a lot more challenges, and now there's no more so-called underdogs in the entirety of the tournament. things are looking pretty interesting.
You know what I think? I'm tired of this. I'm tired of people saying, yo, this guy is the new Albert. He's just young. Everybody keeps thinking that these young rookie players don't have anything to show, but they are the hungriest and they will always be able to learn faster than everybody else. So let's set the standard here where I'm waiting for a champion before you can start comparing it to everybody else, because M2 happens once in a while. There are 2 seasons of MPLs. Come on, you gotta get tired of that. We want the best, not just another young prodigy.
You have to make a name for yourself if you really want to become the best in terms of being the best player in MLBB in the whole world. Now,
exactly.
Leo, seeing how Omega just likes to change up a lot of their roles mid-draft. They really... I have to say that Omega is probably one of the most adaptable teams in the Philippines.
Yeah.
They like to play with their draft. They do not stick with just one certain role. Every single player can play multiple roles.
I mean, this is coming straight from just how long they've been in the game, right? Like, they have a player like Hayes who started out as a tank and now is playing mage support. And then you have Curtizi who started out as an offlaner in the side lanes, mostly the EXP lanes where he likes to just duel with folks, right? And then sometimes you would see him in the mid lane. It's this kind of gameplay that I think will give them the strength or the advantage, wherein it's a deadlock. But there is something that they should avoid, and that we've seen this locally. Fans of Omega will know that besides playing just with the roles, they also play with their heroes, like the choices that they've done. And I think they've lost one too many games to Bren Sports, right? Their local rivals, because of such mistakes. I'm talking about that Diggy game from MPL. From another big league in the Philippines. So just avoid that. I think that's step one.
Just be comfortable with what you're doing. Now, clearly seeing Dale and James just go at it, there's this thing that tells me that Dale Dalos will probably be this certain guy that just wants to have his team comfortable.
Hold up, probably. What do you mean by probably? Is that like a maybe?
I'm not really sure, because as Leo said, there might be a chance that they can play with their certain heroes.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
And of course, going in towards the RQ Hoshi side of things as well, we know them as the most versatile team out there. So it's going to be a little bit tricky as well if both sides are doing pretty much a mirror or parallel in that sort of sense. So what's your take on this, Gideon? Because we've seen some pretty interesting stuff going on in the group stages.
Well, I mean, you know, after the evolution of the meta coming in from the group stages, teams have really started taking full advantage of what the meta has to offer in terms of like having solutions to initial problems. You think the ceiling is here, then you come up with a solution. That's the new ceiling, and it keeps on pushing up forward. We haven't really figured out what the top of the top of the meta is going to be. It's not like previous seasons where everything was revolved around, oh, it was about that Lunox, it was about Kaja and Cho, you know, in Season 2. But let's jump into the draft itself.
RQ Hoshi here banning out the Eason shit.
That's what it's about.
Omega Esports banning the Brody, and ceiling is the thing that you're talking about. Right now,
this is the penthouse right here.
This is the penthouse right here.
They're chilling.
They're chilling.
You know, to be fair, I do think there are solutions to the Yishin Shin, but I think there's just not enough time to perfect it thus far, and that's why a lot of teams are just, you know what, people have been playing Yishin Shin for so long, just ban it out. There's too much time and experience on it. We might as well force out something fresh.
That's right, and of course that forces all the other junglers or marksmen in particular to be picking something that's on the fresh new page, and then we've been seeing quite a number of all these Esmeralda bans for very good reasons as well, having that ease of diving into its position, and Lapu Lapu being banned away. I'm not too sure how that's going to be affecting the picks coming in towards the table.
After that Lemon Lapu Lapu performance against Evo's SG, I think you wouldn't really just you wouldn't want RQ Hoshi to have that certain hero on their side. Mathilda is banned here for the side of RQ Hoshi. Now, I really think that for them, they just don't want these these heroes that have a mid-game spike to just come out here for the side of Omega Esports?
I mean, you're saying that, but I don't see the Natalia ban just yet. I don't know if RRQ Hoshi is willing to actually deal with it, or Omega. Yep, Omega decided to ban it out. Whew! I'll
probably
sweat.
just heard you.
I felt that as you were talking about it, it was also a split-second decision because they almost came down to the wire, right? It was like, okay, if we don't ban the Natalia here and we get rid of something like a Jawhead or Benedetta here that RRQ picks up, how can we make it back, right? Like, what's the combo with the Natalia? And that's just something that Coach Dale or Vito here at M2 did not want to deal with. Instead, they went with the Yelly Haze special. It's the Selena. And, of course, Mr. Fundamental's favorite hero right now is the Jawhead.
R7, on the other hand, really just goes for the Benedetta. Now, there are a lot of different understandings in how to use the Benedetta. Some use her as a damage side lane. Some use her as an off tank. Now, in your opinion, like Gideon or Leo, let's just throw it to Leo. I've been asking you a lot of questions. I might be a burden. I'm sorry about that. Do you think that is the off tank Benedetta more effective than the damage Benedetta?
Okay, so an example of an off-tank Benedetta would be like Flap Teasies from the group stage.
That's right. That's right.
That just refuses to die. And the damage type Benedetta is something that we may have seen from the likes of DMX whenever they got it back then, when the boys from Brazil were still around. So yeah, I'm guessing the answer is yes. There is some value in the Benedetta that just refuses to die because it plays the same role as a Lapu Lapu. Right? Like what Gideon would call the Chad Lapu Lapu. Just face off against 3 people, 4 people, not planning for it, and then winning anyways.
Excuse me, it's called Alpha Chad.
There you go. There you go. There are betas, and then there are omegas, but now that was an Alpha Chad Lapu. There you go.
Absolutely, but yeah, I want to keep up with the current draft so far because again, we're seeing the Wan here showing up extremely early here. We don't exactly know whether it's offlane or probably in the jungle, but based on what we've seen so far, it goes into the offlane. Claude has been the next ban. Farsa has been the next ban. I wouldn't be too surprised if Loyi or Kagura is going to be the next ban for Omega, followed up by RRQ Hoshi just saying, you know what, we might as well just get rid of the Roger, right?
I agree right here, and you can see a very high mobility composition coming from the side of RRQ Hoshi. They took the lane, something that Omega Esports could also play. Of course, with that being said, we do see the bans coming to fruition. You mentioned about the Loyi, it's immediately axed away.
Right now, RQ Hoshi down to their last ban. They're probably thinking about banning another jungler, and that is going to be the Hayabusa. Hayabusa has been rising a bit. Well, is really rising in terms of picks in the playoffs. So a lot of players just want to go for that, and right now, Omega Esports, they need to choose their second to the last hero.
Yeah, I think the rise of Hayabusa is coming off of the fact that there's a lack of bodies, meaning Popol and Koopa doesn't see much play. There's no sun, literally no sun in M2. And yeah, again, I hope so too, right?
Yeah.
But again, a lot of these fights happen in tight enclosed spaces and they end up in odd chases. So who does that good? Who does that well? That's Hayabusa. So I guess that's why a lot of teams have the stock built up. But right now, second to last pick for Omega Esports is going to be the Ruby in the side lane. And then for RRQ Hoshi rounding it out, what are they missing? They need a support hero in mid. And they already have their jungler. They need another side laner.
At this point in time, I mean, they've taken away quite a number of good ones and also kind of bit themselves in the back in that situation where getting rid of the Claude might not exactly been the best. So having to go for the carry, this is a really risky move, but we'll see. The last one is going to be Kagura. Oh, actually, it's going to be the Eudora.
They rhyme though.
Yeah, I heard that wrong.
I don't blame you.
Ooh, this is going to be an interesting one.
Is
very
this
spicy.
going to be Benedetta on Psycho? We did see this in the group stages.
Very, very likely that he might just be on this Benedetta. Good call right there. And, you know, this is the second carry that we're seeing, the very first one being picked up by the side of EVOS SG. Now, the problem the other time is that the lack of tank, and, of course, they pay the price, but it does force the Benedetta to play a little bit more defensively as well. Don't you guys think?
I would like to agree with that. However, there are it depends on certain conditions. Are they going to be playing on the top side of the map? Are they going to play on the bottom side of the map? Is Benedetta going to go with the opener where she cuts the midway first before rotating back up? There's a lot of different openings that Benedetta can do, which I think is what makes her so versatile and what makes everybody kind of want to first pick her in these situations.
RQ Hoshi, they have their draft locked. Omega Esports, they picked the Roger for their last pick. In terms of the drafting, how are you guys taking this? Let's start with you, Gidjun.
I'm thinking, I'm leaning more a little bit towards RRQ because, again, their composition is a lot easier to pull off. However, Omega, a lot of mechanical work going to be put into it. So that's a possibility to actually mess up. So that's why I'm leaning more towards the easier comp to pull off.
Leo?
I will go the other way. This is a fork road, and I take the Omega Esports route because their lineup looks very 2021. It looks very M2, right? It covers all the bases. You know exactly where who is going, and it makes sense to me. So I'm saying Omega.
Yeah, and I honestly can't choose one, but if I have to pick, I'm also going with Omega side for the moment here, as I could definitely see that they have pretty much of a clear-cut way to just go in for certain picks, and for the carry to be activated, it does take a little while. We talked about the clearance speed, and well, I want to see it come online, but how soon can it come online?
So we will head on to the Celestial Palace, and gentlemen, please take the floor.
Here we go, RQ Hoshi versus Omega Esports. Starting it off, let's figure out exactly what's going on. This pause here gives us time to understand who's laning where. Of course, Vin for sure taking the mid lane. You got R7 up top. And yeah, I think when it comes to the problem of the clear speed, there's a reason why the support here or the roamer, let's call it the roamer, is always going to come try to visit whoever's playing that carry. I think that's going to be key here.
I mean, yeah, for sure. And I think, the big question is when you have a weaker, or sorry, not a weaker, but a susceptible side laner like carry.
Vulnerable.
Vulnerable, that's the word. Yes, perfect. And you want to have mid priority. Push in that wave, be able to rotate first, because as long as you're there first, you can set up, you can set your feet deep in those trenches so that when your opponents come to attack, you have a very fortified position and you also know exactly where to kind of position yourself.
Yeah, let's also talk about the level for spikes as well when we come down to where it's a full-blown fist fight team, as they are contending for perhaps the first turtle, right? Like, I think it's really interesting where the Aurora stands right here, because on the opposing end you have the Jahit as well as Selena, which of course poses a threat, but that one-shot potential also when 1-1 tries to go up in the air, tries to execute the ultimate, and you try to catch her as soon as you can before she can do anything else, and everyone just collapses on her. That might just be the formula.
Which I understand now. If RQ did not pick up the Eudora, then they would all the more just lose early and mid. Having the Eudora kind of shores up that level 4 spike because they kind of have a dead hero in carry. A level 4 carry doesn't perform very different from a level 2 carry or a level 6 carry.
I mean, you can honestly say that for pretty much every other marksman except for Yi Shin, whose ultimate is more utility than anything else.
True, and 1-1. That's the reason why she's still relevant. As soon as you can hit crossbow Tang, you are invulnerable. So technically you can just go pew, 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 pew. Not the same for carry. Carry is always going to be in trouble even if she hits her ult. So yeah, most definitely they are going to rely very heavily on Vin.
I don't know, because from Omega's side, this is going to be an execution problem. Can you land those abyssal arrows? Can you be aggressive early on? And I think that might be, that's going to be really, really difficult here. But Psycho did actually take the Benedetta first, so he clears out that mid wave as soon as possible, allowing Ling to kind of rotate down to get that blue. And while the rest of the team is just going to make sure, hey, I'm going to push those waves as soon as possible.
Yeah, we do see a lot of pressure going on towards the 1-1 side, and I think it's still pretty much decent that we see some clear rotations on the 2-2-1 setup coming from the side of Omega Esports. So this will be self-sustaining for the moment, and what's to say that Ling possibly will be having a lot of all these great vision. We're going to be going on under pause as we talk through things. Now, a double execute setup coming from the side of RQ Hoshi also poses a little bit of that early threat too.
That is something to note. So yeah, now that we have a little bit more better vision on what things are looking like for both teams, this is a roaming Benedetta, so it's neither that off-tank Benedetta, nor is it like the full-on damage Benedetta. It's something in between. It's something that's looking to use parry to actually stun someone, like bait them in, so that, you know, the likes of the carry here can actually just go ham.
I mean, of course, but I think the best role to call it is the mid laner, you know, because essentially what you want the Eudora to do is actually be that initial roamer, because she can't, like, Eudora can chase, sure, but who's going to initiate those picks and chances to take them out and abuse those double executes? Eudora, she chunks them all out, puts them on 1 HP, bam, press of a button, didn't have to do anything else.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant Benedetta. Benedetta and Eudora are going to be working to keep mid in control, yes. And then what I'm guessing is Benedetta is going to be using those sword intents to actually act like a backshot, to have additional mobility, right? Like, that's not fair. That is an off-kit dash. That's not in anywhere of your skills.
Yeah, and of course it'll be really annoying to deal against. And RQ side of things, it's really interesting that they found out about this formula in this game 1 to try to throw the side of Omega off. But when we talk about scaling as well, I'm just looking at most of all these one-on-one that has been playing in the entirety of the playoffs as well as the group stages. If you just give them a little bit more room towards late game, hey man, this thing is going to shred you apart.
That's a good question now. There's a marksman on either side. You have the carry, which by the way has been a menace in every meta game she was ready for, that she was in. First phase bannable in years past. You have the 1-1, which is the current flavor of the month. Gideon, I gotta ask you, man, when it comes to the 15-20 minutes, if it does get to that point, if we go the distance, who has better scaling?
I think in these situations, people who have better scaling would definitely lean a little bit more. Actually, it's an overall thing, but hold on, let's check out. Okay, no fights going on. Okay, so when I talk about scaling, we're talking about the two main heroes that scale on either side, but you also have to kind of look at the builds that everybody else goes through. I do think RQ Hoshi scales better into the game because they have more relevant heroes in comparison to Omega, where some of them are just going to fall off completely.
Yeah. And again, we were talking about like Selena. Whenever Selena is bad, she's so bad. But on the other side,
good, though.
Eudora though, she has a stun and it's point and click. So yeah, it's just much better. Totally understand. Right now, there's a fight that's waiting to break out, both top and in mid. I wonder, they're gonna catch one. That's going to be. That's going to be flicker out. Heath burning it already 2 minutes in, and the first turtle is going to be started in by Psycho.
Such a great reaction coming from the side of Heath, as he has already read the situation well enough. And keep in mind that there's also going to be that link. If he sets up a perfect Tempest on towards some of these team fights, it could be a pretty huge one out there. And when we talk about these two sides, of course, it's definitely going to be hard to tell, like, okay, which one gets activated first when we talk about the marksman. Because honestly, the carry is going to take a little bit of time before getting things like the Golden Staff or the Demon Hunter Sword or stuff like that. But yeah, like back to what was being mentioned by Gideon, it's a little bit more easier to execute compared to Omega.
Yeah, and especially at the highest levels, right? You want to minimize your possibilities of making that mistake, and the more that you can minimize it, the higher chance of more consistency you can receive. Oh, here it comes.
That's going to be 4 members from RQ Hoshi coming in. And they're so aggressive. Lemon gets taken down first. Blood here drawn by Hajizi, plus the turtle, and that's going to be some revenge from Albert, taking out Mr. Fundamental himself. That's going to be 2 going over to RQ Hoshi, taking down Kenji. And are they done? The answer is yes. Omega Esports don't want more of this.
All I gotta say is, youch. Big ouch. I mean, Omega, they saw 2 of their guys go down so fast. Hajizi's like, nah, get me out of here. I don't want any of that no more.
Yeah, R7 arrived to the scene and he's like, okay, Big Dragon coming through, and you know the case is pretty much closed right there. So 2-1 at the very moment. Honestly, the small little lead that they are getting from the side of RQ Hoshi can still be contested right here in this sort of way, but Unstoppable Force has already been used up.
Ooh, defensive Electo final blow right there by Psycho, saving himself. And yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Omega Esports here. They're building up their confidence. They did lose that big team fight inside the Turtle Pit earlier. They are maintaining this small gap to RQ Hoshi, about 200, 300 gold. But right now, we're looking to how RQ Hoshi can kind of make that gap a little bigger. What big move will they do next? Or will will they just let Omega Esports go in and make them pay with a counter attack?
I think if I was in Omega's position, I'm starting to look for picks around buff timings, which is going to be like you're targeting Ling to make sure, hey, if Ling is on the purple buff, I want to look to try and punish him as he's trying to clear that area of the jungle. And if not, oh, he's not there, let's rotate down to bottom side until they get caught out.
Speaking of getting caught out here, Hajizi has just arrived, but instant response coming from Lemon just to flicker away.
I think both of these teams kind of have this like interesting side quest of, yeah, besides these big neutral objectives, we also want to take down these side lane marksmen. And now Heath takes quite the blow, but he's saying, sir, can I have some more? He wants to go for another fight because he does have his ult on. And oh no, that's gonna be Psycho barely getting away. Oh, and the delay damage from the trap and the slow taken in. Oh, Yelly Haze just catches him off.
You know, talk about really unlucky there, because he does use the final blow to try and negate the damage, but unfortunately it's just like literally 0.2 seconds off from the delayed damage, but the fight is already beginning. Heath is going to make the run for it.
And R7 here in half dragon form, able to push people back because he still has some Sha energy. Oh, it resets. Curtizi here putting a beat on him, and they are going for what I think is the second turtle of the game. It's taking quite a while, and Hajizi, oh, he says the coast is clear, but for how much longer?
Well, I believe that it's pretty much clear for him for the taking at the moment if we look at it, but they are focusing on towards Kanji. Instead, they do get the turtle, but a 2v1 commencing down towards the bottom side doesn't result too much, but here comes the big one.
Oh no, Vin here trying to save his life, and all from behind, in comes Hajizi. The machine is online, and so far they have gone to building enough confidence to mess with Albert, but some breathing room for the King of Kings here, their jungler. He's able to get his purple at least.
Yeah, he's got the purple. He immediately goes in for a little wander as well. Now, going for the invasion, he's still going to be chased up, so you know, Ling doing Ling things, he could easily move around.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where it's like, oh yeah, we've got to catch on it. Oh yeah, it's Ling. Oh, that's so much fun. He just jumps away and makes a full rotation down towards our top or bottom side and we can't catch up. Fun stuff, fun stuff. But I think RRQ at this point in time, as long as they kind of just maintain the goal differential to about 2 to 3K, it's going to be relatively fine. Omega won't be able to kind of force situations on top of RRQ Hoshi unless they get a catch.
Yeah, here you can see already, right? We're about 7 minutes into this game. How disciplined and how good these two teams are. Hold up! That's gonna be some burst damage laid down onto Vin, but he doesn't go down without a fight. Yelly Haze destroyed. Tempest the Blades here, chasing him down. That's Albert looking for one. Psycho finds Hajizi. That's gonna be a shutdown onto the Roger, and they are sitting neck and neck, 4-4. But all this time, Omega Esports was just setting up a push.
Oh, there's more than Ruby has already arrived, and they're already chasing right in. Psycho caught in between, but they are trying to make an escape out of that.
Oh, R7 waiting in the bushes. Oh, using the tail of the dragon. They're trying to make Kenji pay. He does get himself a Cyclone Eye, but off camera, that's going to be Lemon taken down. It's a marksman and marksman fight, and that's Curtizi winning down bottom.
Definitely we're going to be having to look in towards itemizations as well, because at this point it's getting a lot more interesting. So Gideon, just looking at things, we've already got some big stuff coming in the way.
Yeah, honestly, we're looking at Lemon, who only just has his endless battle here, but we're looking over at Cartizi. He's already got the Demon Hunter sword on top of the boots, on top of that corrosive sight, so he's going to be pretty relevant into this game. He might not be doing the most amount of damage, but at the very least, he's slowing them down for the rest of his team to kind of catch up and take out.
And looking at Hajizi, he is, I guess, halfway through his endless battle as they go for this turtle, the very last in the game. Looking for it. There you go. They take the turtle, and just like that, it's a Mexican standoff. It's just who's going to pull the trigger first, who's going to jump in with their ults and start it strong. And I think in this situation, without R7, Omega Esports has the range.
Double pick off for Omega just to get that return kill. Look at that, 5 to 8, and it's only a 2K difference.
It's so clinical, these two teams, the way they play. I mean, this cliche has been mentioned I'm pretty sure I'm beating a dead horse, but it's so chess-like, right? I'll give up my pawn, you can have a rook, but then after that I'll take a bishop. That's what this 5-8 is looking like, especially with this, you know, relatively small 3K lead.
Indeed, but for the RQ Hoshi side, they're slowly losing pieces after pieces on an unequal term. And speaking of which, they're going to be taking this buff if they don't do anything about it.
Ooh, that's going to be Psycho coming in between 4 members. He wants it. Kenji trying to look for a good hook, and he finds it. In comes Hajizi, but that's going to be a stun. Psycho pays the price. R7 says, get out of our jungle. We don't want y'all here, but Hajizi wants more. Does he have the support? Yes, he does. Oh, they're waiting. They're waiting. They say we're calling it tough.
Nah, it's not worth it at this point because, again, their main target here is Cortese. As long as he has his ult, it's just not worth going for anybody else unless it's maybe a Yelly Haze, but Yelly Haze is barely in the fight, or even Kenji, but even Kenji has his ult still up.
That's right, and with that being said, we're looking at Omega Esports side. Now that they are so much more up ahead after a couple of all these sort of things, they're starting to feel a lot more confident about taking every single thing that they have inside the jungle. All they can do is just wait for the right moment to strike in. We do have the Lord up available, but over here, a little bit of a slight 1v1 between Albert as well as Kenji.
Oh, it's just the battle of swords and sights, and here comes Lemon, Tempest of Blades, barely misses. Oh, he's got some dashes here. He's trying to grab him. Oh, there you go. Full range stun here by Yelly Haze. Gonna be using the dashes, trying to get out of there. Not enough to save Lemon. That's 1 for free. Oh, this is while they were going for the Lord. Psycho goes down. Hajizi takes him. Here comes R7.
What?
Oh, wow! A dragon helps the Lord get stolen by R7. That's going to be R7 surviving. Oh, I think it's worth it already. Crossbow of Tang. 4 members down. Traded off for the Lord. Oh.
No way. No absolute way. Even though they do get the Lord, just look at the Ruby right down below. Like, this Lord doesn't mean a thing at all after getting snatched away, but at least it buys some time for side of RQ Hoshi.
I mean, they're up by 5 towers at this point. RQ Hoshi has not been able to kind of break through. Omega will be stopping that Lord right in its tracks. And I mean, if they had more of a wave onto mid and top side, they might have been able to get both inhibitors at the same time. And I think RQ Hoshi, this game is slowly slipping out of their hands.
I hate to say it, but stealing that Lord at that very moment is the equivalent of using a band-aid on a bullet wound. It held them back for what, 30 seconds tops? And they're still maintaining map pressure.
Yeah, and of course, with that, they only gain maybe very slight edges out of that by just putting their bodies at where all these sort of bullets are coming through, and they just have to do something just to have that knee-jerk response. And while at it, I guess they just have to wait for another sort of opening at this moment, which is not going to come by, not until 20 minutes or so.
Speaking of 20 minutes, Gideon seems to know what timers are like. And Gideon, what's your feel, man, right now before this fight happens? Oh, it actually has started. Too late. Cortese gets blasted by Vin.
Not over.
They're looking for some revenge here. Vindication. That's what Omega Esports is looking for. They take out Yelly Haze. R7 is a man on a mission. They're going to blast this turret and push Omega Esports back in. Now, that timer, man, 13 minutes in. How long until we see Lemon pop off?
I mean, honestly, let's double check the items so I have a better idea of what where is he with that. Lemon is currently at 6,000 gold. He's got 2 items, both pretty defensive. He doesn't even have the golden staff yet. I think at this point of time, he needs to get the golden staff to have that major kick of damage. So he'll probably get that at the 42,000 gold mark. So my guess is going to be the 16 or I'll give him a bit of credit if he doesn't die and works perfectly. 1530.
Ooh, very close. And that's Kenji flickering in. Enough to save him. Tempest of Blades. Oh, no. Albert don't want none of this. And Hajizi putting a beat on him. There's the unstoppable force from behind. Can they juggle the aggression from underneath the turret? Kenji still alive.
No.
Lemon about to get destroyed. Hajizi gets him. Heath puts the nail in the coffin. It's a trade so far. Hajizi for Lemon. The fight continues. Kenji's looking low. That's a blast onto Heath. Vin takes him down. This turret still stands. And only RRQ can win fights that way. Going back and forth, back and forth.
And they are just forcing fights by hook or by crook. There's no other way to go about it. They don't care if they lose one member as long as they get more in return.
I'm not gonna lie, Vin's is starting to become a bit of a problem for Omega in this point. And I think that's where the executional part of it is starting to kick in, because as you can see, Yelly Haze, he's not landing as many Abyssal Arrows, and even if he does, he's probably not going to be able to capitalize on it in comparison to Vin, who just goes in, full combos you, walks away and says, R7, go get him, boy.
Yeah, and we've already seen purchases like the Blade of the Hepta Seas coming in as well, so very much interesting as we hit towards the 15-minute mark. You can see that we are having pretty much an equal level terms after so many fights. RRQ Hoshi, not in the number of kills, but the goal has already been equal.
Oh yeah, barely 1,000 now, barely 1,000. RRQ Hoshi, the King of Kings, have figured out this strategy. And just like that, I think Gideon is on the mark pretty much. About, what, 3 minutes away since he did say. And right now,
Albert,
Omega Esports isn't as confident with the Lord this time around.
Oh yeah, definitely not. I mean, honestly, I was off by a full 30 seconds there. Lemon just got his Winds of Nature, and that's going to be a huge, huge buy, because that means Cartesian as well as Kenji can't take full advantage of him.
Things are looking relatively difficult at the very moment. While a couple of all these Abyssal Arrows being sent out, Demon Hunter Sword being purchased by Hajizi, so a little bit more spike coming in for the Roger, which is definitely great news for Omega at this point in time.
Yeah.
You see a little bit of split push being done by RRQ Hoshi, and they're still not letting their eyes off as Omega Esports still eyeing on towards the Lord.
Yep, that's the advantage that Albert has here as the Ling. He's able to push these lanes, cut him where he needs to without any punish, actually, because of Finch Poison. That's exactly what he's doing. But it looks like Omega knows he's up there. Omega wants to make the most of the situation and is trying to force a fight with RRQ. What they're trying to do is catch one off at least, and that's a good -1. A -1 goes miles in situations like this.
This is the situation that they are looking for, making sure that somebody takes good care of the side lanes, and as many of these Omega Esports members goes there, they will try to find a setup over on towards the Lord side.
Oh, wait, there's a fight. Is there not a fight? No. Oh, no, they backed away. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, they catch one. That's full stuns onto Vin.
Oh. Honestly, at this point in time, it's a game of cat and mouse. Whoever gets picked off first is going to essentially win or lose the fight. But I have to point out here, it's 9-14. It's they're 3 towers ahead. They're literally 5 kills ahead as well. And it is 49.2k to 49.8k. Where is the disparity here? There is almost no disparity at all, even though in every single numbers, and 2 turtles on top of all of those stats, how is Omega not ahead? RRQ has just been really proficient in their way of farming.
If I may build on that, it's a game of cat and mouse where neither is sure which they are, right? It's also a blind game of cat and mouse, and it's very important to check your bushes right now. And the one person or one team who has the advantage when it comes to the range and the vision is Omega Esports. Now Heath catches Psycho. Oh, they catch Kenji off guard in the Omega Esports side of the jungle towards the purple. That's a huge -1 for Omega. I wonder how Omega's gonna just recover from here.
That's right, a big opening that they have managed to find just by having the Benedetta pulling all the attention, and now they fixate their attention on towards Lord. Instead, they want Omega to commit. Without that Ruby, things are definitely going to look a little bit haywire in this sort of fight.
Sideways, if you ask me, sideways for Omega Esports. This time, that's a huge chunk of damage, of lifesteal, and of crowd control. And I think what Omega Esports trying to do is reset.
I think at this point, it's about finding the opportunity to get the angle, because right now, look at that bottom wave. It's pushing in naturally. As long as RRQ just kind of chill and just wait, somebody is going to have to deal with that slowly building up wave. And RRQ, they don't mind doing it because they are scaling towards the late game. And Omega, they've run out of time at this point, and they have to solely believe in their own mechanics to actually win them out in these bigger fights.
That's right, and now we're hitting 18-30. With most of the members already hitting level 15, and I guess this is where it's all about completing your items at this point in time.
At M2, or at least, right? And even the playoffs specifically, when you reach the 18-20 minute mark, that's basically a marathon. Like, this is longer than usual already, and right now with Kenji back on the map, they have eyes on Albert since he is pushing down bottom. I think Omega Esports is just going to jump the gun. They're just going to go for it, saying, just start it up, start it up. Just hope that Vin isn't there and that Albert isn't ready with the retribution.
Oh, this is going to be big news here. Ruby is being pretty occupied, but they understand once again, they're going to go in for another reset, but Heath, though, playing with fire.
Oh, he got caught out. That's at least one ultimate from Vin. They have the timer. They have to make sure that inside, deep inside, they know what it looks like for the opponent, what kind of firepower they're packing. And wow, again, they're back to the game of how low can you get lured before the opponent actually jumps in, bites.
Yeah, and Lemon, although he's 60%, easily could just find his way to live steal Malefic Roar on the hands of Cortese. And yeah, very much interesting.
Just keep your eyes while this boomerang game of who can get the Lord lowest before resetting, just look on the opposite side of the map here, because you can see that Ling as well as Ruby are both trying to make sure those lanes are clean. And RRQ, simple macro here, just get away pushing on their side, because again, if Omega Esports walks out too far, you can punish. If one person goes over, you start the Lord. You put them between a rock and a hard place, and eventually somebody is gonna crack.
Yeah, and if we do look at the goal differentials, it honestly doesn't matter at this point in time, where most of the people have already completed all their items. And being up ahead means that they are shoving way harder towards the side of Omega.
Dude, check out that graph, man. Omega was just dominating the first half of the game, and then RQ Hoshi just slowly catching up. If only Omega was able to close out that game. Man, they must be kicking themselves like, oh, if only we had that Lord and it didn't get stolen just now.
That's essentially the story of the past 5 minutes. The past 5 minutes have been RRQ Hoshi just applying pressure on Omega Esports. And some part of it, I believe, is just conditioning. Like, slowly but surely, RRQ Hoshi has been saying, all right, if you don't do anything about this, Albert's just going to push and penetrate your lane down bottom. And right now, again, back to the game of hot potato onto this Lord. It's a matter of allotting resources. How much are you willing to put on the line to be able to take this huge objective? Now, Psycho at half health. And now it's Lemon they send over. Oh, this is going to be a push.
Yeah, and that's my attention actually fixating on towards the lower side of the map, and with that, RQ still wants to play this Dance of Death. How are we going at it, finally?
Oh, they're going in. This is no turning back. That's Heath getting blasted. He's still alive. R7 with the black dragon form. Tempest Ablaze in here. That's going to be a knock-up on the Psycho. R7 being pushed back. That's going to be Vin taken down by Hajizi. Oh, it's looking grim. Heath destroyed from the back line by Psycho. That's going to be 2 for 1. Lemon destroyed by Hajizi. And now the Wolf, the machine, is on the chase. Psycho, oh, he needs the Cyclone Eye. Oh, he's going to get it. But inside the orange buff pit, that's going to be the Hajizi run. Taken down one last 1 for 3. Is this enough space for the Lord?
This should be plenty of space for the Lord, actually, unless Albert makes a bad steal here, which I don't think he's going to do. In most situations, Lings are just going to cut the wave, but considering the wave still has a long way to go.
Oh, no, the burst is just too much. That's what, 4 members of Omega Esports? Oh man, RQ Hoshi's very own R7 was a little too optimistic.
Yeah.
Absolutely dropped the ball right there. You can see Albert can only fly around just to see this Lord go in the hands of Omega Esports. And I'm pretty sure the Filipino fans here rejoice after that long dance. And it all started from sending Lemon right down below, and Omega Esports knows, okay, we can actually catch them out of position, and that's where that 3-for-1 trade didn't go anywhere as planned for RRQ.
I think RQ at this point in time, it's just a game of cat and mouse, because again, there's nothing much they can really do about it in most of these situations if they put themselves too far out and they get caught out by Heath. And you know what? Speaking of Heath, in that last fight, he preemptively flickered forward thinking somebody would be further, deeper into the brush. Ends up they were standing right in front of him and he just blew his flicker for no reason. But here comes Luminous Lord.
Oh, but he got away with it anyways, right? Here we go now. Finally, the first inhibitor taken down, and it's going to be on the side of RQ Hoshi. That's going to be quite a few ults spent by RQ to take down Lord alongside that inhibitor up top as well. So it's a 2 for none, relatively clean for Omega Esports. Impressive how they're able to just center and just gather themselves once more, especially after earlier how RQHOSHI was slowly turning the whole map blue.
Right, and now Psycho tries to cut off the way, but what a big pick!
That's going to be Hajizi running away. Immortality popped in here. Vin destroyed by Kurt the Hurt Teasy, and now Hajizi. That's going to be R7 taking him down. It's so far a 1-4-1, and right now Albert destroyed once more by the 1-1, and they're going in. That's a lot of damage coming in from Lemon. That's Heath. Mr. Fundamental destroyed, and right now that's another pull. Lemon survives. Oh, I think he's going to heal up because they're still ready. They're going for this half health on all members of Omega Esports. They may have been going in too deep, and I think the investment has already been spent. R7 destroyed. That's going to be 1. Oh, Yelly Hayes, that's going to be 2. They're trading back and forth. 2 members left.
Good plays coming in from RQHOSHI. Even though they had a bad situation, they just have to make sure that they understand who scales into this game. Okay, Albert dies. Who do we have to depend on? Lemon. If you have to throw your body in to buy some time, then throw your body just like what they're doing out now. It's going to be a 2v2 situation.
Oh, they trigger the crossbow tang, but Psycho gets away.
Oh no!
Full range. Oh, that's going to be a pull by Kenji, and that's Lemon. That's Lemon finally shut down, and that's 2 defenders. So Vin is back in here, so that's some wave clear on the side of RQHOSHI.
Just look at it, 50 over seconds if you go down at this point of time. RQHOSHI at the very least still have 3 members up, so this is where Omega Esports can continue to apply the pressure. In more than about 2 minutes in towards the game, we'll see possibly the final lord, but they might not even need it right now.
Electro final blow used to clear the waves, but Curtizi will take down the turret. Anyways, what is this? About a minute away from the 3rd Lord, and Lemon's gonna be coming in on time. So I think for RQHOSHI, just buckle in. Just wait for Lemon to come in, and I don't know, man. Whatever you did with Vin for the 1st Lord, do that again.
But at this point in time, if you actually lose at least 3 members by just snatching the Lord away, yeah, maybe you might get away with, you know, that Lord just marching towards the enemy side and you have like a full send of Omega Esports army just at your base by that point in time. Yeah. So, Curtizi having 1 final slot uncompleted, but hey, what's to say? I think he really packs a punch at this one time.
I think he packs a punch too. I think they all honestly pack a punch. And the real problem right now is that they can't seem to get onto the scaling heroes. Lemon just refuses to die. Albert, he buys so much time, especially when he jumps into the backline here, that Omega Esports can only deal with 1 problem at a time. And Kenji, he's going to be staying very close to Cartesi more often than not, just to kind of protect him with the I'm Offended and making sure that he taunts the right people, just to buy that time to allow Cartesi to at the very least have enough weakness procs just so they can use his ultimate in a clutch situation.
Yep, and we've seen earlier, a crossbow tang is not a confirmed kill. Not at all, because of how this Rome Benedetta is playing in right now. That's going to be a fight. I think they're picking. Oh, Vin gets caught out. Oh, he lets out the ult. That's going to be flame shot used already by Yelly Hayes. And Hajizi destroyed by Lemon from the back line. Tempest of Blades here by Albert. That's going to be traced left and right. Kenji down, as well as Hajizi. 2 for 1. I think they are ripe for the Lord take.
Yeah, and we just saw the positioning of Lemon initially was a little bit questionable, but when he flickered to get that position, to get that first opening, it started to make sense where the rest of RQHOSHI will be able to penetrate through from a very awkwardly positioned Omega Esports.
Honestly, I'm surprised that Omega didn't just jump onto Lemon there. Like, he was free, and you can see that the Unstoppable Force was up there. They were just waiting out the Winds of Nature, but that's just like a second long. So it's kind of on Omega, who I think were in disbelief, like, no way he's doing this. This is kind of troll, right?
Yeah, again, give carry, what, 1.2 seconds of free hits, especially with full lock items like this. You're in for a bad time, and right now, oh, Albert's stealing oranges now. This is going to be rough for Hajizi when he comes back.
And you can see Psycho really roams in towards the mid side as well. They're having 2 members to the lower side of the map. And this Lord right here is the terminator of the entirety of this game, which honestly, Omega Esports hasn't been able to find a safe way to even get a pick in this sort of sense.
Yeah, no, it's because of, again, the vision that Omega Esports has is trumped by the mobility that RQHOSHI has right now, right? Like, again, Gideon mentioned the forward flicker by Heath. If he only knew that there was no one in the bush. I think Yelly Hayes hasn't warded that area yet. If he only knew that he was right in his face, he could have used that mobility to close the gap. But right now, oh, nice catch. That's going to be Lemon caught by the ejector, and he's going to get blasted down. Heath trying to run, save his life, and he survives. But look at Albert. Albert looking to just cut the waves. Oh, it's a silent Cold War between Kenji and Albert.
Both sides just not letting up here, but at the end of the day, who wins out in these later stages? I mean, Yelly Hayes, he's going to take some damage. Psycho is just going to chase him down, and nope, the rest of the team back off, and they could, I mean, I don't think Lemon wants to fight without his ult here, so Psycho has got to be real careful.
Psycho right in between all these members of Omega Esports, not looking all too great. As much as he has immortality, he can buy only very a few seconds in towards this match, but he's trying his best to make it out alive. Lemon, as much as he's nearby, he's still getting out of this. I take my words back.
Psycho things, madman.
He's getting away with too much here, and I think, you know, Omega and RQ Hoshi, like, it's in Omega's hands to look for this engagement here, and RQ, as you can tell, clearly will not initiate anything unless they can guarantee that pick. And at this point, Vin, he's a little too scared to walk forward, because the moment he does, Heath is going to unstoppable force ejector him back in towards the enemy team, and there's really not a lot of counterplay to that other than hope that he doesn't fly back too far, or the rest of Omega can't catch up after he flickers.
Gentlemen, we are already hitting 30 minutes of play, and it's pretty much on even grounds at the very moment. Everyone's just buying forces at
Which
this
is
time.
impressive, because Argyoshi, they have no more turrets, and they're still this aggressive.
Yeah, and as much as this turret stands from the side of Omega Esports, it's currently untouchable.
Yeah, so it's more of, again, a standstill right now. The headlock. And hold up, RQ Hoshi. That's going to be our 7. Black Dragon form catches Yelly Hayes off. Lemon finishes him off. That's already a -1. And looking at the map in general, Omega Esports not going to find an easy pickoff just like that. There's no Vindication anywhere soon. Not even Psycho. Again, we know Psycho runs away like this. This is what he does.
Yeah, he just gets away with everything on the line, just pulling every aggro that he can possibly get. And this constant split push will not stop at all, but Lemon, he could possibly solo this if Omega does not pay attention.
I mean, Omega definitely knows that this is going on. However, they have to send members to the other side of the map, and Albert, he's able to control this, and he's going in for the full engagement.
Oh, there's going to be Heath. His immortality pops inside. He has a few shields to buy time. Oh, Kurtizi, just in time. Crossbow of tank, and they burst him. That's Heath taken down. R7. Where is R7? That's going to be Kurtizi. Oh, Hajizi as well. They're running away. Oh, can Psycho finish him off? Lemon from behind. Kenji gets him. That's Psycho taking down Kurtizi. 1-1 off the table right now. Kenji flickers in, saves himself just in time, and now there's Hajizi. There's two chances at a steal here. Hajizi and Kenji. I don't know. Yelly Hayes needs to start clearing waves. And yo, this might be our RQs. I feel like RQ is just more confident this time around.
Like it should be. However, Selena and those Abyssal Arrows could be the game changer. Vin just waiting for the catch. He gets caught out himself.
Oh, Vin is still alive because they are going to burst down Yelly Hayes. And Yelly Hayes is still in this. Vin gets destroyed. Hajizi gets him from behind. The delayed damage gets down Yelly Hayes, and there's still 4v3. Hajizi survives. Psycho's chasing him. Oh, they're looking for the juke. And, oh, what a transform! Oh, they're going to find him anyways. Kenji's still in this. There's not enough damage from the side of Omega, though.
Fight still going on here. Going strong. This brawl is going to go. Kenji finally gets taken out. The ejector onto Psycho. This is finally looking good for RRQ. My goodness, Omega, they've got to be real frustrated about this entire situation.
Yo, just look at the waves. It's already crashing right in.
Oh, this is something that RQ has to watch out for as well. Again, note, they can join fights as long as they want, but if they don't manage their waves, it could end in the blink of an eye. And I think all of these long team fights, it's resulted in, again, more members of Omega coming back, but finally this is third Lord. I can say confidently, it's gonna go definitely to RQ Hoshi. Oh! Definitely. Close. I thought there was another Vin situation.
Yeah, it almost could have been in that sort of sense with Heath being so close by. And unfortunately, things are starting to open up for the side of RQ Hoshi, and Omega Esports had to back away and retreat, not having Hajizi as well as Kenji around. There's so many switch of itemization going on, and we've seen the Rose Gold Meteor being bought there by Kurtizi.
Yeah. Kurt's swapping around. That last slot is his juggle slot.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be important that teams know how to juggle their items, especially this late. Oh wait, hold on. This is the pick of a lifetime. Bin is getting chunked back, but this could be the fight that they've been looking for.
Like the final blow by Psycho, trying to dive in and take out the softies from behind. Heath destroyed here by Lemon, and Psycho able to just maintain pressure here, just escort Lord into this inhibitor, and that's going to be Kenji getting blasted down by Lemon. Ladies and gentlemen, carry is back. That's going to be the push on all 3 inhibitors for Omega Esports. Curtisi taken down Vin. That's going to be a crossbow of Tang. Hajizi destroyed here. It's just a matter of time. They just need to focus down on the base. And ladies and gentlemen, the King of Kings take game number 1 after a long, drawn-out game here in the very last day. Oh, sorry, the last game of day 1 in the playoffs.
34 minutes, 14 seconds on the clock. This has to be the longest game in the playoff runs thus far. And my oh my, what a comeback coming from the Kings of Kings.
Contra, my friend, that is the longest game of all time here. Butters, what do you have to say? I can see you rubbing your eyes like, oh my goodness, I've been staring at the screen for 30 long minutes.
30 long minutes, and to be honest, it could have gone both ways. It was a battle of having the less errors, and the 1-1 was looking great. Omega looked great at the early stages of the game. They made a few mistakes along the way. RRQ capitalized on it, and the Kings of Kings are actually the kings of comebacks as well.
I think we've been sleeping on RRQ. It's so weird to say that we've been sleeping on RRQ. And the past few days have always been about, Alter Ego this, Bren Esports that. But ladies and gentlemen, y'all are forgetting. We are actually in the midst of our champion here. So far, the strongest team in the playoffs. I mean, if you're able to win a 30-minute game like this against a team that is just refusing to go down, just as Omega Esports did, then I don't know. I'm looking at Burmese Ghouls right now. I'm remembering how they swept Bren, but I'm all the more impressed here with RRQ. Definitely.
It has to be the game of the day, right? We just look at a masterful play coming from both ends, and even the times where Lemon was so off of position, I just felt that there are moments that Omega Esports could have, would have, should have capitalized, and they weren't really paying attention to the right things at those critical moments.
I think honestly this boiled down to one of a very few things, and when you go on this long into a game, 30 minutes by the way, 34. Remember when we were talking 14. Remember when we were talking about scaling and high execution to easier to execute? This is the perfect example to kind of just display just that. Oh, easier to execute, I didn't have to really do too much.
Yeah, but we are going to throw it to our analysts. So Lafel and Wolf, what do you have for us? Let's go.
They threw us.
Yeah.
That was the joke.
That was a joke.
My name is Lafel, this is Wolf. So, a 30-something minute game.
A 30-something minute game that I predicted and you cursed.
Yeah.
But this is all your fault.
I should have just said which team will win and lose. I shouldn't have said the 10-minute thing.
You know what? I think that I'm gonna tell whoever hosts this whatever tournament this is, we should not be asking you anything about what you will want, what you predict.
Agree. Now let's talk about the game. Let's actually talk about the game. Now the thing is, a lot that can be talked about is in the draft itself. I mean, of course, we see that a lot of gameplay, but the thing is, I want to see the interaction between heroes. Like, for example, we see Hajizi with Roger being really, really good, but who shut him down in the midst of all of that team fight? Like, according to what I saw, is Eudora.
Definitely the Eudora. I also have to take note the decision coming out from Omega Esports to take the 1-1 instead of the Benedetta, because if you notice, the Yisenshin was banned and all the other big heroes out there, big ticket heroes, but then RRQ, they were able to secure their Benedetta, and naturally Omega Esports will just pick up the 1-1, because I think that we saw that earlier as well, when a team that was facing Benedetta picked up the 1-1. It makes a lot of sense in a way. But I think the biggest problem here is they had to choose either a Roger or a Harith. I think we were talking about this.
We were talking about it, yeah, we were.
It's either just the Roger or the Harith, and Omega Esports going in for the safer route, which was the Roger. This might be a decision that maybe is bad for the team, right?
Yeah, we will look at the itemization, and then I think we will talk about the Roger and the Harif even more, because it is about the items. So let's look at the Roger. Casual items, mostly damaging items as well as 2 defensive ones. But the thing is, why we talked about Harif is just because Harif is actually pretty good in terms of scaling. Roger, you have to snowball. So it's 2 different kind of heroes. So it's like Omega and RQ. Why we even brought it up is because both of these teams, they enjoy playing very, very slowly. They enjoy scaling into the game and then trying to win off of a big team fight. And in this situation, if Harif has the Calamity Reaper, Feather of Heaven, as well as the Concentrated Energy, he will be able to survive against all of this onslaught from RQ Hoshi. I mean, sure, get bursted a little bit by the Eudora, but with the Chrono Dash, instantly heals back.
Yeah, there's a lot of utility outside of the just bursting out, pushing damage, right? And imagine if Omega Esports had something with better late game objective taking potential, like the High, for example, right? It would be totally different. I want to say though, Omega Esports with their draft and with the stats that we're looking at right now, 3 turtles going in their favor, I think that is massive, because this is the point where you can say that Omega Esports, they are en route to actually reaching their win conditions. But come the late game, there's really much more scaling heroes. I think in terms of quantity of scaling heroes, Ling is Ling and Carry and Benedetta, they're all scary in the late game, and I think that RQ just doubled down on many scaling heroes.
Yeah, and now look at our MVP, which is Psycho using the Benedetta, and proves to be as annoying as it can be with the Bloodless Axe, making sure that she can sustain. And I think she sold 1 item, because I cannot imagine how you can play that level of a game and not have full items. But either way, being super tanky as well as creating a nuisance in the backline, making sure that Omega cannot really stay for a team fight, because the Electro Final Blow, it actually hurts. It hurts a lot.
I think that Psycho is just the hardest working man in the M2 World Championship. This guy was the MVP, my personal MVP as well, because he was able to defend their base.
Oh,
and you know what he did? He went into the fight. When he was low, he goes back to base to heal up, and then gets back to the fight, clears out the wave with the Electro Final Blow, and just did everything. He salvaged this game. I'm telling you, of course, there was a nice steal on the Lord, but this guy, Psycho, salvaged this fight.
Yeah, I think coming up in the next game, we have to see how do they do the pick and ban, because I feel like a lot of the bans will be more structured according to the teams, and we can hear that the players are ready.
Wow, I hope that you heard that. To anyone who's watching right now, it's crazy in here, in the stadium. There's so many cheers and noises, and it's hyped.
It almost feels like the finals already, but either way, that is it from us. We will go back to the casters to do game number 2, so casters, take it away.
Welcome back to the caster's desk, and thank you, analysts, for running us through game number 1. Now, as we move on, let's head on to game number 2. But let's talk about game number 1 a bit.
Yeah, and you know, game number 1 was so sweaty. Honestly, could have went on the favor of Omega, but of course, before that, we got a lot to thank for, because these games were absolutely opposite.
Absolutely, absolutely. We would like to thank Tumi for being the partner in esports for M2, as the journey to become the champion of M2 has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage and backpack. You can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without worry. Be sure to check out Tumi.com to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
Other than that, to check out, you guys can also check out an established distributor of many well-loved consumer brands around Southeast Asia. SUTL Group is a proud 2021 MLBB partner in esports for Fiji Water, 8chunks, It's Cup, and Mountain Dew. To find out more, visit www.sutl.com.
And you can catch the live streaming of the mega event Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020 held in Singapore for free on MeWatch from 18th of January to the 24th. A total of 12 teams from 9 countries will be battling it out for the chance to get $300,000 US. Support your favorite teams along the way and make sure you guys catch the heated battles in this tournament now.
Yeah, and of course, back to what we were saying, right? In just one game, it felt like we were already at the 3rd game of the series, you know? Like, it honestly took a long time to finish off that what all these players have started, and just to think that we are in game number 2. What if it hits more than 34 minutes and 14 seconds?
I want to know from you guys, from you, Gideon, what went wrong for the side of Omega Esports?
Well, honestly, I think a lot of things for Omega Esports actually went right, especially from the first 8 minutes of the game. They had a lot of control. However, it came down to the trades. They traded 2 for 1, 1 for 2, 2 for 1, 1 for 2, back and forth for the next 6 minutes straight. The last 2 minutes, they finally get a lead, and when they had it, what happens? The Lord gets stolen on the 12th. That really, really sucks. And unfortunately, there's nothing much they could really do about it. And honestly, I don't know about you guys, but when you have a composition of such high execution capabilities, like, it starts to wane after each minute.
Of course, before going to Leo, like, there was that moment we say that, hey, RRQ was throwing the bodies just to get the Lord, and it might not be worth the price. And now we're taking into perspective, has it been I guess it's worth it after all.
Yeah, no, that's what I was going to say, is no matter how many bodies you throw in there, I think the investment, as long as you don't lose a lot on the backswing, right? As long as you take Lord, and again, kudos to Vin. That was amazing. Grand Theft Lord. Yeah. You do what you can, because again, there's an enhancement to your siege minions, right? So I think that's one of the reasons why RRQ Hoshi stayed in this game for so long, even if all of their inhibitors were taken down, is because their siege minion was so strong at the start. So yeah, even if it took them a while to actually end at around 30-something, they were in this the whole time also because of, I don't want to talk about what's wrong, because this is more of an RRQ victory than an Omega failure, okay?
Yeah.
I believe this wholeheartedly.
Yeah, there's definitely no failures when we come in towards that sort of perspective. Of course, macro decisions here and there does count in that sort of thing.
I think here it is the perfect time that it counts, because taking, for example, that Lord, had they stolen it at any other time or any later into the game, the death timers would have been way too long. The waves would have already crashed in, and they would have lost everything at that point in time. And not to mention, all the waves were clear, so they had no real way to capitalize.
And that's why it was an RRQ win, right?
It was
so
like pixel perfect timing.
Yep, just again, it was a perfect time to YOLO, right? Like, you chose to YOLO right here. Any other time, it would have been done, right? So, again, back to even the start of the game, why this was such an effective lineup. I kept saying it earlier, now that we have the time to discuss why. Do note, this is a tankless lineup, right? And the reason why it's okay that it's a tankless lineup is because they're able to just juggle the damage around because of mobility, right? You have Finch Poise on Ling, you have the Sword Intent on Benedetta, and then you have just R7, which is able to cut through walls with the Black Dragon form. It's a thing of beauty.
Yeah, and now that you did bring up about the damages, we did actually have a little bit of glimpse when we go in for the sort of breakdown as well, where we saw about a 10k sort of differential in terms of damage exchanges. Is it the point that, you know, when you hit towards the very late game, was Omega actually lacking in terms of damage? Because I felt it wasn't the case.
I'm looking at it right now. That was the longest game that we've had all day for the playoffs. And a lot of things are going to be discussed with us, with the chat, and with everyone watching all around the world. Now, tankless lineups. This has been the approach of RRQ for the group stages even. Do you think it all comes down to that extra help in terms of damage output when it comes to the late game? The Benedetta can shift from an off tank to actually getting the damage output. So do you guys think that if ever it comes to the late game, will RRQ have the better chances in the coming fights?
That's a really good question here, because I think it really boils down to the composition that they want to go. And I think, you know, like, you can take two simple examples of Selena versus that Eudora. Eudora, pretty nasty. And honestly, that was an you know what another name for it could be? A Battle Night.
A Battle Night. And log in on January 30th to claim a free permanent skin. And do remember that we are pleased to announce that the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer, the new adventure, will officially begin on January 30th. There is a new upgrading system which is called Blessing, new Lethal Commander and map, all synergies revamped, and free trial of advanced skins await you. So make sure you guys log in on January 30th and try that out.
Boy, honestly, start in the day and then you end long like it's a 30-40 minute game. Yeah, it's a battle night.
Yeah, it is a battle night. But boys, real talk. This is on everybody's mind. Who plays Magic Chess? Because I don't. Hot take here. I'm really not into it, but some people are, and I just don't get it.
I do. It's my non-ML game.
Really?
Yep.
Man, I don't know. A lot of people look at me weird when it's like I'm not into Magic Chess, and they're like,
I think Battle Night might be a good way for you to start because again, they are revamping quite a bit of the game. It might be a whole new game, far as I'm concerned. So yeah, Gideon, check it out when it does hit the 30th. But right now, we're gonna jump into game number 2, Omega Esports on the play.
This is the second draft of this series, Omega Esports versus RRQ Hoshi. And Omega Esports started out with a Natalia and the Lapu ban for the side of RRQ Hoshi. It's going to be the Brody and the Yi Sunshin. Do not fix what is not broken for the side of RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, and we definitely see a little bit of sign of relief coming into the faces of RQ Hoshi. Midway through, everyone was just sweating their foreheads out, and you definitely see that coming in towards these sort of bans here, it's sensible to not have the Lapu Lapu in the case that you hit in towards the late game as well. It's definitely going to be a little bit harder to deal with.
Looking at it, Omega Esports just want to make the most out of this, make the most out of probably a Benedetta by banning out the Lapu Lapu. What do you think, Gideon?
I suppose they're just posing the question to RRQ to say, hey, Jawhead or Lapu Lapu, which one, sorry, not Lapu Lapu, or Benedetta, which one do you really want to get rid of? And if you do, by the way, there is also Esmeralda on the table. So RRQ Hoshi bans out the one and says, hey, let's open up the entire draft. Pick one.
No, that's it. I think Esmeralda should be key here for Omega Esports, if not the Jawhead, which, I don't know, I have to be honest, in game number 1, Heath's Jawhead, again, was found in spots he should not have any business.
I kind of find it weird that they start off with an Esmeralda without Toshi.
What?
Toshi is the one who's actually playing this hero for Omega for the longest time.
I trust Kenji and Cortese. I think it's fine.
But stats don't lie, though.
Stats don't.
Hey,
stats don't.
Hey, if stats don't lie, talk to me about Bren versus Burmese Ghouls.
Hey man, a lot has changed over that one patch, so honestly, I do think that experience does play a part here. But you know what? RRQ Hoshi probably in these situations, they're probably gonna go for, oh, okay, you know what? I was about to say Jawhead. Throw that out of the picture. I was absolutely wrong.
Wow, absolute change of pace here, coming in with a Khalid as well as Sylvana, and we talked a lot about Imperial Justice being a very sort of a big key pick, and man, this is definitely going to be really interesting to just lock people down.
I think for the side of RQ Hoshi, they probably are guessing that Omega Esports would go for a Benedetta or a Cho.
I suppose, but I don't know. The Khalid pick is already throwing me off because why exactly do you need the Khalid this early on? Are you trying to harass the Esmeralda early on? Or is that what you're hoping for? Because Esmeralda can easily be thrown in towards the mid lane. You have a wave clearing support and it's like, oh yeah, she's not off lane anymore.
Then again, we are going to get their 2 picks right now. It's going to be the Benedetta. They step into the trap, or is it a trap? The Jawhead is there as well for Omega Esports.
So good. This is looking like Omega's just playing their game, and I understand why the Khalid might throw off a few signals from RRQ, but I think it's also just a safe pick as a side laner anyways. But again, also questionable because why did they not just go for the Benedetta first or the Yu Zhong? Like why the Khalid? I guess there's a bigger plan. RRQ Hoshi works in mysterious ways, man.
Exactly, and I think there's something ticking in James's head, and I'm trying to figure it out here. This feels like, you know, the Da Vinci Code, and I'm just working backwards to put together the pieces as we're about to finish this last pick. And at this point, it could be anything here.
Yeah,
I kind of get RRQ Hoshi wants to break the status quo a bit here, and they really just keep on throwing us off with these kinds of picks. Bruno is their 3rd pick.
So this is definitely a secret sauce that they are unveiling here. So you got something to say before, of course, I continue my point.
Well, honestly, I think the only reason why they chose Bruno is because carry is too slow and Claude is counterintuitive. That's basically all I've got so far.
Yeah, and we've already known for the fact that nobody's going to touch a Yi Xunshin 1-1 really being banned now. Now, giving a lot of power picks, though, over on towards Omega Esports. Like, I'm pretty sure they are ecstatic just to get in towards the program, and we're already seeing a Selena being taken out of the picture here, which Omega Esports was initially going for it.
Now, we are going to head to the final ban here of RRQ Hoshi. RRQ did their research. They banned out the Ling. They do not want it to go to the hands of Hajizi.
And I wouldn't be too surprised if they decided to ban out Hayabusa here on the side of RRQ Hoshi if they want to make, or Claude if they want to make sure that's like, hey, absolutely zero scaling, and they're gonna have to just depend on the Benedetta, who doesn't exactly hyperscale, and Esmeralda, who does, is just really nasty.
Banning out Lu Yi. There are a lot of open heroes here for the side of Omega Esports, though. In terms of the mid lane, you have the Lance. You really have a lot of options. Hell, even Benedetta could go to the mid lane if Omega wanted it to be a mid laner or jungler.
That's a good point.
Yeah, exactly like what Psycho did in the past game could potentially be a formula that they could take good use of from that page.
Now, we're just waiting for the last possible... Well, this is the last ban for the side of Omega Esports. They're taking their time, trying to not rush things. Probably a Forza would be a nice ban here for their side, and they go for a Diggy.
Oh,
I get the Diggy though. I get the Diggy. This is shades of what Burmese Ghouls did earlier with their own Diggy.
Rafaela, it's a way to stop out. It's a way to help Bruno maneuver through the fight.
Yeah.
And in terms of Diggy, you're just going to negate a lot of these Jawhead, Esmeralda disables, and probably Omega Esports, they're thinking about getting some teamfight ultimates going on for their side.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, because you don't just necessarily ban out the Diggy just for a Sylvana. It just doesn't add up necessarily. But RQ Hoshi taking up the Rafaela, something very, very interesting. They want to be able to outmaneuver this Esmeralda overall. But again, big ultimates here. What could it be?
Last two picks for this draft of game number 2. It's going to be the Farsa and the Harley.
Okay, so this kind of telegraphs that it is Farsa in mid, Harley in the jungle, and I think they're a little conservative when it comes to the magic damage. I must say, Esmeralda's a hybrid.
Yeah, I mean, true, but for the large majority, she works weird. She works weird in the sense where it's like, I kind of do damage, but I give you shield, turn your life into shields and then steal it away, you know? It's rather interesting, but majority of her damage does come from magic. And RQ Hoshi, they're going to finish it off with the Belleric. Oh, this is such an interesting composition coming in from RQ, and it's definitely something to just kind of watch back later on to understand what is going on.
Wow, the layered defense coming in from the side of RQ Hoshi, though, is definitely going to be something interesting to watch, especially you have that sustain coming from the Rafaela, going with the holy healings and just keeping them up all night long, alongside with the Khalid, which is already kind of tough to deal against. But looking at the sort of the pace that we're going in towards game number 2, this draft, which is definitely the first out of the many that is being pulled up from the side of RQ Hoshi, is keeping our eyes wide open.
RQ Hoshi, clearly they have a different stand on the meta right now. They are playing, they are throwing us off, and right now we're trying to decode whatever it is that they're trying to do in this meta. And Omega Esports, they really have to face this. I hope they figure out something in this game, because if not, they're going to go to the lower bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2, we head on to the Celestial Palace, and Gideon, Leo, and Contra take it away.
Thanks, Butters. And this game is, I'm hoping it doesn't reach all the way to that 30, but RQ Hoshi wants to start off strong. And when you got a Bruno and when you have a Rafaela, you just can't help but to look to push them out of their own jungle.
All right, this is Psycho once more in the roaming role on that Rafaela. and we're trying to decipher slowly what's going on with this lineup. Curtizi juggling these waves, juggling the aggression, and there seems to be a scuffle here in the river for the Litho Wanderer. Not exactly sure who got it, but oh, Heath was just chilling.
Oh man, and yep, they just ran past him, forced to flicker away this time around. So not all too shabby after all for an attempt from RQ. So
honestly, I think Heath was just clenching his butt cheeks, just like, don't notice me, as he slowly walked on out and waddled through river.
yeah, like this kind of things don't just go by unnoticed. Most often than not in competitive play. Over on towards the lower side, we do have Kenji versus R7. Oh, first blood.
No, but he's going to get returned. Wait, don't tell me you got... Okay, I thought he was executed for a moment there. I was like, no way, the passive would have procced at some point.
Would have been amazing. I think that's what he was just hedging on. And right now, look at this. Kenji baiting out R7. Does he know that Hajizi's waiting here? Oh, there you go. Poker trick, clearing the waves, and R7's not having any of it. They go for the crab.
I think overall this game is just going to be like a nice and slow pace here, unless RQ wants to ramp it up by adding gasoline to the little fire that they've started so far, especially since both sides haven't really gone too far ahead. And I think even Khalid is just chilling in his lane, thinking, I don't really need to do anything and hold and protect myself.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I'm definitely keeping my eyes on Hajizi as well, as he'll be setting to go in for those picks up in towards the mid game itself. I'm not sure what kind of position can he possibly pull up this time, but they're pulling out the turtle.
All right, here we go. Starting it up. That's 4 members of RQ Hoshi. Omega Esports going to answer back. Turtle at less than half health. Feathered air strike pulled in here by Yeliaze. Vin going to be the first target. They're not having any of it. Heath does not have unstoppable force, but he has ejector. Vin gets bursted down, taken out by Hajizi. That's going to be a trade, though. Hajizi destroyed by Albert from the back lines. It's free hits from the Bruno. That's going to be 2 for none plus a turtle. 2 for 1 make that. Oh, RQ Hoshi off to the races.
This is a really good start here because, I mean, even though Omega Esports looked like they had the better engage, the counter engage coming in from RQ Hoshi was kind of nuts, and they were able to hit a large majority, forcing out some big battle spells, and especially the Purifies and Flickers from everybody else.
Yeah, and with a lot of all the sort of the stuff being burnt out as well, we are already getting a couple of items in. Of course, still pretty much early in the phase. Spot anything interesting, gentlemen?
Not just yet. I think it's still relatively similar, but it's going to be a huge fight here as the Feathered Airstrike comes through, but Lemon is in the backside wanting to stop this move from Farsa. Oh. She can't even hit wings by wings. Anisi is the next to fall. They're diving. Oh my goodness. A triple kill going over to your boy, Albert.
4 for 1. I'll take that any day, plus a good amount of hits on this outer turret energy shield. Nay, make it the whole turret taken down not even 4 minutes in. RQ Hoshi seems to have drafted the draft they wanted anyways, and if this isn't a hyper push, hyper carry lineup, I don't know what is. Look at this. They're ahead by about 2,500 gold already.
Yeah, and raising the baby strat definitely working very well in favor of the side of RQ, already feeding 5 kills to Albert, who's pretty much all grown up right now. And my concern is this, they're going to be going for another pick.
Oh, nice ejector, trying to save Heath, but it is all in vain as Lemon gets away. That's going to be deadly magic set in by Kaltizi, but we all know Lemon's going to survive.
This is, oh boy, this is some big moves made by RQ Hoshi. They're just they're pretty far ahead and this early into the game. Wait, no, this could be something a little bit more here because RQ, the fact that they are rotating between mid and bottom side, they want to break the mid side so they have more space to work with when they're just kind of putting their pressure on the turtle, and maybe could even force a chase into the enemy jungle.
Yep, and just go for the mad snowball here, and exactly that's what they're doing. Again, they opened up the main artery in mid. They have easy goes at most things, especially turtles, and that's just gonna make Albert a beast. Easy. Now another big fight. That's gonna be Wrath of the Dryad, setting them all in. Lemon destroyed by Hajizi. Oh, I think they started the fight a little too soon.
Yeah, and he definitely was in the wrong place, wrong time as well. Now, Electo, final blow on towards R7. Honestly, not gonna do much to that Khalid.
Yeah, especially with the Quicksand Guard, actually. He is just going to heal back up to pretty much full and just continue to just soak up as much pressure as possible. And Cortese, no matter how much damage he gets on him, boom, he gets hit by the ult. Cortese, good R7 could look to finish him off, but Jeezy is there to protect him. Oh, he manages to get him. He forgot about the passive. R7 still alive. He's getting hit by literally everything and walks away like nothing ever happened.
Amazing. He comboed the passive and the execute. I think that was the nail in the coffin that caught Cortese off. Usually you don't get Cortese with that, but something's telling me maybe Omega's kind of tilted. Maybe it's getting to Omega. The long game, the 34-minute game earlier, and just this hyper-aggressive draft.
Definitely getting in their heads. Just look at the way that he plays the Khalid, just flickers right in, and yeah, there it goes. Doing everything that RQ needs to do just to get straight, direct, and towards the heart, not only the head.
It's getting scary here, because if this is the tactics that RRQ are going to employ just to tilt their opponents, dragging out the 30-minute games, oh no.
Oh, nice use of the Rampaging Sandstorm, forcing Heath to go for the flicker back. Hey, if you're using your opponent's tanks, again, a playmaking tanks, skills and battle spells to just push them back and just go for failed attempt, it's going to be a non-starter. And if you do this for the next 3 minutes, you're going to see Vin here, Albert, build up to more than just a Berserker's Fury. I'm seeing maybe a battle, an endless battle in 2 minutes.
I suppose, but I think like they've got the Berserker's Fury. Endless Battle is probably going to be coming up real soon as well, like you said. But is that going to be enough? Like, what happens once Omega has kind of scaled up and this is a pick?
Oh, that's Vin. Oh, he's able to get out despite all the deadly magics. Nice pin down, Imperial Justice onto Heath, and yeah, you're underneath the turret. You turn it into a chase like this. It's gonna be fine. Emoji Esports knows to retreat.
Oh boy, yikes. Just look at how fast he just melted down right there as he tries to go in for the pickoff. But even if they managed to get that catch, the rest of Omega Esports evidently wasn't ready to respond to that pick itself. So not sure if it's miscomm or, something that he hopes to just burst it down in the blink of an eye.
Oh boy, Albert is so huge. He's literally critting for 1.8k. 1.8k. Let that sink in for a bit, because it's only 7 minutes into this game, going to 8.
1.8k, that's about half of most heroes' life bars at this point. And yeah, no quarter here for this tier 2 turret up top. Rampaging Sandstorm starting it up. That's going to be the Feathered Airstrike pushing them back. But no, they already set their sights on Heath and take down the Jawhead, as well as this mid lane turret. Inhibitors left standing, save for bottom. This is aggression like we've never seen before, at least in the playoffs, especially with a draft as unorthodox as this.
I mean, Albert is enabled and they want more. Look at that damage. Cortese barely stood a chance. Lemon went over the wall just to try and get him with the Dryas, but luckily Cortese survives with just a sliver of health.
Yeah, Cortese almost dropped right there, and now I'm just being less speechless on how effective this composition have worked out in favor of RQ, Hoshi, and Omega Esports now could not really leave the base at the moment. Yep, they got the breastplate up for Kenji, now playing very defensively.
Yo, the breastplate on Kenji feels reactionary. It just feels like, I need to build it because we're dying too soon. It honestly feels miserable right now. Looking at the record here, 4-11, about 7k ahead is RRQ Hoshi. This First Lord here, if they don't do anything that just changes the way that they engage, which I'm struggling to find right now, I do think that it's a free Lord already. This one 3 seconds away, and there you go. Albert already has the endless battle. I think that's a latest spec coming up next. Oh, they catch a GZ off. Albert uses not even the wave of the world just yet. That's a double for the Bruno, and they are going for the throat. They are going for this mid lane inhibitor. Feathered Airstrike being called off by Yelly Hayes. He's saying they're at our gates. They're at our gates. Mayday.
Mayday, mayday. They're already calling the red alert right now as Omega Esports forcing their way out of this one. And RRQ, they're looking to close the game.
Oh no, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. 10 minutes in, 4 seconds. RRQ Hoshi shocked the world. 2 Filipino teams back to back-to-back knockdown into the lower bracket.
Oh my goodness. That has to be one of the fastest games we have seen thus far at M2. And of course, it has to be with the first place runner-up from M1 and the absolute chance here, RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, like, you know it's serious business when he takes off his shoes on stage, right? Like, okay, my socks are starting to sweat too much, and I gotta get this game quick off. But the way that they drafted this is extraordinary. The Kings of Kings, once again, going nearer towards the throne.
Butters, come on in here, because, I mean, what do you have to think about one of the fastest games here at M2?
They had the longest game, and they had the fastest game. Talk about setting records here in M2 World Championship. RRQ, they shock everyone. It's like they're playing in another dimension. It's like they're playing in another meta. It's like they're ahead of their time.
Honestly, I think James is just giving himself a pat on the back. Like, y'all like that draft, huh? Y'all like that draft? Crazy. I think our analysts will break it down in detail, but in just footnotes, ladies and gentlemen, it was just basically Hyper Albert.
Oh, yeah.
Just Hyper Albert.
I've never seen Albert so enabled so quickly, ever.
Is this the new funnel? Is this the new funnel strat?
The ultra defensive funnel that, you know, how many layers do you have to get through before you get to Albert, you know?
You just break through the skin, and then there's another guy, and then there's another guy, and there's another guy. I mean, like, every play you make, you will get punished.
And it's the right kind of guys behind them, right? Like, let's say you get through the Sylvana, there's R7 on the Khalid. It makes sense now. Why it's the Khalid, right? And again, there's so many facets of this lineup, Butters, that just impresses me. I'm just...
Man.
Also sad, though, Omega, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we want to know what's happening, so let us throw it back to our analysts. Wolf, Lavelle, let's go.
You know, Wolf, I can tell that the casters are pretty tired.
Why? Why do you say that?
I mean, I don't know. I just feel like it, you know. But either way, it's kind of like reinventing the wheel, where funneling is a thing in Mobile Legends, and then they dropped off of it. But then, with the right draft, it will work very, very well. And the thing is, I do have to pass it to you, because Bruno Rafa is a thing in the Philippines, but it's not a thing everywhere else in the world. So why don't we start with that?
You know, Lavelle, I think that if the Filipino viewers are watching me, right, or hearing me right now, they know that I'm a big fan of this. I predicted this Bruno Rafa many times because I know a lot of teams run it. And like I said, it's cheese, or it's a niche draft. It's cheesy, but it's like cheddar. It's quite common. You gotta do it. So what you do now is to really make a hyper carry out of any carry. That's how do you do it.
Yeah.
And I think what really sets me up here for RRQ Hoshi is the fact that they did not pick the Bruno like literally with the
Okay. Face cam. कस्तो छ गाइस बल्ल घर पुगे दाइ अरे ल guess my battery percentage or 69% ल के क्लासिक हान्ने हो त गाइस के कस्टम हान्ने हो कस्टम गेम खेल्ने हो कस्टम हानौँ दाइ नेपालीमा बन्नु पर्यो अरे दादा मेरो मेसेज रिप्लाई अरे एकैछिन है ल इन्भाइट गर नि त गाइस कस्तो मान्ने भने एकैछिन है गाइज म यो चेन्ज गर्दैछु है यो डिस्क्रिप्सनहरु चेन्ज गर्दैछु के ओके Okay, custom anthem guys. Let's go for custom.
Good.
Koi. Anyone how to enter customer ल कस्टम जोइन गर्नको लागि त्यहाँ ग्रुप आइडी छ त ब्रदर ग्रुप आइडी स्क्रिनमा छ त ग्रुप आइडी त्यो ग्रुप आइडी जोइन गरेर न म त्यो ग्रुपमा इन्भाइट गर्दैछु No, one more. चार्ज छैन अरे ल ओके one more guys. Let me in अरे ल बोला न कसको ब्यान हो लेला ब्यान हान्दै त के ओपी ब्यान हान्दिरहेको म आमाहरू नकिन्न आएको त नि no charge no problem चो खेल्दैन चो 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 भाइ पानी पानी अरे पानी पानी हैन चौ सिक्नु पर्ने बिचरा एसन को आइपर्यो मिटा गरे Welcome guys. Welcome सबैजनालाई welcome to the stream. ए ल ल हटा एकछिन हटा ल मैले यो गेम पछाडि खाली गर्छु ल आकाश
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
いつからでも遅くない。この私を倒せる人はいない。速さは無敵だ。
Initiate retreat! First blood! An enemy has been slain!
「武術は傷つけるためではなく、断りを教えるためのものだ。理解するだけでは足りない。生かしていくべきだ。
You have slain an enemy!
ल कस्तो डिले उयो ल्याग भएको जस्तो भइरहेछ।
An been slain. Turtle resurrecting soon.
Welcome, welcome.
傷つけるためではなく断りを教えるためのものだ。理解するだけでは足りない。生かしていくべきだ。傷つけるためでは断りを教えるためのものだ。考えるな、感じろ。武術は傷つけるためではなく断りを教えるためのものだ。無敵だ。理解するだけでは足りない。生かしていく。いつからでも遅くない。
Wah, मार दे रहा है। Done, done, fast. किन पुरै ल्याग भयो जस्तो भइरहेछ मेरो।
Launch attack! An enemy has been slain.
自分自身のことがわからないのは厄災だ。
You have slain an enemy.
この私を倒せる人はいない。考える。
Your team destroyed a turret. Mega kill.
理解するだけでは足りない。生かしていくべきだ。自分自身のことがわからないのは厄災だ。
Our turret has been destroyed.
武術は傷つけるためではなく断りを教えるためのものだ。この私を倒せる人はいない。
Initiate retreat.
武術は傷つけるためではなく断りを教えるため。
Killing spree.
理解するだけではなく
Initiate retreat.
生かしていくべきだ。
Killing spree.
いつからでも遅くない。
Your team destroyed a turret.
話 傷つけるためではなく断りを教えるためのものだ。
Your team destroyed a turret.
Hello. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the stream.
An enemy has been slain.
Guys, we'll do epic skin draw. Wanna join for epic skin draw, guys?
An ally has been slain. Ally has been slain. Initiate retreat. An ally has been slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
GG भयो त अनि कताउता टप त हान्दै खरानी पो मलाई
Under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Mega kill! An ally has been slain. An ally has been
हल्का
slain.
डुक्लुक्क दिएर आएको नि
Initiate retreat.
理解するだけでは足りない。生かしていくべきだ。
An ally has been slain.
Enemy
has been slain.
Bachu. Welcome.
Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
ल कस्तो त जानै पाइन यार कस्तो नक पो गरिदिरहेको भनेको मलाई
been destroyed. Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
An
enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Launch attack. An enemy has been slain. Our turret is under attack.
मार्दै पो राख्यो भने मलाई त
Request backup.
मलाई नि फ्यानी
Launch attack.
प्र्याक्टिस गर्नु मन लागिरहेछ अरे म यहाँ चु सिक्दैछु चु खेल्न
Initiate retreat. Shut down.
いつからでも遅くない
An ally has been slain. Killing spree. Launch attack.
いつからでも遅くない
Initiate retreat. An ally has been slain. Initiate retreat. You have slain an enemy.
理解するだけでは足りない生かしていくべきだ
Initiate retreat. Initiate retreat.
मार्दै अर्को म्याच मनी आए अरे ल ल ल ल ल ल मार धारा
Launch attack.
感じろ
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Enemy killing.
आम्मा कत्रो ड्यामेज हानेको यार त्यो उयोले
Double kill. Initiate retreat. Our turret is under attack. Our
जे खेल्दा नि
inhibitor
हुन्छ
turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. been slain.
いつからでも遅くない。
Slain an enemy. Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
いつからでも遅くない。
Initiate retreat.
速さは無敵だ。 自分自身のことがわからないのは厄災だ。この私を倒せる人はいない。考えるな。感じろ。
Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Initiate retreat. An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Initiate
私を
retreat
倒せる
down.
人はいない。
Initiate retreat. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Initiate 自分自身のことがわからないのは厄災だ。
Initiate retreat. An enemy has been slain.
Retreat. कोही आफ्नोलाई एउटा छ तारेको
武術は傷つけるためではなく、断りを教えるためのものだ。
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
いつからでも遅くない。
Initiate retreat.
理解するだけでは足りない。生かしていくべきだ。
Initiate retreat. Killing spree. Your team destroyed a turret. Launch attack.
いつからでも遅くない。 考えるな。感じろ。
Launch attack.
武術は傷つけるためではなく、断りを教えるためのものだ。 この私を倒せる人はいない。 のことがわからないのは
Oi!
薬だ
Thut! मार्यो नि ग्रुप खाली गर्छु ल ल ल ल ग्रुप खाली गर्छु एकैछिन जिजी भइगयो नि Today guys we'll do 3 epic skin giveaway. 3 epic skin giveaway. 3 epic skin giveaway today.
武術は傷つけるためではなく断りを教えるためのものだ
Killing spree. Launch
この
attack.
私を倒せる人はいない
Initiate retreat.
考えるな感じろ 断りを教えるためのものだ
Enemy has been slain.
自分自身のことがわからないのは厄災だ
Initiate retreat.
ल कस्तो हाने मर मर
Mega kill. Enemy has been slain.
Wipe out.
Your team destroyed a turret. Killing spree. Launch attack. Your team destroyed a turret.
「武術は傷つけるためではなく断りを教えるためのものだ」 速さは無敵だ
Your team destroyed a turret.
いつからでも遅くない
Monster kill. An enemy has been slain.
この私を倒せる人はいない
An ally has been slain.
ल भाग्दै भएन
言えない
ओ फ्याँकेर मात्रै भाग्नु पर्ने रहेछ दुईटा हान्दै
Initiate retreat. Godlike. Request backup.
武術は傷つけるためではなく断りを教えるためのものだ。 私を倒せる人はいない。自分自身のことがわからないのは厄災だ。武術は傷つけるためではなく断りを教えるためのものだ。
Dude, katanya kan nih.
An ally has been slain.
武術は傷つけるためではなく断りを教えるためのものだ。
Our turret has been under attack. Our base is under attack. Shut down.
いつからでも遅くない。 この私を倒せる人はいない。武術は傷つけるためではなく断りを教えるためのものだ。考えるな、感じろ。 この私を倒せる人はいない。武術は傷つけるためではなく断りを教えるためのものだ。速さは無敵だ。 傷つけるために断りを教えるために。
Enemy has been slain. Shut down. Initiate retreat.
考える。感じろ。
You have slain an enemy.
武術は傷つけるためではなく断りを教えるためのものだ。
Initiate retreat.
考える。感じろ。
Enemy has been slain. Double kill.
速さは無敵だ。 考えるな、感じろ。
Initiate retreat.
理解するだけで足りない生かしていくべきだ
क्या खेला देखो पैडी ला ओभर खेला खेला देखो नि
感じろ
रोइदिबी के हो हिँड्दा गर्ने अरे
いつからでも遅くない 教えるために
अलिकति त बाद ल मार्दियो उलुलु रेड अरे कसले रेड हो उलुलु रेड Vsmagaming mod रेड अरे 8 चोटि मरिसक्यो यार जिजी होइन त गाइज
Initiate retreat. Request backup. Shut down. Initiate retreat. Enemy rampage. Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
この私を倒せる人はいない いつからでも遅くない この私を倒せる人はいない 考えるな感じろ 速さは無敵だ
Initiate retreat.
कत्रो ड्यामेज हानेको यो उले जास्ने
An enemy has been slain. Launch attack.
理解するだけでは足りない生かしていくべきだ
Launch attack. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Request backup. Launch attack.
考えるな感じろ
Launch attack. Request backup. Launch attack. Request backup.
この私を倒せる人はいない
An ally has been slain. Your team destroyed a turret. Enemy double kill.
いつからでも遅くない
कस्तो ल्याग भएको यार
Initiate retreat. Your team destroyed a turret.
この私を倒せる人はいない
ल म पो मर्दिरहेको ल दिदीको कस्तो राग हो कहिले नमर्ने
Our interior turret is under attack. Our base is under attack. Defeat.
आकाई पो गरे यार Uptime follows. ए ग्रुप खाली गर्नु भनेको ग्रुप फुल रहेछ ग्रुप फुल छैन त खाली नै छ त खाली छ त अनि 76 जना मात्रै छ त जोइन गर न ग्रुप कस्टम इन्भाइट कस्टम गाइज के ड्र हान्ने मलाई बरु गाइज व्हाट डु यु से फ्यानी दाइ अरे कहाँ फ्यानी खेल्छ आउँदैन फ्यानी ल खोइ त अनि इन्भाइट त गर्ने कि खोइ त कसरी बोलाउने अन्त मलाई इन्भाइट गर्नु पर्यो सुरुमा खोइ नगर्ने हो गाइस एकैछिन म आइहालेँ एकैछिन जस्ट अ मोमेन्ट खोइ श्रेयांश खोइ त श्रेयांश खोइ श्रेयांश खोइ गाइज याद आयो पानी के इन्टरटेन हुन्छ अरे ल ए पानी होइन कि उयो खेल्नु सिक्नु पर्यो के अरे लिङ टु मोर One more. Okay, let's go. एकैछिन वेटमा आउँछ अरे ल ढिलो भयो नि त दाइ कति त नि ट्राई गर्नु कति त खेल्नु र उयो लिङ्क चाहिँ सिक्नुपर्ने छ लिङ्कको नयाँ स्किन आउँदैछ नि त होइन त्यसको काम हुन्छ त्यो कामको लागि Drama and DNC lover, welcome to the stream. खाना भयो दाइहरु छैन त भएको ल दाइ मलाई के खान्दैछ के खानेको हैन जोइन गर न त्यो क्लियर गरेको के ग्रुप क्लियर भइरहन्छ किक हुँदै किक हैन क्या त्यस्तो गाइस त्यो ग्रुप भनेको उयो कस्टम खेल्नको लागि मात्रै हो खाली छ ग्रुप अहिले जोइन गर्दा हुन्छ भोलि आउँछ नयाँ स्किन लिङ्कको अन्त त्यही भएर लिङ्क यसो खेल्न सिक्नु परेन गाइस कति एपिक स्किन दिए मसँग एपिक स्किन हैन चल्दैन जम्मा जम्मी स्टार राइडले काम Manu assassin ho guys. Don't count it. Me tank kare naale. interesting. Hello Sabin, welcome to the stream. Hello Panadikari, welcome. पिरो दाइहरु आउँदैन यो खेल्नु मलाई.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed! Initiate retreat! Launch attack! Launch attack!
どんなことで私を止められない
Turtle resurrecting soon.
一撃必殺
Launch attack!
神も悪魔も
Launch attack!
私が得るべきものはいずれ
First blood.
ल यो अल्टी कसरी सर्छ उता उता?
Request backup. Request backup.
どんなことでも私を止められない
ल गएको गए पो भयो त.
必殺愉快
Launch attack.
最後のというのは暗殺者の記憶だ
An enemy has been slain.
गाई जो अल्टी त नि त्यहीँनेरि झर्छ त नि यो कस्टममै हो
Killing spree! Double kill!
झन्डै मार्यो यार
Launch attack! Initiate retreat! Launch attack! Attack! Turtle resurrecting soon. An enemy has been slain.
बाल भाँच्यो नि होइन
Initiate retreat! Request backup!
होइन आज छैन हिजो थियो अब हिजो विन स्ट्रिक गइगयो
Your team destroyed a turret! An ally has slain the turtle! Our turret has been destroyed.
ल त्यो किन नचलेको
Request backup. Our turret has been destroyed. Request backup. Our turret is under attack. You destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Monster kill.
ल मार्दिएर ओ ल ल ल
Turtle resurrecting soon.
मलाई आउँदैन हो यो त्यतिकै अब त्यो नयाँ स्किनको उयो आउँछ नि त काम आउँछ अनि त्यही भएर सिकेँ कि
Request backup.
पर्पल सर्पल खायो भने अलिक ड्यामेज आउँछ होला नि है
Enemy has been slain.
私が得るべきものはいずれ手に入る。
Your team destroyed a turret. Your team destroyed a turret. Launch attack.
分身の術。どれが本物だ？
Request backup. Launch attack.
どんなことで私を止められない。
Launch initiate retreat.
一撃必殺。愉快だ。まさか。まさか。
Initiate retreat. Your team destroyed the turret.
Execute आधे यार मार दिया जी लोग यार मजे रहा रहा क्या है देखो वाला है
Retreat. Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Request backup. Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Legendary. Initiate retreat. Backup. An ally has been slain. Request backup. inhibitor turret is under attack. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Bal bachilyo. He's back at it.
Killing spree.
私が得るべきものはいずれ手に入る。
Launch attack.
避けられなければ耐えるしかない。
Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Initiate retreat. Launch attack.
私が得るべきものは
Legendary.
まさかどんなことでも私を止められない。
Ally has been slain. Legendary. You have been slain. Double kill.
Right. Speed हान्दै हाल्यो नि एक त खेल्न आउँदैन कसैले सिकाउनु हो मलाई सिकाओ गाइज Are you lost baby girl अरे welcome guys hey welcome to the stream that build देखाउनु
Initiate retreat. Initiate retreat.
ल कत्रो बेर अड्केको रेड भन्दै चाहिँ रेड हान्नु गएको त्यहीँनिर जिजी भयो अनि ल गुसन भाग्यो खेदायो खेदा कहाँ थोर्छ
Our turret has been destroyed. Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Legendary! Initiate retreat! Ally has been an enemy has been slain.
天才は孤独だ。まさかまさか一撃必殺。
Initiate retreat! Shut down! Your team destroyed a turret!
के टाइप गर्न थाल्यो टाइप गर्दै थियो होला गुसनले
どんなことでも私を止められない。
ल
Enemy double kill. Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
ल लड हान्दैछ क्या
An enemy has been slain. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Initiate retreat. Initiate retreat. Launch attack. Request backup. Initiate retreat. Launch attack. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Launch turret has been destroyed. Launch attack.
分身の術。さあ、どれが本物だ。
Initiate retreat.
一撃必殺。愉快だ。死んでもらう。避けられなければ耐えるしかない。まさか。
Killing spree. Initiate retreat.
मर्दै अरे
An enemy has been slain.
मलाई खेल्न आउँदैन है गाइज यो हिरो चाहिँ म त्यतिकै प्र्याक्टिस गर्दै गरेको हो यसको लागि के भन्छ भोलि पछि अब त्यो नयाँ स्किन आउँदैछ नि त्यसको लागि प्र्याक्टिस
Shut down. Initiate retreat. Shut down. Initiate retreat.
私が得るべきものはいずれ手に入る。まさか。
Initiate retreat.
चल दे यार
一撃必殺。死んでもらう。死んでもらう。ジョーステケント。死んでもらう。死んでもらう。神にも悪魔にも容赦はない。分身の術。さあ、どれが本物だ？一撃必殺。
कत्रो ड्यामेज हानेको यार म त यो फर्स्ट स्किल पो छिच्दै रहेछु ल ल अब यसले खरानी बनाउने भयो नि लेस्लीले यार यत्रो लेट गेम भयो
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
最後の任務というのは暗殺者のキングだ。まさか分身のシーンどれで死んでもらう。避けられ
Initiate retreat.
情を捨てる。最後の任務。天才は孤独だ。
Initiate retreat.
分身の術。
Initiate retreat.
どれまさか
ल भाग्ने कतै आरो भयो यार
というのまさか
An ally has been slain.
どんなことでも私を止められない。
दा अल्टीको सोर्ड पकड्नु अरे
You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain.
神の人間の容赦死んでもらう。最後の任務というのは暗殺者のキング。私が得るべきものはいずれ手に入るのだ。一撃必殺。死んでもらう。
Launch attack.
情を捨て。天才は孤独。まさかどんなことで私を止められない。
ल भगेर ल त्यहीँनिरहरूले
Triple
Go, 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 go.
Your team destroyed a turret. Shut down. Enemy rampage. Your team destroyed a turret.
Half our game. त्यस्तो भनेको त्यो उयो गर्नुपर्ने रहेछ नि त हैन ल भगिरा ल त उड्दैन त्यहाँ माथिबाट जाँदैन र ठोकिँदो रहेछ त हैन हेलो याबे भाइ वेलकम टु द स्ट्रिम हेलो प्रवेश वाज देट क्या कमेडी भइदिरा
Inhibitor turret is under attack. Has been destroyed. Launch attack. Initiate retreat.
सुसाइड गरे जस्तो भयो
Initiate retreat. Ally has been
कहाँ लिएर गयो आमा
Initiate retreat. Request backup.
ल गाइस लिङ आजलाई भयो लिङ मलाई खेल्न नै आउँदैन यहाँ कहाँ ल सब आइसक्यो बेस्ट टाइम
Our base is under attack. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Defeat.
Modi ji back, welcome back, Modi ji, welcome back. Okay guys, I think we are done for the day. के एकैछिन काम छ कि छैन हेर्नु पर्यो ल
Fighting's not.
Okay, China. Okay guys, just a moment guys, we'll do the giveaway and I'll end the stream I guess. Most probably, yeah. We're done for the day. Hold on guys, just a moment, I'll be back. Okay guys, okay, hold on, I'm back. So let's go, okay. Guys, let's type hashtag Vsmagaming and your Facebook profile name. Type hashtag Vsmagaming and your Facebook profile name, guys. Savage hanne kura garde thyo. Okay, type hashtag Vsmagaming and your Facebook profile name, guys. Okay, Ezel. Okay. Okay, Rosine Maharzan, Rosine Aman Maharzan Sen. Okay, the KRATOS Kratos GODIKRATOS. Okay, Zakarai Sriyograi. Okay, Ravindra Vatarai DRMA Drama and DNCLOVR Lover Dylan Rai. Okay, any more guys, any more? Type hashtag Vsmagaming and your Facebook profile name. Type hashtag Vsmagaming and your Facebook profile name, guys, if you want to add your name for the draw. दाइ त्यो जोन बहिनी हो है अरे हो र ए Any more names, guys? No more. No more, that's it. Okay. Deepak Magar, same. Okay, Divas Guru, I joined. Okay, any more, guys? No one wants to participate or what? Gamer Ayush Tata. Okay, no more, guys. That's it. No more. 18 watching, 12. Okay, I think that doesn't want to participate. Okay, it's fine. थोरै भयो नि त name यार, guys. 21 watching छ त, 22 छ. Fusan Beast, your Facebook profile name also. Any more, guys? Any more? Delay मेरोमा र delay छ अलिअलि delay भयो होला नि त guys. Any more names, guys? Type hashtag Vsmagaming. We'll be doing epic skin draw. Amitabh Manandar. Okay, that's it. Okay, so I think we'll not waste our time. Let's go. Okay, so let's see the first epic skin winner today. There we go. Buffering हुँदैछ मेरो अरे Okay, Divas Guru, please comment. Timer, I'll set to 50 seconds, guys. Start. Please comment, Divas Guru, IGN Sasuke. Hello, my mom. Welcome to the stream. कसले जित्यो अरे Okay, Divas Guru, I didn't see any comment. 50 seconds already. नाम राखेर मान्छे गायब रे. Shuffle again. के भयो कसले जित्यो अरे खै दिवस गुरुङ त बेपत्तै भएको रहेछ. Anyone wants to add the name? Please type hashtag Vsmagaming and your Facebook profile name. Anyone wants to add your name? Please type hashtag Vsmagaming and your Facebook profile name. Okay, Kaido Gaming. Same. The timer, I'll set it to 1 minute, guys. If I win, please wait over delay Arela. सबैको बफरिङ भइरहेको क्या के हुँदैछ अरेला Okay, let's start. Okay, shuffle again. There we go. Aman Maharjan. Okay, अनि गाइज अमन महर्जनको प्रेजेन्ट भनेर आइसक्यो त यति छिटै आइसक्यो त अनि कसरी डिले हुन्छ गाइज त्यत्र 13 सेकेन्ड्समै आइसक्यो त अमन महर्जनको Okay, congratulations Aman Maharjan for one epic skin worth of 899 diamonds. Five second अगाडि ल्याएको अरे Okay, another epic skin, guys. Shuffle and here we go. Ravindra Bhattrai. ड्याम वाइफाई भनेर कमेन्ट आइसक्यो त येपी भनेर आएको छ कमेन्ट ओके आइजेन रवि है चेक लेट्स चेक आइजेन रवि Okay, congratulations IGN Ravi. Guys, request skin request gara ta epic skin. Ravindra and Aman are luckier. Okay, request epic skin, guys. So let's shuffle again. One more, last one, guys. As we have promised, we'll do 3 epic skin giveaway today. So we already did 2. So last one, guys. Shuffle and shuffle. Here we go. Okay, Aman Marjan and Ravindra Bhattrai, please request your skin. Epic skin worth of 899 diamonds. भोलि गर्दा हुँदैन, अहिले गर्नु पर्यो. Okay, Deepak Magar, please comment. Okay, Deepak Magar is there. So let's visit Deepak Magar. Okay. Congratulations. Yeah, oh, Deepak Magar. Okay, congratulations Aman Marjan, IGN Ravi and Deepak Magar. Congratulations for epic skin. So we already okay. Aman Marjan already requested, so okay, keep supporting. Okay, and अहिले नै रिक्वेस्ट गर्ने हो अरे. दीपक मगर आइडी नम्बर कमेन्ट गर त. आइडी Your ID number, please comment your ID number. Please comment your ID number. फ्ल्याग चेन्ज कार्डको गिभ अवे हुँदैन अरे डाउनलोडिङ रिसोर्सेस हुँदैछ जिजी अरे खै दिपक मगर खै त उयो गरेको आइडी नम्बर कमेन्ट गरे दाइ मेरो पेजको विनरले अझै पाएको छैन रे स्किन ल अरे मेसेज हानेको हानै छ मलाई त अरे के आइजिएन छ रिक्वेस्ट गर्न लगाउ न अनि मलाई मेसेज पनि गर्न लगाऊ क्या एकचोटि इन गेममै मेसेज पनि गर्नु भन हैन कहाँ जितेको भनेर अनि रिक्वेस्ट गर्न लगाउ न ल अहिले त्यसलाई रिक्वेस्ट गर्न लगाउ त कुन स्किन हो जितेको अहिले है भाइ कुन स्किन हो रिक्वेस्ट गर्न लगाउ त ल जितेकोलाई अहिले मेसेज गर अहिले रिक्वेस्ट गर भन त अनि आइजिएन के हो त्यसको भन न मलाई अब त्यतिकै रिक्वेस्ट आएको हुन्छ अनि मलाई कसरी थाहा हुन्छ यार यसो मेसेज गर्दा पो थाहा हुन्छ त यो आइडी नम्बर अरे ओके रिक्वेस्ट गर्न लगाउ न 53070328 53070328 आइडी सर्च यो दिदारा भन्ने यो हो दिदारा भनेको ल रिक्वेस्ट गर्न लगाऊ नि त ओके भनिदिएको छ अरे ओके Okay, bye. रिसोर्सेस डाउनलोड भयो त अरे कहाँ रिसोर्सेस डाउनलोड भयो यो पो ड्र हान्दिउँ के हो ठिक कति कति डायमन्ड जान्छ यसमा गाइस ग्लोरी रिकल इफेक्ट अरे नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम आफ्टर 2 days Yeah, after 2 days. Tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Then, so after that day. And 900 diamond जाने रहेछ है maximum 900 diamond जाने रहेछ ल Okay, done. So you got 101 trial of that recovery. Only trial card. दाइ मैले रिक्वेस्ट गरेको छु है अरे यो हो कनेकी केन हो दीपक मगर यो कनेकी केन हो ए ल ल ल ल ल भोलि सेन्ड हुन्छ आज 3टा पठाइसक्यो कि भोलि सेन्ड गरिदिन्छु ल भोलि आफ्टर यहाँको 5 PM पछि टुमोरो Okay, guys, I'll be ending the stream. के कस्टम खेल्ने भन्दैछ नि त कस्टम खेल्ने हो र कि खेल्दिउँ न त है एकैछिन के गर्ने गाइज खेल्ने हो कस्टम एकछिन Okay, custom invite गरौँ त guys अनि guys join the group ID is there in the screen. Join the group. Okay, still 85, so join the group and let's go for some custom games. Invite me guys. नयाँ फोटो नयाँ स्क्रिनको फोटो कुनैको पनि रहेनछ त्यति होला नयाँ स्क्रिन कतै इन्भाइट गरौँ न त गाइज Okay, group invite guys. त्यो गीत बजिरहेको छ त्यसले कपिराइट हानिदिन्छ के Okay, there is a message. The invite गर्नु सर इन्भाइट गरे एकैछिन खोइ त कहाँ छ आइसकेछ त Okay, invite guys. Coca-Cola invite. Okay, अर्को आउने हो guys. Invite group invite. One more. Okay, done भयो त्यो माथिको एकजना निकाल त कसले इन्भाइट गर्यो मलाई ल धेरै भयो नि त नि ल त्यतिकै गरिदियो दुईजना माथि थियो नि त कस्तो स्टार्ट गर्दै गयो पज गरिदिन्छ होला यार पज गरिदियो भने क्या बिजोग हुन्छ यार गाइस त्यो दुईजनाले पज नगरिदियो है ल प्लिज ए सेन्साई हो ओके ओके थ्याङ्क यू है पज नगर्दै ल गाइज एज ए चो खेल्नुपर्ने रहेछ बिर्स यार चो हल्का प्र्याक्टिस हुन्छ नि
Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
कसले इन्भाइट गरेर 91 एमएस छ त ल 120 एमएस रे भन्दैछु नि हो त्यो अर्को को छ त्यहाँ पज गरिदिइरह भनेको झन् भन्यो भने त ल गाइज ल म स्ट्रिम एन्ड गरिदिएँ ल गाइज ल मैले स्ट्रिम एन्ड गरेँ गाइज